Yo, 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 we in the building. It's Divine Sense Boxing. Real quick roll call for all those who jumped in early. They wanted to make sure that they can hear what Divine Sense has to say tonight, Saturday night. You know what it is. It's FIRESTORM, open boxing talk. We got Karma Boxing and MMA. We got Trick Boxing. We got SM. We got Antoine. And of course, we got Freddie Ruger in the building to kickstart this conversation. If you guys don't know, I was on Stormy B's channel this morning for the second part of In the Eye of the Storm. And I must say, it was a very, very good show. So make sure that you swoop by, listen to the show. We talked about a lot of different things. And at the very least, make sure you swoop by and smash that like button over there on Stormy B Man's channel. And without further ado, like I said, it's Firestorm time. And, basically how we're going to conduct this is I have a lot of different topics that I would like to talk about, a lot of upcoming fights. And in the meantime, if anybody wants to jump on the show, you're more than welcome. I have the link up at the top of this chat. You can click that link and I'll put you backstage at any point that you want to come in and discuss. We're going to talk about a lot of different things. Okay, so you can jump in if you're the type of person that's like, it doesn't matter what we talk about, I'm ready. Well, you click the link, we'll have you backstage. Or you can wait for me to talk about a specific topic that you feel more comfortable with, and then you can click the link then. Really up to you. But nonetheless, I'm going to get it cooking. So, shout out to PGH Big Dog. Good to see you. Dwayne Price also in the building. Good to see you as well. So I think the first one that I want to go ahead and talk about and go ahead and hit the nail right on the head is talk about Usyk and Joshua. Now, before I get into that real quick, if you guys don't know, man, I've already made a prediction video about this fight prediction and breakdown of this fight. It's up on my channel. And needless to say, it seems like I upset a few people, man, about this fight. Obviously, if you don't know, I'll go ahead and let you guys know because it's no longer a secret. I've already picked Usyk to upset Joshua. There is a live poll going right now on who you think wins that fight. Make sure you vote in that poll because I would like to see what you guys think. And as we go along tonight, I'm going to be changing the polls up. So right now it's Usyk Joshua. Later on, it might be something else. So tonight is not just one topic. We're talking about a lot of different topics. So anytime there's a poll, make sure you are voting in there. Because like I said, I'm going to take it down and put a new one up. And make sure you're smashing that like button as well when you're coming in here. We already got 8 people. So that means I should have 8 likes straight up. All right. So Usyk Joshua, Usyk. We'll go ahead and give Joshua his respect. He's the champ. So Joshua, Usyk. Look, man, like I said, I already made a video about it. I pointed out some very key things that stood out to me about the fight. First and foremost, I wanted people to understand that this idea that Usyk is too small is not as serious or as important or a game changer, I guess you can say, in this fight. Is he smaller? Yes, definitely. No doubt about it. But what people need to understand is that, this isn't the first time where we've seen a cruiserweight move up to heavyweight and shock the heavyweight. It's happened many times. And in the video I brought up, Evander Holyfield did that exact thing. He moved up from cruiserweight, became the heavyweight champion, and obviously went on to be a multiple-time heavyweight champion. So it has been done before. And I would argue Usyk is a very solid cruiserweight. He's not a small cruiserweight. And I think that he will fit maybe not nicely in comparison to some heavyweights, but he can definitely hold his own in the heavyweight division. A lot of people are leaning on that. They're like, man, he's too small. Joshua's too big, too much power, etc., etc. Well, on the surface, yeah, that makes sense why people would think that. But you got to understand the beautiful sport of boxing. And normally, when you're the smaller fighter, excuse me, got to clear my throat there. So normally when you're a smaller fighter, you tend to try to stay away from the bigger fighter and use your boxing skill, right? And that's why I brought up another interesting fight that I think people should be more aware of is the fight between Corey Sanders and Vladimir Klitschko back in the day. When Corey Sanders went up against Klitschko, nobody gave Corey Sanders a chance. Klitschko's too big, he's too strong, he's too long. Everybody was in fear of Klitschko at that time. He was on the rise. And here comes Corey Sanders from South Africa, southpaw, quick hands, right? Knocked down Klitschko, I believe, twice in the first round, and then finished him in the second round. Shocked the boxing world when he did that. So that's another thing that I pointed out. Okay. And so that's just some things that people can take with them, put it in their bag, food for thought. But on top of that, we have the skill set. We have the area where we look at the breakdown of the styles. Okay. And you can cut it and slice it and chop it up any way you want. Usyk is a problem, man. He's a bona fide champion. He's also an Olympic gold medalist, just like Joshua is. As a matter of fact, they attended the same Olympics in 2012 in London. And these two men, they know each other. Don't get it twisted. These two men know each other. So I don't think Joshua's going to come in and try to walk down Usyk like people. He will. He may shock me and may try to do it. But I think he's going to be on his toes. and try to box with Usyk. That's my personal opinion. And it's really going to come down to, can Joshua utilize his jab properly, use his length and size to his advantage, and line up a straight right hand? Because we all know the Achilles heel of most southpaws against an orthodox fighter is the straight right hand. And that is Joshua's best punch. And that is Joshua's best chance to land that big shot and make a difference. So we'll see. Now, I saw somebody join backstage. I didn't recognize the name. Now they're gone. So more than likely a troll. If you're not a troll, I did see you, man. I was just cooking at the moment. If you want to jump back in, you can just click that link and join backstage. But trolls try to get up in here, and I catch it. So yeah, that's just a kind of little breakdown. Now, as far as what I see that Usyk can do, man, look, Usyk is going to work the body. He's going to work the head. He's going to move around. He's going to bounce around. He's going to slip, dodge, dip, and in my mind, what really sticks out to me is if Andy Ruiz, who's not the most greatest example of an athletic specimen, can land punches on Joshua, then you got to say Usyk is going to be able to land. And we're not talking about knockout punches. We're not talking about punches that are going to necessarily hurt Joshua, but scoring punches and be able to withstand that for a 12-round fight. And I believe he's going to come in the fight in shape. And I feel like he's going to come in and prepare for a 12-round fight. Usyk ain't worried about knocking out Joshua. He's worried about winning the fight. But Joshua, though, on the other hand, is probably worried about that and probably wants to knock out Usyk. We got Stormy B, man, in the building. As I mentioned earlier, we did the Eye of the Storm on his channel, Stormy B, man. If you guys don't know, that's his channel right there, put up on the screen. Make sure you guys go check out our most recent In the Eye of the Storm segment, which we did this morning. Freddie Ruger goes on to say, I totally would not be surprised if Joshua lost. The only thing I wonder is if Usyk can handle Joshua's straight right hand. If he can stay out of the way of that, he should win. That's like in a nutshell analysis that I do agree with, and if you consider yourself, a casual boxing fan looking from the outside, that's a good way to explain it to people. When I meet people outside who I know that don't watch boxing very much, maybe they just watch the big fights, then I will essentially explain it that way. It's easier that way. We got Andrew Charles in the building, man. Good to see you, man. Thanks for dropping by. Antoine goes on to say, I've always been the smaller fighter. You have to have inside game and mobility. True, you do. You're right. I mean, when you're smaller, you got to get on the inside. You got to make it difficult for them to use their range. And it takes a lot of boxing ability to be able to do that and not get caught while you're trying to get on the inside. Side note, in the Corey Sanders upset, the excuse used by the Ukrainian W. In that Corey Sanders upset, the excuse used by the Ukrainian W. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Freddie. Shout out to Antoine as well for a big super chat just to kick it off tonight, Saturday night Firestorm. He says, talk about them dirty pissing cats at that Reynosa camp. Yeah, we're going to cook about that, Antoine. Just stand by. That's something that Devon Says Boxing is not going to miss out on tonight. We're definitely going to touch on that. Stormy B, man, and I talked about it this morning, and yeah, we're shredding it to pieces. Was that they rubbed some oil on him and it clogged his pores and overheated him? You mean on Klitschko? Man, I don't know about all that, bro. I don't think I remember anything about that. Deshaun, man, what's good? Plant Earl and Wilder over everybody. Okay, well, shit. Deshaun just comes in here and just lays it down right off the bat. So yeah, if anybody else has anything to say about the Joshua Usyk fight, feel free to leave your comments here. We've got Stormy B man backstage as well. I think he probably wants to throw in a little bit of insight in the sensei, man, give his food for thought. And I'll bring him in just in a moment. I just wanted to cap it off, and by saying that I think that people are really underestimating Usyk, man. I don't know why I feel that way, and I don't really say that I don't say that very often. But I really do think that the general consensus is that he's too small. He won't be able to handle Joshua's power. And like again, I said earlier that I get that. Looking from the outside, them standing side to side, you're like, yeah, Joshua is a bona fide heavyweight. What I don't have his statistics right in front of me, but what is he, 6'6", 6'7", 250, something like that. And he's a big boy, and he can crack, and he can box, and I don't want to take that away from Joshua. But Usyk, man, he comes from good pedigree, man. This is not a guy who is just going to try and stand in front of Joshua and land a lucky punch. And I've heard some comparisons between, this is going to be like Joshua Parker, or this is going to be like Joshua Povetkin, and different comparisons. I'm like, nah, this is Usyk, man. At the end of the day, Usyk is unique, and rather he wins or not, people are going to find that out. And even if Usyk loses this fight, man, I don't think he's going anywhere. I think he's going to put on a good enough fight to where people are going to be like, yeah, he can fight other fighters in the heavyweight division and be successful. And the last note I want to just say here, man, I feel like Joshua can be hurt. I really do think he can be hurt. And I don't necessarily think that Usyk is going to knock him out, because obviously my prediction is winning by decision. But we've seen him get hurt. We've seen him dropped. We've seen him stopped. And if Usyk can just earn a little bit of respect, that's going to make a huge difference in this fight. Just by earning respect, landing clean shots, and making Joshua be like, oh, okay, he punches pretty hard. And if you keep Joshua on the back foot, you have him where you want him, essentially. But if he's coming forward, pumping out the jab, trying to line up a right hand and left hook, you can be in trouble, especially if you're the smaller man. So on that note, we'll go ahead and bring in Stormy B to give his thoughts. I'm not quite sure if he wants to talk about this fight or something else, but I'm probably going to shift from this convo straight into Canelo versus Caleb Plant. But I'm going to go ahead and bring in Stormy right now, just in case he wants to speak a little bit about this heavyweight matchup, Usyk versus Joshua. What's going on, Stormy?
Hey, what's good with you, man? Can you hear me okay?
Yep, loud and
Yeah,
clear.
I'm on my tablet, not my laptop, so that's why I was asking about the volume and the clarity. No, I think you said it pretty much, said everything, but I'm just showing some support for you this evening, and I wasn't doing nothing but sitting here watching the Justice League, Zack Snyder version. I'm a I'm a comic book nerd too, so I like that kind of. It takes me away, It's an escape from this
Yeah,
weird reality. We spoke about this Matrix earlier, so I don't want to take the
yep,
conversation in a different direction. I'm just explaining myself. But no,
yep.
you're talking some good stuff there. I think that people need to really focus in on what's at hand with Joshua and Usyk, because both guys have Olympic backgrounds and both guys have made accomplishments in their professional careers, although there is a tremendous difference. Usyk may have had an opportunity to come up in the cruiserweight division at a time when all it called for was someone who kind of had it together, that they could consolidate and become undisputed. Joshua has performed from an angled point of view where opportunities where they saw that they can do the snatch and grab or something like that is more applicable to his career. The the greatest thing he did was his victory over Klitschko, albeit Klitschko was a faded former champion coming off of 2 years of inactivity and a loss. So it's like people don't really want to look at that for what it really was. And as you and I have talked about him before, Joshua has not necessarily improved since becoming a heavyweight titleist. We've already seen him lose to a guy, and a guy that he really should not have lost to. So Usyk is in a tremendous position. What he has to shoot for is a greater sense of accomplishment than what Joshua would have trying to take him on. Plus, Joshua may not be as focused since he publicly displayed such an interest in making some kind of deal with the Fury camp, knowing all along that Fury had other circumstances that would prohibit that. But the fact that he didn't want to acknowledge it and things of that nature is why we got to hold his feet to the fire, especially if this particular fight doesn't work out in his favor. That's my opening about that.
Yeah, and so give me your opinion real quick before we shift topics, because I want to drill home a few things about this fight. And so far in the poll that I got going, Joshua has a 59% advantage and Usyk is 41%. So relatively close. It just shifted up, actually. Joshua is now 63%. So obviously, Stormy, you and I are going against the grain here, and it makes sense. You know, we're not surprised by that, obviously. But what I want to ask you is what is your? Let me ask a straight up question. Do you think Joshua has truly been tested? Has he fought the guys he should have fought to prove to us, especially you and I, considering we're going against him in this fight, and anyone else who thinks Usyk might pull the upset off? Has he fought everybody that he should have? Has he truly been tested? Is there enough confidence to say, yeah, like if he fights a smaller man, he's going to win every time because he's just too big, too strong, too technical? And, you know, so do you think that he's done that?
Well, he has encountered a few tests, but he still receives a grade of incomplete from someone who makes assessments like myself because, okay, like take the Klitschko fight, for example. He got dropped in that fight and he got up and he managed to survive a couple of rounds after being dropped because he was really hurt. And when he was able to get his feet back under himself, he went right back into fighting, which is what you're supposed to do. And he ended up being successful. However, the person that put him down, Vladimir Klitschko, was incapable of finishing him. That is a incomplete right there, because what if it were one of the more younger, spry guys that are, you know, at his level or around that same type of peer group? It could have ended up really bad for him, you know. And when you say, has he fought the people that he should have that he should have fought? No, the jury's still out on that, because there's a few matchups that people wanted to see him, you know, as the boxing public, the purists, they wanted to see him face a Luis King Kong Ortiz when that fight was right there. you know. They wanted to see him fight Deontay Wilder, of course. And let's not forget, he was the one who originally called out Wilder. Wilder didn't call him out. But when Wilder answered the call, that's when things changed. And then there are a few others out here who could stand to possibly provide questions that we need to see answers to. Um, I really wanted to see the fight that was originally supposed to take place between he and Jarrell Big Baby Miller, because Big
Mm.
Baby Miller is going to present him with some boxing issues because he was big enough to deal with Joshua in size, heavy enough to be able to hold his own as far as weight and things like that. But he had nice hand speed, for such a big guy.
Yeah.
And let's face it, that Big Baby, his boxing skills along with his dimensions, it would have present Joshua with a different assortment of problems, which he has yet to face out of a particular opponent. So those would have been pretty darn good tests right there.
Yeah.
Um,
And
and that's three different opponents who pose three different types of situations.
yeah. And
King
on
Kong
that,
is a southpaw. You see,
right.
we
Right.
got a chance to see how could he deal with that. So those three, that's right off the bat.
Yeah. And on that note, talking about Big Baby Miller, Ruiz pops back into my mind because what gave Joshua the most problems in the first fight between Ruiz? It was hand speed. He didn't expect that. He was like, this is a dude that doesn't match up against me, physically. The more athletic, superior fighter, and he may be tough, but eventually I'm going to get him out of there. That's probably what his mindset was. And Ruiz said, "Not today, not today, you ain't." And he was determined, and he put combos on his ass. And of course he came back in the second fight and made his adjustments. Um, but still, like that really stands out to me. And I think Usyk has quality hand speed as well. But more so than just hand speed, he's very accurate. And he doesn't waste punches. And when you're a smaller guy fighting a bigger guy, you sure as hell don't want to waste punches. You want to make every punch count, especially when they're scoring punches, because you got to get up on the cards. Is you're less favorable to knock out the bigger guy. You know what I mean? So you got to get up on those cards quick. Um, and you mentioned Ortiz. You mentioned some other fighters that you wanted to see him fight, and people get so upset about the Ortiz fight in general and specifically because they feel like Ortiz was the one that ducked. And for me, it's like we can go on and on around in circles about who ducked who and how much money was offered and who didn't take this or that. Look, at the end of the day, and I think Stormy probably agrees with me, they didn't fight. They could have fought and they didn't fight. We can sit up here and criticize Ortiz all you want, right? But at the end of the day, they didn't fight, and we don't really know the true story. You never really know the true story when it
Well,
comes to the
can I
politics
offer
of.
something on that? Can I offer something on
Yeah,
that?
yeah,
This will
jump
be
in.
when you're talking about a fighter who is being handled by Matchroom and the Hearn family. You have to look into how they conduct business. With certain matchups, they have no problem making deals. Fights are made lickety split, boom, straight down the line. But when one of theirs, and we're using Joshua in this instance, is being lined up for a fight that he could possibly, on paper, lose, something always happens. The bottom of the deal always falls out. That's very telling. See, you have
Mm,
to allow the the sport of boxing to explain itself. And that's where you can see through the glass ceiling when it comes to Joshua, how he's been managed and how his career has been guided. Why is
Right.
it that they can make these deals against these second and third rate fighters with no problem? But someone who may pose a threat, something always stands in the way. The King Kong Ortiz bout that was suggested lines up with that. The Deontay Wilder fight lines up with that. Remember, it was all over money. And the thing about it is, Hearn had billions to work with, right? So it's
Yep.
like you cannot tell me that that's what broke the deal over money when he had the money to work with either way, regardless of whether it was Wilder or Ortiz. It had more to do with the challenges that they presented, and they didn't have options on those challengers. You see,
Right.
they both independent parties. King Kong Ortiz was an independent party. Deontay Wilder was an independent party. So even if you make the deal, make the fight, and Joshua loses to these guys, they're out to sea. You see, and that's how you have to look at it.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that at the end of the day, when I made my prediction video about the fight, I didn't really prepare for people to get so upset. Obviously, Joshua fans got so upset about me mentioning Ortiz as if I said that, Joshua eats kids or something. That's how that's how upset they got. And I'm just like, well, why, like, if you're upset that I'm not picking Joshua, then let it be known. But, I have the right as a boxing fan to say that I wanted to see Ortiz versus Joshua. What's wrong about that? And they didn't fight. So, it is what it is. But I feel like Ortiz would have gave Joshua a lot of problems, as a southpaw, and he can crack. I don't know if you watched Ortiz's last fight, Stormy, or anybody else in the chat, but he knocked his opponent out with his bicep. You see that?
Yeah,
The last dude that he fought, I think he threw a left. I think he was throwing a left hook to the body, if I'm not
yeah, that was
mistaken.
first round stoppage. Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, and he didn't even land the punch. The dude blocked it, but his bicep caught the dude in the face and knocked him out.
Yeah,
It's like, you don't see that very often, man. But Ortiz is a big boy who can fight, who can box, and we can sit up here all day long. I'm the first one to tell you that Wilder, he had his hands full with Ortiz until he stopped him. You
I
know,
did a
he
Joshua recently where I spoke about him being one of the most vulnerable champions in modern day boxing. And I stopped. I don't want to call him a champion. I call him a titleist. He has titles in his possession, but he's not a champion to me because he hasn't faced those challenges that we speak of. Pretty much everyone that he has defeated in his career, and he lost to one of them, which he eventually lost in a rematch with a lackluster decision. On paper, he was supposed to beat all those guys. On paper.
right.
Am I right?
True. True. Yeah.
Who has he fought that he's gone into a fight that you say on paper, you don't know? That's why you got to see it. Even when Deontay Wilder faced Luis King Kong Ortiz, people who love Wilder and support Wilder, they favored Wilder because of the love and support, but they were very much biting their nails and on their edge of their seat with that fight because they knew how good King Kong was. And it was a closer matchup than anyone else that Wilder had faced, with the exception of Bermane Stavern, because even going into the fight against Stavern, who had a very solid amateur background himself, people didn't know if Deontay would be able to deal with Stavern and if Stavern could stand up to Deontay's power and this and that. And it did end up, the first fight ended up being a decision that went 12. But again, it's one of those things like the odds are closer and the fight is actually closer than it can be on paper.
Right.
Uh, AJ has not fought those type of people, so it's like that's why you can't just wade in and give him so much adornment or accolades because the jury's still out. And I said this, and I'll say it one more time. Because of his vulnerabilities, he hasn't been as active as he could be. If he were not such a vulnerable fighter, he would be fighting more frequently than he does. But
Mm.
Matchroom is important for them to possess those titles for the heavyweight division under their banner than it is to be making the fights that people want to see. Because as
Right.
goes heavyweight boxing, the rest of boxing follows suit. So they're in control right now with those titles. They kind of control something, and they don't want to relinquish that easily. They really didn't want this fight with Usyk, but they're forced to it because he's in that position now by vacating from cruiserweight to come up to heavyweight. He being the WBO, that makes it automatic. So they have to either fight the guy or vacate the title. And the thing is, they're not ready to vacate really, but they would really like to because that fight is too close for comfort for them. Now they're doing a great job of whistling in the dark, which is why people should pay more attention to what can happen here.
Mm.
Usyk could win this fight, and it would upset the entire thing that
Process.
Natural, has going for themselves. And it won't be
Yeah.
that he wins one title; he'll win all of them if he wins the fight that Joshua has.
Yep.
So it's like
Yep.
this is they're on pins and needles with this, which is
Absolutely.
why if you look at the AJ Camp, he's keeping his weight down. He doesn't want to be a big stiff in there. He's trying to
Mm.
be more fluid. He's trying to work on some things, but it's too late. You should have been doing those things throughout your process, not because of this guy. You see,
Yep.
and you
Yep.
can't do that for one camp. You can't. And like people were saying, well, Deontay, he lost to Fury and he can't change in one camp. But the difference with Deontay always had the ability to box and do other things. He just fell in love with the fact that he can get a guy out of there with a big punch. He has a trainer now that has reminded him of where his true talents are, and they've worked on the technical aspects of those. And by the time he gets in the ring the next time, he's going to look like a brand new car.
Yeah.
You see, but that's different from what AJ has experienced because, as I stated, he has not gotten better with each subsequent fight. There's no way Andy Ruiz was supposed to beat him. No way.
Mm.
He did. And then in the
Yeah.
rematch, he didn't go in there with Andy and say, the last fight was a fluke. I'm going to show you the real champion I am. And even though Andy Ruiz was woefully out of shape and condition, he fought like a running scared guy. So how are you improving if you're fighting like that?
Yeah. And let me set the record straight here for everybody and those who are obviously in the back of the room peeking through the blinds, as Stormy likes to say. I don't want Usyk to win necessarily. I just think he will. And the reason why I say that is because, of course, it would be, we would want Joshua to win because then that will set up a potential unified match against Deontay Wilder, who I think will beat Fury on October 9th. So
And,
if
and to your
Joshua
point,
loses,
I'm
if
sorry, go
Joshua
ahead.
loses, everyone's like, oh, so what now? Well, obviously, if he loses, there'll be a rematch. Guaranteed. They have to.
But check
And
this out. But check
yeah,
this out. To your point, the reason that, and this was a no brainer, both for money's sake and everything. The reason that AJ hasn't rematched Dillian White is because Dillian White has gotten better since the first time they fought.
true.
That's what the truth is.
That is
That
true.
is the truth. So
Yeah.
think about it. We're not talking about putting AJ down. We're not talking about talking Usyk up. We're speaking facts on the sport of boxing here. You look at Dillian White. We still don't think he's at that certain level. But the reason that they haven't rematched him is because he's much better than he was when they faced each other the first time. And if you equate that with what I've stated about AJ not getting better, the fight is pretty damn close then, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. And first, let me go ahead and give a shout out to De Juan Menzies. He was on the Eye of the Storm this morning, Stormy.
Yes,
So
sure.
he drops a super chat and says, "In my opinion, I believe Anthony Joshua has the tools to become an undisputed heavyweight champion. However, I don't think he has the courage to take on a Luis Ortiz and Deontay Wilder." So
Mhm.
that's pretty deep. And I would say that, yes, I agree with you. You know, people are out there saying, oh, Joshua would rather fight. What was the comment that was on my video? Something like Joshua would rather fight Ortiz than Wilder because Ortiz is a less of a risk. Now, that may be true, but okay, well, you're essentially saying that he's scared of Deontay Wilder then. It is like, again, it doesn't matter how you cut or slice it. I think what Stormy and I are basically saying is like you want to pride yourself to be a heavyweight champion, and Stormy says you hold a lot of titles. Doesn't necessarily mean that you're a champion, and that can be misconstrued in many different ways. People will probably get upset at that, but I understand where Stormy's coming from because I don't know to my acknowledgement. I don't know if Wilder's actually blatantly like ducked fighters. People say, "Oh, we ducked Klitschko. Oh, he could have fought Joshua, but he didn't." And again, we're going back into the politics of boxing, and we're trying to pull apart the reasons on why fights didn't happen. We want to blame one camp or the other camp. Um, but what I want to do real quickly is and shout out to Nitty G, man, an official member of the channel. He just got his badge elevated to the double swords, which means that he's been an official member now for 2 months. So shout out to Nitty G, man. I appreciate your support. We got Tom in the building. We got Dr. Hook as well. Dr. Hook says, I think all of us Wilder supporters are hoping that he will be a new man in the trilogy. Uh, I, I'll talk a little bit about Wilder and Fury as well tonight. So if that's something you want me to hear me talk about, I'll touch on it tonight before I end this stream. But yeah, just to real quickly comment on your comment. Yes, I think Wilder will be a new man and present a lot of new skills, sharpened skills, and I think Fury's going to be very surprised. Yave's in. He says, "I'm just checking in to give you all a salute. Back to work. Peace. Keep working hard, man. Keep making that bread. Keep hustling. Do your thing, man. I appreciate you taking the time to stop by and show." We got Devin Blocker in the house as well. He says, "Salute. Thanks for stopping by, Devin." All right, so what I want to do real quickly is I feel like we can go down the rabbit hole for a long time talking about this fight, and especially about Joshua. Obviously, Joshua has a lot of, diehard supporters. They think Joshua's, a great fighter. He represents the UK and British boxing and all that good stuff. I don't have any problem with that. I don't have any problem with that whatsoever. I don't despise Joshua. I don't think he's a paper champion per se. I don't think he is a bad representation of heavyweight boxing. I just think that he can do things a little bit better. And I don't think that he's untouchable. That's just where I stand on that. So just to
That's
quickly
why I
browse.
was so vulnerable.
Yeah, exactly. So I just want to quickly browse over his resume real quick. I've had it up on the screen now and just kind of refresh and brush up on it a little bit, okay? And kind of give you guys an explanation on why I feel the way I feel. When I made my prediction video, I didn't get into all of it. I just pointed out Ortiz because if I wanted to be picky, that's the one guy I really wanted to see him fight. But there are other glaring things about his resume as well, which I'll point out here in a moment. And this is why I go live, by the way, so we have an opportunity to really chop it up. So I'm going to skip right to when he won the IBF title. Okay, he won the IBF title against Charles Martin. He got a KO in the second round. Now, I watched that fight, and for me, I can Stormy can leave some comments on it, but for me, Charles Martin looked really stiff in that fight, very hesitant. I don't know if it was because he's fighting in the UK. He was a little bit starstruck and in the spotlight. I'm not sure what it was, but it wasn't the Charles Martin that I was seeing before he fought Joshua. Then you got the knockdown, which obviously Charles was trying to get up the very last split second, which is obviously a very risky thing to do, depending on who's refereeing the fight. Some referees are a little bit lenient than others. Some referees, you can be on one knee looking fine, waiting for the count to get to 8. And if you don't stand up by 8, they call it. It doesn't matter how you're looking. If you're not standing up, then they'll call it. And so he gambled a little bit, but nonetheless he was knocked down. I don't think he was a little bit hurt. But that's when he won the IBF. Then he defended that belt against Dominic Breazeale and Eric Molina. Now he got a TKO against Dominic Breazeale in the 7th round. And people say, well, you can't discredit that fight because Wilder fought Dominic Breazeale too. Yeah, he did. And guess what? He knocked him out in the first round. He knocked him out in the first round. And brutally knocked him out in the first round. And it took Joshua 7. Okay, so does it matter? Is a victory a victory? Yes and no. To me, when I look at resumes and we talk about all-time greats and we get into a discussion on who's better than who, I look at how you win fights, for me personally. If you got one guy who's 25-0, you got another guy that's 25-0, right? And the one guy has 25 unanimous decisions, and then you got a guy that got 25 KOs. Who's the better fighter? It's up for debate. But the name of the game, right, is to hit and not get hit. So I respect fighters, like a Mayweather, for example, who can go in there and outbox somebody for 12 rounds. But for me, KOs carry a lot of weight because it not only makes you a boxer who can win, but you can hurt and knock people out. So that's just why I throw that out there. And then so the Eric Molina fight, okay, victory, decent fighter, contender, got him out in a TKO in 3. Then he fights Klitschko, right? And not everybody, a certain amount of people who are Joshua fans like to hang their hat on the Klitschko victory, which to me is a little bit odd because didn't Tyson Fury just beat Klitschko before Joshua faced him? And clearly, Klitschko wasn't the same man that he was 10 years earlier, even 5 years earlier. Of course, that's my opinion, but it wasn't the same Klitschko. Fury beats him, takes the belts, and then Klitschko takes another tough challenge to try and fight Joshua, who's a lot younger, probably you would argue more athletic. And that fight ended in a TKO in 11. As Stormy pointed out, he was dropped in that fight. He was dropped. He had to get up, come back, and win that fight. And so to Stormy's point here, not only are you fighting a clearly out of his prime Klitschko, who lost to Tyson Fury in his previous fight, doesn't have the same luster as he once had, but then you get dropped and have to dig deep and win that fight. And everyone's like, oh man, they highlight the fact that he was able to bounce back up and win the fight. Okay, cool. But it's against an aging Klitschko who lost to Fury, who's not the same fighter anymore. How much accreditation and accolades do we give Joshua for getting knocked down by a dude that's 40 plus years old and is not nearly the same fighter that he was? Okay, you won the fight. Great. Well, you better win the fight, because if you get stopped by Klitschko, there goes your career, essentially. It's going to take you quite a while to regain your traction. Then he beats Carlos. And so let me go back real quick. So he fights Klitschko, and he won the vacant WBA and IBO. So now he's a 3-belt holder. Then he beats Carlos Takam. He retains his IBF, IBO, and WBA. And then, of course, he has his decision against Joseph Parker. And when he beat Joseph Parker, he won the WBO. So he's collecting a lot of belts here, Stormy. Okay. But it's a little bit of a rough road. It's a little bit of rocky road here, right? It's not a smooth transition. There's some bumps in the road. He goes to Parker. Parker was for me, it wasn't that entertaining of a fight. It was going back and forth, and he grinded out a decision, in my opinion. And then you got the Povetkin, and then, of course, Ruiz, and then now we're here at Usyk. So it's just, for what it is, at a 25 fight career, I would say I would give it a C+, B- resume. But it certainly is not an A+ resume, in my opinion, or even an A, in my opinion. So that's just where I have it, and that's what I wanted to share with you guys. And I'm sure there's a lot of people clicking the dislike button as I mention this stuff, but all this stuff, for the most part, is subjective. This is why we talk about the sport. Everyone has their opinions, and I'm giving you the reasons why I have the opinions that I do. But is it only his resume that makes me think that Usyk is going to win? No, it has a little bit to do with it, because it shows, how he's looked in previous fights, the fighters that he's fought, when he fought him, how he won the fights, was he knocked down? That stuff does carry weight when I do a prediction video. But the bulk of it is actually looking at Usyk himself and see what he brings to the table, and looking at it from a very stylistic point of view as well. And so when I mix all of those ingredients together, I think Usyk is going to pull the upset. And to quickly look at the poll, Usyk has climbed back in the race. It's 57% for Joshua Usyk, 43% now. So we have a fair amount of people here that think that Usyk is going to pull this upset. And I guess we're going to have to see. The fight is, 20 days away? They're fighting on the 25th. So 3 more Saturdays. 3 more Saturdays, and we're going to see that fight, and we'll be on here. And just to let everyone know, okay, because I had a lot of people ask me, oh, well, so if you're wrong, Divine, are you going to admit that you're wrong? Well, of course I will. I don't know why people think that, I don't know how other channels conduct themselves, but, when you make a prediction, first off, you got to have the courage to come out, number one, to make the prediction that you're going to make, because it's 50-50, essentially, 2 men getting in the ring, And if you were wrong, then it takes as equal, if not more, courage to admit that you're wrong. So I don't know if channels out here make predictions and they're wrong and then they try to avoid it and beat around the bush about it. I don't. So if Joshua goes in there and wins clearly and makes me look like a fool, then I'll come on here and say, well, Joshua made me look like a fool. That's that. It's, for me, it's not a situation of where I lose face. I don't lose face because I get a prediction wrong. It happens. And with saying that, I'm still confident, though. I'm still very, very confident. And really, if Usyk can avoid Joshua's power, I think it's a wrap. Like, straight up. If he can avoid his power, not get hit with a big shot, and force either Joshua to try and walk him down, and Usyk is able to use his defensive abilities, put punches together, or if Joshua just stays on the back foot and Usyk is popping in and out. Either way, if Joshua doesn't land a big shot, it's a wrap. in my opinion. And throwing a jab out there here and there, trying to land a left hook is not going to be enough to beat Usyk. So, any
And
final
what
thoughts on
position?
that, Stormy?
Yeah. In what position and range would that be for Usyk for Joshua to be effective against him? And at what range and distance would it be for Usyk to be successful against Joshua? Your thought?
Mm. At what range?
Yeah.
Well, for Joshua,
You were saying if Joshua catches him, but what range would
right.
he need to establish for that?
Well, Joshua definitely has to work behind his jab. It makes sense to do that because he has the reach advantage. He's a bigger fighter, and he can set up his punches through the jab, and with feints as well. If you establish your jab, if you're Joshua, and you're penetrating the high guard or whatever defense that Usyk brings to the table, and even jabbing to the body, it can be effective. Then you can feint and then land a big right hand. So, uh, because he has the reach advantage, he's going to be in a different strike zone than what Usyk. Usyk is going to have to step more so in the danger zone to land punches because he's at a reach disadvantage and he's a shorter fighter. So the range that Joshua is going to be at is, a couple inches less than his jab. And he's fighting a southpaw. So if he's able to keep his left foot on the outside, all you got to do is just slide over and lean in and try to land that right hand. And even if it's to the sternum or to the midsection, it doesn't have to go for the head, And I, if I'm Joshua, there's no point of trying to load up on a 3-4 piece combination on Usyk because you're just wasting energy. If I'm Joshua, I'm being very economical with my punches, especially early, working up and down, keeping range, not allowing Usyk to jump in because Usyk has to either cut off the ring and or dip underneath and figure out a way to get past the reach of Joshua. Now, obviously, if Ruiz can do it, Usyk can do it. So I'm not like feeling like, oh, I don't think he's going to do it. I think Joshua's just too big and too long. Obviously, he can do it because Ruiz was able to do it, and he's more technical than Ruiz is. He's got more of
Mm-hmm.
a boxing IQ and more of a better ring generalship than Ruiz does, in my opinion.
Let
So
me
for
help you
Usyk,
out.
yeah,
Let me
yeah,
help
go
you
ahead,
out
jump
with
in.
Usyk is going to have to be medium range to end close to be successful. Joshua can't fight on the inside. He's not an inside fighter. He's very uncomfortable when people get close to him.
True.
Joshua doesn't like contact. And that may seem like a weird statement to speak about a boxer, but you have to understand that most fighters, they have telltale signs of what is their Achilles. There are things, especially when you know what to look for when you're looking at a fighter. Usyk, his strength is combination punching, being southpaw, and also being able to control range with his jab. He does that very well.
Yeah,
Um,
he does.
if he gets close to Joshua and he's able to touch Joshua, how Joshua responds to Usyk's strength, whether it's a type of strength that makes it where he's going to be competitive, or if it's the type of strength that it makes Joshua cautious. Those two factors remain in the hat, and it's like you won't know that until they actually get in there. But this will be the saving grace for Joshua. Most of the hand-picked officials that they have had for his bouts don't let those officials don't let the fighters get close to AJ.
Mm.
That's what you're gonna have to watch out for.
Which is
The
very
fight,
telling. Yeah.
yeah. See,
Yeah.
this is why I'm bringing that up, because Parker, whose fight was in close, every time he got close to Joshua, the referee broke him.
The referee
And
broke it up. Yeah.
and he had to start all over again. And basically, Joshua won the fight from the outside because the ref didn't let Parker get inside. The ref didn't let Parker get inside. Joshua didn't stop him from getting inside. The referee did.
Right.
And the best
And on that,
referees
and
will
they're
allow fighters to work their way out of clinches and fight their way out. But when you got a guy that as soon as people come together, he's rushing in there. Okay, break, break, break. You disrupt the flow of a fight. And that can be
absolutely,
very
yeah.
frustrating for the fighter who does his work in that space. So be wary of that.
Yeah, and they're fighting in the UK, and you never know what's going to happen. That's a good point to bring up. If Usyk does, if his game plan is to cut off the ring and get on the inside and do some body work and go up to the head and bounce out and dictate the pace. Because if you're Usyk, you want to control the pace of the fight. You don't want Joshua to be in control. You want to be in control. So yeah, very, very interesting point there by Stormy. You want to read this interesting comments from DOGG20215 says that Vladimir Klitschko fight was marketed so AJ can imitate Ali. He did his hands in the air and then was selling it as a signed autograph. The UK media compared it to the Rumble in the Jungle. Huh? Yeah. I remember that. He was really marketed after that, and he got. I'm not sure if he was sponsored by Under Armour before that or after that or whatever the case is, but you really start seeing him, being marketed as the next Ali. That's actually a very good point. We got Drew Titan also in the building, man. I don't know if he's still here. Sorry, we were cooking here, Drew. So sorry I wasn't able to shout you out earlier. If you're still here, hopefully you stick by because we're gonna be continuing to talk about more fights here. Razor531 goes on to say, I think AJ will use the jab to keep Usyk at bay, go to the body at times, and use some movement. Yeah, but that's what he has to do, and we'll see if he can maintain that. And to Stormy's point, at some point in the fight, I think this fight's going 12. I really do. And at some point in the fight, Usyk will get on the inside. He has the skills to do it. It's not like Joshua is going to be pumping his jab and raking him with jabs like Larry Holmes, and Usyk doesn't have a chance. And it's going to be a 12-round whitewash, right? It's going to be a destruction, dismantlement, boxing display. No. Mark my words. Rather Usyk wins this fight or not, at some point, he will get on the inside and try to do work. So to Stormy's point here, will the referee allow them to work? If they're working, will he allow them to work? We're not talking about a full-on clinch where both fighters are holding on to each other. We're talking about Usyk is on the inside, trying to work on the body, and it's Joshua trying to hold on, but Usyk still trying to work. Will the referee break them up? Because that will disrupt a flow. If that's your game plan and the referee disrupts that flow, you're in a bad position now because now you're like, well, every time I get in and try to work, I'm being pushed away. I'm not able to do what I wanted to do or what I planned to do. So now I got to try and outbox Joshua from the outside. And now you're at a disadvantage because you are the smaller fighter. So very good points there from Stormy B as always. Now I'm going to go ahead and jump into Canelo versus Plant now. I'll have you. Are you going to stick around, Stormy, or are you going to bounce up out of here? Or
No, I can stick around.
all right,
Unless you
cool.
just ready to get rid of me.
No, I'm just asking, just to make sure. But
Stick
anyone
around.
else who, yeah, cool. Anyone else that wants to join into the conversation, Don't be shy. The link is up at the top of this chat. It's pinned up there. Just click the link, get in backstage, and join the conversation here with me and Stormy B. This is what the Firestorm is all about on Saturday nights. Just kick back, relax, and talk about fights. There's no wrong answers, okay, on Divine Sense Boxing. And Stormy and I have no problem, joining in a conversation with you, no matter what your opinion is, whatever your thoughts is, and it doesn't matter how extensive you think your boxing knowledge is. Stormy and I are very, very nice gentlemen, and will be more than happy to bring you into a conversation. And no different than being uh, back at home with your family and friends and just talking about a boxing match. Don't take it too seriously. So if you are chilling at home and you want to jump in, click that link and we'll get a conversation going. Nice, chill, relaxed on Saturday night. So with that being said, we'll go ahead and move on to Canelo Plant. Now, it's funny because I was on my way to start dissecting previous fights from both fighters, and get ready to make a prediction. But then the fight fell through. Then I said, okay, well, it's not going to happen. Well, now it's back on. So I haven't really restarted my process to really go back and dissect the fights and figure out, okay, it's all about, does Caleb Plant have a chance? That for me, that's what it is. For Canelo, I've been watching him for years. I pretty much know what he's going to bring to the table. I might brush up on a few fights out there, but for the most part, it's mostly about Caleb Plant. Does he have a chance? I think that's the question. And we'll talk about it tonight, and people can leave their comments here. And and on that note, I'm gonna go ahead and change the poll. So if you're not confident or comfortable enough to write a comment about it, you can just simply vote in the poll. And to end the poll of Joshua Usyk, Joshua ultimately won the poll at 59%, and Usyk at 41%. Relatively close. I'm actually a little bit surprised that there's a fair amount of people that thinks that Usyk might pull the upset. Very interesting. So I'm going to go ahead and end that poll. And I'm going to create a new poll. Actually, it doesn't seem like it'll allow me to do it. I guess you only get... okay, now I can. All right, so go ahead and put the new poll in the chat. You guys can go ahead and vote for it. And we'll go ahead and I'm going to basically just give my initial thoughts. Like I said, I haven't really dissected Plant's fights too much. And I'll make a video like I always do, an actual upload, like I do about every fight, and leave my official prediction. But essentially, if you're joining live now, you're kind of getting a VIP ringside view of Divine Sense, just speaking off the top of the dome here on this fight. So welcome. So here's my thing. Does Caleb Plant have the boxing skill to beat Canelo? Yeah, he does. He does. But there's unfortunately so many different factors in this fight, in my opinion, in regards to Canelo's the highly favored fighter. He's going to have, the crowd behind him. Who will the judges be? Who will the referee be? All those little things are going to matter, in my opinion. Caleb Plant is literally walking straight into the lion's den, fighting Canelo Alvarez. Not only on a stylistic point of view, but everything else involved. He's got to pull off a miracle, pretty much, in my opinion. And the thing about Caleb Plant is that, he's not a guy who has, in my opinion, a real opportunity to knock out Canelo. He's got to go in there and clearly outboxed Canelo for 12 rounds. Okay, just as good, if not better, than what Mayweather did. And keep in mind, Mayweather, in my opinion, beat Canelo. It shouldn't even been a question, right? And it was a majority decision. So this is what Caleb Plant is going up against. And you can't beat Canelo much better than what Mayweather did. Other than you hurt him, you drop him, you wobble him, or something like that. But Caleb is not that guy, in my opinion. He's a boxer. He moves. He likes to box. He's got that type of style. And I like that style. I appreciate that style. And Caleb is, he's a pleasure to watch. He's got some real athletic ability, and he's got very good boxing skill. But again, as I just mentioned, he's going up against the juggernaut of boxing, essentially, right? He's the new Mayweather of boxing. He's the new face of boxing. He brings in the gates. He's the guy that the people are making him pound for pound. And so you're going up against a lot here. And I'm not the biggest fan, as if you don't know already, you can't tell already, I'm not the biggest fan of Canelo for various reasons. But to keep it simple, and to keep it honest with you, as much as I don't like Canelo personally, he's tough. Don't get it twisted. And he's got a hell of a chin. He's extremely durable. And unlike Caleb Plant, he can hurt you. He can hurt you, especially to the body, in my opinion. I think he hurts a lot of his opponents to the body. And so when you're a mover, right, when you move like Caleb Plant moves, and you try to establish your boxing skill, if you get hit to the body, you put water in the basement, as Teddy Atlas likes to say, slows you down, it becomes a very difficult fight when you're fighting a guy who goes to the body effectively and takes the wheels out from underneath you. So for me, the Billy Joe Saunders fight really stands out to me quite a lot, because I think there were more people that thought that Billy Joe was going to win than there are Caleb Plant supporters, or people that think Caleb Plant's going to pull the upset. And more people thought Billy Joe was the one, because Billy Joe was like, he's that British pedigree boxer. He dismantled David Lemieux. He beat other credible fighters. He's the guy that can outbox Canelo. And we saw what happened. So then the question is Caleb Plant better than Billy Joe? Can Caleb Plant beat Billy Joe? And that's the question I can leave up here for the chat. So these are the type of things that you have to ask yourself when you're looking at a fight like this. Do I want Caleb Plant to win? Hell yeah, I want him to win. Hell yeah, I want him to win. Do I think he's going to win? Probably not. Probably not. And the reason why I want Caleb Plant to win, other than time for Canelo to be knocked down a notch, okay, but also because of who Caleb Plant is and what he's went through. I believe he had a tragic loss in his family, and he's fighting for something. For him, he is much more than boxing. It's he's fighting for someone in his family that's no longer with him, and he brings that into the ring. That's a very powerful thing. We saw what Buster Douglas did to Mike Tyson when he lost his mother. That's something that you can't value. You can't put a price tag on that. You can't bring that into boxing, because people who bet on boxing and make the odds, they don't put that in as a factor. But it is a factor sometimes. So looking at it from all those different perspectives, and I'm looking here at the comments as I'm going along here. It looks like people were waiting for me to talk about this fight, because the comment section is starting to get lit up a little bit. Razor531 says, that's another tough pick. Plant has a good chance of beating Canelo, but the problem is, can he execute the plan? DOGG says, is there a rematch clause in place for Canelo Plant? I don't know. I don't think so. Stormy, do you know if there's a rematch clause? for Canelo Plant?
If there is, it's probably only one way for Canelo if he loses, but not if Plant loses.
Right. Yeah. Which makes sense. Andrew Charles says, I'm glad to see someone from my state getting on the biggest stage. I'm definitely rocking with Plant, even though how tall of an order it is. Yeah. I mean, trust me when I say I'm rooting for Plant. I'm rooting for him. And there's nothing better to see a big upset. I mean, as I'll say this, as crazy as this year has been with boxing, all the turmoil and ups and downs, it's been a roller coaster, man. A lot of fights that we wanted to see didn't get made, and fighters popping on drug tests and fighters getting COVID and all this other craziness. We could finish off the year strong. It could be a massive end of the year. Check it. Usyk can shock Joshua. Plant can shock Canelo. And Wilder will knock out Fury. That's a pretty damn good ending of the year. And we need it. We need it as boxing fans. Desperately need it. And it shouldn't matter what side of the fence you stand on. You're a Fury fan or you're a Canelo fan. It shouldn't matter. It sucks to see your favorite fighter lose, but I think we should all agree that boxing needs a little bit of an upset here and there to spark the interest back into boxing. What we don't want is a close fight between Canelo and Plant, but Canelo gets the nod because he's the A side. We don't got time for that. We don't want that. We don't want 50 to 60% of ringside observers saying, "Oh, I think Plant won, but Canelo got the nod." We don't want that. Boxing can't take any more of this. And even in the Usyk Joshua fight, same thing. So I think we should all agree that we need a good showing, clear showing, and some upsets every now and then is not a bad thing for the sport. Razor says Floyd Mayweather outboxed Canelo and a judge saw it a draw. So the odds are stacked against Plant. Exactly. That's what I just mentioned. Yep. Yo, man, what's good? You said thoughts on Caleb Plant, Haney calling out Canelo and Reynoso for cheating, cough, cough, PEDs. Yeah, we'll talk about that in just a moment for sure. Don't worry, guys. I haven't forgotten about all the allegations and Oscar Valdez and Canelo and the same camp PEDs. I got you. I haven't forgot. I'm trying to keep it boxing for the moment though. Cristiano, man, good to see you, bro. He says the only competition for Canelo is up at 175. Interesting point. Dr. Hook says Plant has a better chance of juggling porcupines without getting pricked than he does of beating Canelo. Man. Yeah, I hear you. Usyk says Usyk can Plant, can Wilder will. Laugh out loud. Usyk can, Plant can, Wilder will. Okay, got you. Yeah, so that's my thoughts in a nutshell, on the fly, no preparation, just, this is the way I see it. And I'll go, as I said, I'll go back and study in depth with my headphones on, totally focused on Canelo Plant and really see, okay, his flaws, his pros, his cons, what does he bring to the table? And I'll come out here, I'm making an official prediction video like I always do. But for right now, this is how I see it. And for Canelo, I don't think he really wants to fight Plant just for the simple reason that he knows it's going to be tricky. And Canelo don't like to fight boxers because he's got to work more. He's got to work harder. He would rather fight a guy who go toe to toe and he can just try to outmuscle his opponent. But he knows against Caleb, he's like, man, Caleb's probably going to, bounce around the ring and try to make me work. And I got to chase him and I got to try to go to the body, work on the inside. So he doesn't really want it. And you don't want to lose to a guy like Caleb Plant. It's okay if you lose to a Triple G because that's Triple G. It's okay if you lose to a guy that is got a couple belts and got a really nice resume. You don't want to lose to a guy like Caleb Plant because that's just not a good look. So in that regard, he doesn't really want to fight Caleb Plant. So for me, his game plan is to go in there and try to hurt Caleb Plant early and quick and get it done quick. He doesn't want to go in there and go toe to toe, or sorry, and allow Caleb to try to box and do his thing, and he's chasing him around the ring. He doesn't want another Erislandi Lora where he's got to dig deep because he's down on the scorecards at some point in the fight. He wants to go in there and hurt Caleb Plant very quickly and get it over and done with, grab that other belt, become undisputed, and then go from there. That essentially is Canelo's plan, I would imagine. So with all that being said, what do you have on it, Stormy? If you're still there, maybe you
I'm
maybe you got
still here.
you
I
got a
just
glass
muted.
of wine or something, chilling.
No, I just muted the mic while you were talking. That's all.
All right,
Uh,
yeah. What do you think?
I think that it's time we see someone fight above themselves. And what I mean by that, and pardon me while I go off point a little bit to explain my words.
Yep.
When Regis Prograis was taking on Josh Taylor in their championship fight there in the World Super Series championship finale, I had said that I favored Josh Taylor going into that fight with one exception, and that would be that Regis Prograis would have to come outside of himself, of what he normally does, how he normally wins, how he normally fights, in order to best this man who was actually fighting and basically in his home country. And he's an accomplished fighter in his own country. So that would mean that Regis would have had to do something special. Outside of that, I did not foresee him winning the fight. And when I
Right.
saw the fight actually take place, my words came to fruition. Regis fought very well. The fight was very close. And had it been on a different soil, including even in America, there's a good chance he could have possibly gotten a nod in that decision. But in order to certify victory, you have to take risks sometimes. And he didn't do that in that fight. So he ended on the losing end. Now, when it comes down to Caleb Plant taking on Canelo, I see the same situation. Caleb is definitely the better boxer. He's the younger guy. He has the better movement. He probably even has even greater ambition and something to shoot for, as you alluded to earlier.
Mm.
That alone against the machine that is Canelo Alvarez is not enough for victory. And we saw that as far back as his fight against Floyd Mayweather, where it was mentioned just a moment ago. Even a judge in that fight had, the fight closer than it should have been. I mean, it was ridiculous. Floyd won hands down, but when you're working against the machine like that, you have to do something special in the fight. Because fights like this and personalities like Canelo, who seemingly has the powers that be, the sanctioning bodies and commissions all behind him, you can see how they let him pretty much do as he pleases in the sport. So knowing that going in, if Caleb is not prepared to do what's necessary, and that may mean take risks, look to not just defeat Canelo, but even look towards if a stoppage is in the cards, you do it. If you leave money on the table, they're gonna take it from you.
Yep.
So he has to have that mindset going in, and he has to be able to perform with that mindset, not just have the mindset and underperform, but he's going to have to overperform. He's going to have to make Canelo look at him as like he's the best fighter Canelo has ever seen opposite him in the ring. Can he do that? Can he manufacture these elements that I speak about? These are the type of things that if his coaches and trainers and management aren't discussing with him, he shouldn't even take the fight, because he can remain a champion by not taking the fight. But if you just want to be an also ran, a person who scored his biggest payday, and a person who can just say, I was in there with the guy, then you just go through the motions like most have done. But again, it's up to Caleb Plant. The ball is literally in his court. And as you asked me about, rematches between the two and how I answered, when you know these type of things, that's why you try to make it where a rematch is not even going to be necessary. You see, and it's very possible that Caleb can bring all of this and perform in this manner, but we won't know until fight night. And those are the intangibles that myself and Kurt Sugar, we often talk about the intangibles leading into a fight. Sometimes a guy will fight above and beyond himself because he's just got something to prove. He's just won't be denied. Joe Frazier fought like that when he faced Ali the first time. He fought magnificently. He
Yep.
gave everything he had. He paid the price as well, but he got that victory. You see what I'm saying? No one can ever
Yep.
take that away from him. That's the type of will that Caleb Plant is going to have to enter this fight with. And we don't know if he has that or is even capable of performing up to that. And we won't know until the fight, the first bell rings, and we get to see the action take place. But Canelo has weaknesses, and they're glaring. It's very surprising that fighters have either consented or submitted under that auspice with him, because the man has little to no mobility with his legs. His upper
Mm.
body movement is okay, it's pretty decent. But if his feet are planted in quicksand, as Ali used to say, beat me. How can he beat me when I'm as great a fighter as I am, as scientific as I am, and so forth and so on? You see, that's why Canelo captures victories over certain individuals, because they don't really believe in themselves. How can a guy who has bad wheels keep up with you if you got the wheels of Gregory Hines? You understand? It doesn't make sense.
Mm-hmm.
But those are my thoughts on that.
Yeah. So next thing I want to do is talk about some of Caleb Plant's tweets recently, and I've seen some few pop up, but I haven't really actually read through them all. I'm still relatively new on Twitter, so I just went and followed him, and I'll read some of the tweets that he's made, because obviously it goes into what people were mentioning in the chat here. They want us to speak about the camp essentially that Canelo and Oscar Valdez and others are involved in, and the fact that Valdez popped and all that on a drug test. So we'll go through the Twitter tweets and we'll kind of see what Caleb Plant is saying out there. It seems like he's talking a lot of ish, you know what I mean? And it's quite surprising because nobody's actually really had the courage, I think, to really call Canelo out on this very specific topic. It's very telling. But let me go ahead and just play some highlights here to kind of finish off, I guess, the stylistic point of it, and see what you guys think based off of what you see up here on the screen. Uh, you know, from what I've seen so far, he definitely has some ability, but try to imagine it being Canelo. Okay. One thing I like about Caleb, you see it here. You can see he's very well balanced. He's got some good. He got good footwork, good foot speed. So not necessarily just his hand speed, but he moves in and out very well. He's got a little high shoulder roll defense there, which would essentially protect his left rib cage, which is something that Canelo does like to go to. Um, but you can tell he's a thinking man in the ring. He likes to gauge, likes to try and time, and one thing I will say though is he does get hit. Caleb Plant does get hit. As good as he is, man, he does get touched.
I'm glad you're acknowledging that because as you were complimenting him, as you had been when the clip started, I was thinking the total opposite. The man fights with his hands
Mm,
low, he's not protecting himself, and Canelo is one of the best in the sport at feinting and catching you with something that you didn't expect. So Canelo will expose that by working on something else. Now, the fact that Caleb likes to keep his hands low, Canelo will go to the body extra just because
yeah,
he keeps the hands low to set up a knockout punch later that'll come up top. See, this is how boxing is, man. And if you don't understand these things, this is why you need to be technically sound all the way around, both offensively and defensively, to be considered elite in the sport. And understand that Caleb Truax is no Canelo Alvarez, and he's
yeah.
being hit by this man.
He
You
is.
understand?
He is definitely. Yeah,
Even
his body. Even though he landed that
that.
punch, yeah, his body's quite vulnerable, man, and that's dangerous against a guy like Canelo who loves to go to the body.
And
I
how
mean,
about this? As the rounds go on, the hands only go lower. Hmm?
yeah,
See,
he's got a
when
very
Caleb jabs, when he jabs, the jab hand goes right back down toward his waist. Canelo could follow over that jab with a right hand, and he'll be wide open for it. Matter of fact, Caleb Plant could throw the jab. Canelo will let him throw the jab and land it so he can do what he needs to do. See, this is all, man, we talk about the X's and O's. It's really that
mm,
simple. When he knocked out,
yeah. And look, for everybody wondering, like, now that we're actually, I'm glad I played this video because now we're really seeing it in full time instead of using our imagination and trying to recall what we remember about Caleb Plant. We're actually seeing it. Um, and don't get me wrong, Caleb has a very fluid style. Okay, he likes to be on his toes and bounce around and have his hands down, and that's fine if that's your style. And he's got very good fundamentals. He uses his jab pretty well and whatnot, and he has a nice left hook. He doubles up on the left hook too. I noticed he does a little quick pop pop with the left hook, which is fine. But there's very few fighters, and I mean very few, in boxing history who's able to be successful at a very fluid hands down style. Right? Roy Jones comes to mind. Pernell Whitaker comes to mind, and Willie Pep and a few others who were very elusive. See, you got to if you're going to fight with your hands down, Stormy, you got to be elusive as well. Your head movement has to be impeccable, right? Because if your hands are down, you're throwing a combination, and they're firing back. You got to duck, slip, and get out of the way. You can't just throw a combination and then try to jump out of range and expect not to get hit with something and not move your head. And
well, the
and
whole
so that's
idea
what
about
that's what
having your hands low is it is to draw the opponent in. It should never be a man of how you defend, or that's what's casual to you. When you mention people like Roy Jones and I think you said Sweet Pea Whitaker or whatever, the thing about Roy Jones, he did it because he was quick enough to get away from people until his physical gifts like that began to wane. Once that
Right.
happened, he became very ordinary. And that's
Mm.
why men who never really expected to knock him out knocked him out, because those gifts were gone. And what did he have to rely upon after that? Heart, will, and guts. Because
Well,
he was never the most technically proficient fighter, but he was special in the athletic department that no one else could measure up to. And he
right.
had a great run in that. Now, what's different with he and Ali is this: Ali found out when his athletic gifts waned, he had a great chin. Huh? Made all the
Yeah.
difference in the world.
Yep.
Roy didn't have a great chin. If Roy
Yep.
ended up having a great chin, he would have become even more legendary than he was. But listen, that's how the boxing gods work things out. He was the fighter of the decade. He was the
Yeah.
fighter of the decade. And it's like that was good enough. You know what I mean? But if you give him the chin of like someone like Ali, what happens is you put him in an elite class all by himself, even bypassing the likes of Sugar Ray Robinson and so forth. That's why when people say, well, Roy was better than Sugar Ray Robinson, absolutely not. But
Absolutely not.
talent, his talent and athleticism puts him like in that class where Ray
Right.
Robinson had a chin. You understand?
Yeah.
So it's like
Absolutely.
that's the difference right there. And
Mm.
you know, when you talk about everything as a total package, some guys were gifted, you know, the full the full Monty, so to speak, and some guys had more of one or less of the other, and so forth. But
Mm.
that's what it comes down to. But now that you're showing these clips of Plant, I can see why Canelo's people would want the fight with him to try to get this undisputed. But I could
Oh
also
yeah, for
see
sure.
why that they're hesitant, because the attributes that Plant has in the positive sense are just the things that Canelo has trouble with.
And I want to show this. It's quite telling here. The CompuBox numbers here. This is the 12th round. Plant landed 176 to 47. I don't know if that's the entire fight or what, but that's very telling. So what does that tell me? That tells me that Plant throws a lot of punches. He's more active, and he lands at a decent rate. Um, and you know, the thing is Canelo's been down on CompuBox many times in fights. You know, he can be very conservative. He can go one round and throw 15 punches and just throw to the body, while the other fighter is, bouncing around and throwing a bunch of punches. So I don't think Canelo's too worried about being outworked per se, like as far as punches being thrown. He throws punches to try to hurt his opponent, whereas Caleb throws punches to be active. So there is a difference there. One thing I want to point out, there's a reason why I paused it here, because I want to show how off balance. This is the 12th round, so he's probably pretty tired. He's obviously punched way more. He's moved a lot more, and so fatigue has definitely set in here in the 12th round. But I want to show you guys how off balance he can get, and against a guy like Canelo, it'd be very dangerous. So look at this punch here. I paused it. Look at this positioning here by Caleb. So he is in a southpaw position, but yet he's not in a southpaw position. So he's throwing a left hand as a power punch, but his right hand is pretty much non-existent. Canelo will throw a left hook in there so quick, and that's a punch you don't see because Caleb's throwing a punch. And not only that, He's way off balance. I don't know if anybody's actually spent some time in a boxing ring before and tried out different styles. I'm orthodox, and I've flirted around with doing stuff southpaw, and it's just different. You can get away with it, by having your strong hand up front. But the problem is that when you go into a different stance, it's a very rare thing to see. Like Terrence Crawford can pull it off, right? He can switch up. But for the most part, there's a reason why boxers stay in one particular stance, because it's not necessarily the offense, right? Because you can work behind your strong hand, right, going into the southpaw stance, but it's actually moving defensively. It's much different than what you're used to being in an orthodox stance. So I'm not saying that Caleb Plant's going to try to switch it up on Canelo. I'm just saying that for whatever reason, he got into this weird positioning here and completely exposed for a left hook, which is one of Canelo's best punches. And then look how he steps back here. Once again, Stormy, hands down. Both hands down. And a step away from being punched in the face. Less than a step away. So somebody like Canelo, will he expose that? More than likely, I would imagine he would. So Caleb... Sorry?
And feet off balance as well.
Yeah. So what I want people to understand is Caleb has to, I hope that he has, studied this fight to a T and pointed out, don't worry about what you did well. You already know what you do well. Worry about what you don't do well and what you didn't do well. And this is an example of that. This is something that you got to cut out. And again, this is the 12th round, okay? Fatigue set in. The fighters go into survival mode a lot of times when you're tired. And, Truax, he's tired too. Canelo will probably be tired as well going to the 12th round. But still, like you pointed out, this is not Canelo Alvarez we're looking at here on the screen. So, off balance in a weird, he's like in a southpaw stance, but obviously he doesn't look comfortable. And he finally goes back to his orthodox here. But, big breaks here, not punching a lot. Obviously, it's into the fight. But, yeah, on the scorecards, sure, Caleb Plant won convincingly, outpunched them, outworked them, landed the harder shots. But there's also a lot of areas where, as we pointed out, of exposure. And believe me when I tell you, Canelo's camp, his team, they're studying it for sure. And one thing they're saying to each other, preparing for this fight, is go to the body. Can he take my power to the body? And people need to understand, Canelo doesn't mind taking a punch to give a better punch. He's done it many times. He was getting punched by Amir Khan when he knocked Amir Khan out. He was getting punched by Triple G many times. He was getting punched by Miguel Cotto to give a better, bigger, stronger punch. So if you're Caleb Plant, you got to be aware that Canelo is tough, durable, got a chin, and is not necessarily afraid to take a big punch, to land something that he sees, if he sees an opening. And a lot of fighters don't have that ability. They don't have the ability to be willing to take a punch when they see an opening. They want to land a punch when there's an opening, but not take the risk of being hit, if that makes sense. But when you have the ability, and Julio Cesar Chavez was like that as well. If you go back and look at his career, he didn't have a problem taking a punch to land a vicious shot to the body. When you're throwing that right hand like that, and even if you make it clipped, that rib cage is exposed. You can dig in with that left hook to the body. And Julio Cesar Chavez made a career out of that, knocking dudes out by a liver shot. So, this is what I do, Stormy. This is what people give me a lot of respect for, because I can break down a fight the way that I do, and it's good to have you here on the panel too to kind of offer some other insights. But what I want to do next is, now we've seen Caleb Plant. Let's look a little bit at Canelo real quickly. Shout out to Town Biz, man. He says, I think if this fight is on the up and up and it's on an even playing field, I think Plant can beat Canelo. Very interesting. So big shout out to Town Biz, man. Town Biz and I, we go way back. He subscribed to my channel way back in the day, and I've always supported him and what he does. Make sure you guys go check out Town Biz. If you guys don't know, he talks about boxing quite a bit, but he also talks about a lot of things happening, socially. Talks about current events. He talks about other sports as well. Cool dude over there, man. Town Business, man. Go check out his channel. What's up, C Wood? C Wood in the house. Good to see you, man. Glad you made it in. C Wood says Plant got a beat on that body to make Canelo respect him. Yeah. Does he have enough power, though? Does he have enough power to have Canelo respect him? And Canelo's been in there with some big punchers. He's been up there against Triple G, and Triple G was raking him, and he still kept coming forward. That's the thing with Canelo, man. He's tough. If anything else, he lacks an athletic ability. He makes it up for toughness. And being tough in the sport of boxing goes a long way. It really does. So yeah, what I want to do is, let's look at Canelo. Let's bring up Canelo versus Saunders, because that's a fight that really stands out to me. This fight that really stands out to me, because a lot of people had Saunders winning this fight. They thought he was going to outbox Canelo, because they thought, well, Saunders has been in there against big punchers. Like I mentioned, David Lemieux. David Lemieux was knocking dudes out. And even David Lemieux, even though he got beat by Triple G and a few others, he's still dangerous, right? He has that one punch power ability. And Billy Joe beat the brakes off Lemieux. So everyone's like, yeah, so he might have a chance against Canelo. And obviously, if you've seen the fight, you know what the outcome was. But let's dissect it here, and just go off of what we've been talking about as far as what he'll bring to the table against Plant. And look at Billy Joe, quite a similar style to Plant. You can tell he has a very fluid style. He's pumping out the jab, going up and down. And look how patient Canelo is. Okay, I want people to understand like the patience of Canelo, something that he's learned over time. Fighting guys like Triple G, Floyd Mayweather, and other guys like that, where he's learned to be a bit more patient.
Look at where Canelo's hands are, though.
Yep, nice and high. And he knows how he parries the jab, and he's patient. He doesn't go for a pull counter right away. Obviously, Billy Joe is a southpaw, so Caleb is orthodox. But let's just look at it from a of the type of punches that are being thrown here. But Canelo, he likes to parry the jab, and it takes a little small step back. And so what I want to see how he throws. See, this is what Canelo does. He loves to counterpunch to the body, and you'll see it here. So Billy Joe sets his feet and tries to throw that straight left hand down the pipe. Now watch Canelo he blocks it, dodges it a little bit, and instead of resetting, he knows that rib cage is available now. It's exposed now. What does he do? Straight into the rib cage, the right uppercut into the rib cage. And see, this is what Canelo does. Go to the body again. He hasn't thrown any punches in the first round to the head. It's all body.
Yeah, that's because
Now
the idea is to make Billy Joe think about defending his body, and then later the punches up top come and they land cleanly. You see, there's a method to what he's doing. And when you break down fights and you look at these things, this is something that's very educational for everybody that's out there watching this video along with you.
yes, sir.
Canelo does what he does with purpose. Other guys just be trying stuff. You understand? And there's a difference.
Excellent
Like you
point.
mentioned a moment ago about he being patient because he's making assessments as he's doing things. Billy Joe is looking to try to, trying to see what works. Canelo is downloading data to see exactly how does Billy Joe respond to certain things. And already now, is this still the first round? Already now,
Yeah.
Billy Joe is worried about when Canelo goes down low to the body.
Yep.
He's dipping with Canelo. When Canelo throws to his body now before the end of the round, you got
Yep.
Billy Joe dipping into that, which is
Yeah.
what I said later. The punches up top will follow because he's already made this man start thinking about, man, I got to guard my rib cage. I got to
Yep.
protect my belly. Yeah.
Yep. Now watch this sequence. Canelo literally, and on your or to your point, he's now 2 minutes in the round, first round. He's already started to say, okay, he's attacking my body. Now watch this. Because he's aware of that, Canelo literally just keeps walking forward. He throws a body shot here. It was blocked, but still, Saunders he's like, damn, there he goes to the body again. Then he just keeps creeping forward. Look at Canelo creeping forward, creeping forward, creeping forward. Now, if you're Billy Joe here, right, this is not a this is not a position you want to be in
No.
because you're gonna be backed into the turnbuckle. You're gonna be backed into the corner of this ring, and that's not a position you want to be. You got to wheel out of this quickly because he's not going to stop coming forward. He's just creeping forward, creeping forward. So the only thing that I would imagine Billy Joe is trying to do, he's trying to time something and land it and then wheel out. But this is the first round. This is the first round. You got to wheel up out of there quick, in my
And
opinion. So notice,
it puts mental pressure on you. Mental pressure.
now, yes. Now notice here, he throws a couple jabs to the sternum. Look at where Canelo's foot is. He automatically, and this is repetition, this is something that he practiced in camp. He sweeps that left foot on the outside of Billy Joe. Now he
Preventing
has that step
him going
step
over
on him.
there. Yep.
Sorry? Yeah,
Preventing his movement by being a southpaw, he circles out to the right, which is Canelo's
correct.
left. So by he stepping that leg out there, he's forcing Billy Joe. The only other option he has is to either go straight back, which is where Canelo wants him in the turnbuckle, or he goes over to Billy Joe's left, which will pull him right into Canelo's right hand.
Exactly. So the only way Billy Joe he's only got three options here. One, he can try to wheel out like a normal southpaw and go to his right, but if he does that, he'll trip over Canelo's foot. He can try to wheel out to his left, but if he wheels out to his left, it's going to line up into Canelo's right hand, or he can just continue to go backwards and take his chances. So let's see what he does. Where's he at, people? Right in the middle, right in the center, or right in the corner, actually, of the ring. And what does Canelo
And
do? He says,
what
oh,
punches Canelo
here,
launches? Right hand.
right hand to, not the head, because he sees the high guard here. He's like, well, there's no point. Let me try to rip through where his elbows are at, because a lot of times I have that problem in boxing, is where I have a difficult time when I'm in a defensive position like this. I've got a really big chest, so I can't keep my elbows together, and so you got a gap there. And if you can get your hand in between where your elbows meet, you're gonna get up in there. You're gonna get it right underneath that sternum, and that shit hurts if you ever been hit there. So I have a problem with that when fighters have a big chest. You can't squeeze your arms together as easily compared to if you have a smaller chest. That's just a little FYI out there for people who are. If you're thinking about getting into boxing and you do a lot of bench pressing, you got a big chest. Just keep that in mind. But yeah, he loads up and straight to the body. right? And then, oh, and believe me, Caleb, he felt that, even if it was partially blocked, because Canelo, he loaded up with that shot. So he feels it and he pushes out quickly because he's like, I can't stay in here and get hit with any more of those shots. Then he wheels out. And Canelo checks him. What is Canelo doing here? He's looking at body language. And he's thinking, that hurt, didn't it? I know that hurt you. You felt that, didn't you? That's what he's doing right there. It's the first round. I don't got to load up on shots right now, but I'm letting you know that your body is going to be exposed tonight. And look how much more hesitant Saunders becomes. Because when the bell rang, what did he do? He came out, jabbed at the body, jabbed at the head, straight left hand. Now, last 30 seconds of the first round, a lot more hesitant. Loaded up with the right hand again, back on the ropes. Now he's trying to sell it like I'm good. Don't worry, I'm good. I'm still in control. Notice how Canelo backs up way less when he's being attacked compared to like Billy Joe. So my question is, from what I see and from what I can surmise, is that I would imagine Caleb Plant going backwards like Billy Joe is doing here because they have a very similar fluid style. And if Caleb is starting to throw some punches like what Saunders is doing right here, Canelo doesn't back up that much. It's a half step.
Can I tell you what the difference is between those guys like Billy Joe and Caleb Plant and Floyd Mayweather?
Yeah.
Okay. When Floyd is at his best, he's operating from the center of the ring.
Mm-hmm.
When you force him backwards somewhat, when he's getting near the ropes, he has the radar of distance in mind. And he makes a move just before a fighter like Canelo thinks he got him where he wants him. All right. So Floyd makes the move before that. And there's a couple of ways he does it. He'll throw a shot at you. That's a shot that you have to cover up or block. Otherwise, he's going to hurt you. He'll either do that or he'll feint you into something, and then he'll make his move off of the feint. This is the difference between physical ring generalship and ring IQ. See, when you have ring IQ, you have to know where you are at all times when you're inside those ropes. Floyd was a master of that. These other guys, they are physical in their assessment and aggression in boxing. But Floyd was a 5-dimensional fighter. This is why some guys don't get past being a 3-dimensional fighter. The 5-dimensional fighters can make it look easy. See, like Billy Joe is smart right here. He's circling, but he's keeping, Canelo in the center, right? But what you have to do when you circle like that, can you run that back just a little bit where they were first beginning there? When you see Billy Joe circling, see that circling he's doing? Now stop it right there. Stop it. Okay, what he's supposed to do right there after throwing that shot is go back the other way. Now, the reason being, Canelo doesn't have good footwork. So if you do what you're doing to the point where he can gauge what you're doing becomes less effective. But by giving the little subtle movement of going back the opposite way, you make him have to reset. And then he cannot do what he was intending to do to you because he's got to start it all over again, the process. And in the meantime, when you circle that other way, just a couple of steps, you fire some shots at him and then go back the way you were going to go originally.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's ring IQ. That's what Floyd used to do to these guys, especially a fighter like a Canelo Alvarez.
Yep, switching up angles, move to the left, move to the
Mm-hmm.
right, feint.
Right. But you
Keep
have
them
to be able to
guessing,
punch
and
off those angles. You have to be able to punch off
yep,
those angles, which is what Floyd was able to do. Billy Joy is not able to do that because he's only comfortable punching when the guy is either directly in front of him or if he's flipping his jab as he steps outside. You see, but you have to be, this is why you practice. This is what you see as he's trying to move over to that way. You see Canelo drop that left hook to his liver.
yep,
You see?
yep. Canelo's timing him. He's understanding that Billy Joe feels comfortable to move to his right, and all Canelo has to do he is just move laterally. It
Move
doesn't
lateral
take as much.
drop the left hook. Drop the left hook right under his elbow. When he
Yep.
drops the left hook to his elbow, Billy Joe freezes. And all he needs is for you to freeze. That way he can follow up with more devastating body shots.
So it'll be interesting to see if Caleb Plant can do what you just mentioned with from an orthodox style, because Billy's a southpaw, but from an orthodox style is to jab, because orthodox style you feel more comfortable moving to your left, but he's going to have to be able to move to his left and his right,
Right.
and bounce back and forth. And when you're moving back and forth, you throw the jab in there, then you bounce back. You're moving to your left, jab, 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 move to your right, dip underneath, straight right hand down the pipe, bounce back out, and constantly. It's like the bull and matador. You know what I mean? And I don't know if he's going to be able to have that ability. He might be able to do it early, very possible. But if he takes a couple body shots, I don't know. I don't know if he can maintain it. And that's really the interesting point for me, to see if he can maintain it, because Canelo, he's comfortable. He's like, well, he ain't like he's not trying to fight me toe to toe. He's just trying to pot shot me essentially. And the thing is Floyd frustrated him, because not only was Floyd pot shotting him and check left hooking him and throwing the straight right hand down the pipe and doing a pull counter and doing all these other different things. That's the thing with Floyd. He continues to mix it up. You can't time him. You can't say, oh, this is what he does when he throws a jab. You can't really figure him out. You know what I mean? And he's constantly, like I just said, like he'll throw the jab up and down, then all of a sudden you think that's what he's going to do, and then he check left hooks you, and then he bounces out of range, and then when you throw the straight right hand, you hit nothing but air. And that's the thing. When you start throwing punches and start missing badly, I refer back to the Rigondeaux-Casimiro fight, right? And how Casimiro was so frustrated because he was punching at air, that it completely takes you out of your game plan. And that's what happened to Canelo. He just got to a point where later in the fight where he just kind of stood there sometimes. And that's frustration. But here, he's working. Canelo just keeps working because he's comfortable, because he knows, look, once again, as you pointed out, Stormy, he's wheeling out to his right. Wheeling out to his right. And Canelo's like, that's fine. And Billy Joe, too, by looking at him, he's a solid 168er. This isn't a small guy here. Billy Joe's definitely a bona fide super middleweight here. Not saying that Caleb isn't, but I just wanted to point that out there. Point that out. And it looks like he has the reach advantage as well over Canelo. Oh, man, that's nasty. That's a nasty uppercut. Almost knocked his mouthpiece out. He had to put it back in. You see that, Stormy?
Mm-hmm.
He had to put his mouthpiece back in. See that? Uppercuts are nasty, man. Joe Louis was really good at uppercuts. knocked a lot of his opponents out with the uppercut. And it's a punch that's abandoned sometimes, especially by boxer movers. They tend to throw a lot of straight punches. They forget about the uppercut. I don't know. I would say that so far in the fight up to this point, Saunders is doing okay. Um, but I think at this point he's starting to realize that he can't hurt Canelo, so he's just trying to work. I think he came out of the gate strong and realized, okay, Canelo's tough. I'm not really hurting him. He's trying to go to my body, so now let me just try to stay on the outside in time, try to counter punch, try to pot shot, and just try to work. And Canelo's he's just shadowing him. As we're going along here, looking at this film study, if you guys want to leave any comments, just let me know. Just drop it in. What do you guys see? Maybe you guys see something different that Stormy and I don't see. Just put it in the comment section here. Ratchet says, what's up, Ratchet? He says, Canelo is a drug cheat, end of story. And then we got Joe saying, nah, Canelo is a clean fighter. So right away, we already got two guys butting heads in here about that. Jimmy says, you need to be careful with the zone film footage. They're known for striking down channels. Yeah, I'm aware of that. I'm taking the risk here because I feel like it's important. But I think we do got the point here. I don't think we have to go through the entire fight. Let me just skim through and go to when the fight ended. But I think we've pretty much established Canelo style. We've established Canelo Plant style. Canelo's just ripping to the body at this point. Damn. And Billy's in trouble. I mean, you can tell. You can tell he's hunched over, super protective of that rib cage. The ribs have taken a lot of damage up to this point. He's very hesitant to lift that left elbow up because Canelo's just been ripping into that right rib cage. And I guess this is when they call the fight. Yeah.
Hey, Divine.
So it would, yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna have to hop off. I gotta take care of something, bro. I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Gotta leave
No
abruptly,
worries.
but hey, thanks for having me on, man, and great time. We have a lot more of boxing coverage to do because I'm enjoying this. But I'm gonna have to get off for this evening. Salute to everybody that's out there in the chat, man, and thanks for having me on.
Yeah, anytime, every time, bro. No worries. And let me know if we can get up on a Friday night chop session, maybe this upcoming week, if that's something that you want to do.
Okay, sounds good. All right, I'll be in touch with you. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yeah, guys. So we've broken down. If you joined in late, we've already kind of broken down some of Caleb Plant's fights. That was Canelo. And it's just offering a viewpoint. And as we go through and dissect the styles and look at key points and points of interest, hopefully it's given you guys a different, or maybe it's developed a new opinion for you on who you think is going to win the fight. I'll do a little bit more study, as I pointed out earlier, about Caleb Plant. Because like I said, I'm pretty confident on what Canelo brings to the table. I got to go and look at Caleb Plant's fights a little bit more. Then I'll make an upload and release an official prediction / breakdown of the fight. I will say this, though, for the record. I said it earlier, but perhaps there's some people that just joined in, is I am rooting for Caleb Plant. I hope he wins. I hope he shocks the boxing world. Do I think it will happen? right now, from what I see, from what I went through with Stormy and the film studies, I would say no. I just don't. I think he made it competitive to a certain point, but based off of what I see here, Canelo's he's got the edge. But like I said, um, I'll dissect Caleb Plant a little bit more, and I'll make my prediction video. So far in the chat that I put up, 59% says Plant. Wow. That's very interesting. 59% thinks that Plant's going to pull the upset, 41% for Canelo. Now, I don't know if that voting is based off of what people really think, stylistically, if there's emotion involved in that voting because people feel strongly that Canelo has, been using some type of performance enhancing drugs, and I don't know, but I'm very very shocked, to say the least, to see that many people. I would have expected it to be reversed. I would expect it to be Canelo at 59 and maybe Plant at 41, but that's where the poll is, man. I'm going to leave the poll up for a little bit longer for those that are just jumping in. Let me know who you think wins the fight between Plant and Canelo. And we'll see where the poll ends up at. But I do want to share something real quick, because now, since people have mentioned the fact that, Canelo has been accused of using PEDs and whatnot, he's not a clean fighter. Well, let's see what Caleb Plant has to say about it. Let's see what Caleb Plant has to say. What does Caleb Plant think about Canelo and the accusations of him not being a clean fighter? So this is Caleb Plant's Twitter. I haven't read everything on his Twitter. I've saw a few things, but let's go ahead and browse through it and see what he's saying. I've heard he's talked a lot of ish, and we're going to see. Winners train, losers complain. LDBC, good to see you in the chat. Glad you made it. Dave says, as much as I want Plant to win, I voted for Canelo. Yeah, you gotta vote with what you really see. Don't vote with emotion. I'm the same way. I want Plant to win too, man. I really do. But yeah, it's hard to really say beyond a shadow of a doubt that Caleb's going to win. It's not the same as Usyk Joshua, in my opinion. I think that Usyk has a very real chance, for a lot of different reasons, to beat Joshua. But with Canelo and Plant, I'm going to have to dissect it, man, and see if something else pops out at me that's like, oh, okay, maybe I missed that with Plant. And maybe I'll adjust my prediction. We'll have to see. Yiyo says it's who they want to win. The long layoff concerns me for Caleb Plant. I agree. That's another factor. Jimmy says, isn't Plant working for Snack? Conte was a well-known PEDs dealer. Yeah. So let's look at these tweets right quick, and see what Caleb has been talking about. So the one that I saw that a lot of people retweeted and was talking about. So David Haney tweeted that no juice, no trainer of the year. And Caleb replied to that and said, nah, at Team Canelo and at Canelo. Deserve bitch of the year. All of them are suspect. Everything out of that camp is intentional. They have the knowledge and experience to know better and the resources to have the best of the best in whatever they want. So that's Caleb Plant. I think that's the tweet that was really shared the most. It had 489 retweets. Then he goes on to say, nobody puts anything in my body without me getting it approved first by VADA, who's the strictest testing company. At this level and with everything that's at risk, why would I let somebody else play with my name? Shake my damn head. And that is one point that I did point out when I brought up Oscar Valdez and him popping. It's like, you know what's illegal and what's not. You know what's illegal. You know what is legal. You know what you can put in your body. You know what you can't put in your body. Your trainers, your team, your camp, your promoters, your managers, they have the list. And diuretic or PED or EPO, it doesn't really matter. And the thing about diuretics is that on one hand, you can use it as a masking agent, as we all know, to hide other potential PEDs or EPOs, but also diuretics are used as a way to cut weight quickly. And either way you cut it or slice it, you're trying to get a one-up on the competition. Playing devil's advocate here, even if you're not trying to use a diuretic to mask other performance-enhancing drugs, you're still using it to your advantage, to have an advantage over your fighter if you're struggling with weight, to cut weight quickly. And that's why that particular diuretic is banned in the sport. Not only because it's a masking agent, but simply because of what it's used for. It is a stimulant. It stimulates the body to lose weight faster, curb appetites, and things like that. We got Big Dog Willie backstage here. Looks like he wants to jump in on this conversation. I'm going to bring him in just in a moment, so stand by, Big Dog. Want to read a couple more tweets here. He goes on and says, so after everything a fighter works and sacrifices, you're just going to let someone tell you to take something and you're just going to take it and not be concerned that they may be flushing all you've accomplished down the drain. Very interesting. It looks like Caleb Plant really went in on September 3rd and just like went crazy on Twitter. Back-to-back tweets. One interesting tweet here is it almost seems frowned upon to even speak up on this stuff in boxing, but I don't give an F. There's a whole other world out there when it comes to banned substances that people in the fight game don't want to speak up about, and I could care less. There's no room in it. So very vocal and very interesting, to say the least. So let me go ahead and bring in Big Dog here in the chat.
What's up, Divine?
What's up, Big Dog?
Man, just listen to you what you were saying.
Yeah, man, we chopping it up, bro.
Yeah. So the drug thing, I find this very. I don't really like how. What's the guy that just got caught but he still be able to fight? What's his name? With the diuretic guy. What's his name?
Oscar Valdez.
Valdez. I honestly think that's just like with the WBC just now just making it legal, and what in using VADA and VADA just like VADA doesn't do their job or something like that, or VADA not filled with scientists and people who regulate your drug testing. I don't understand how anybody can get away with that shit. And WBC, as I look at them, I don't consider them a sanctioned body of a belt no more. They're absent. They already made one exception for Canelo with the clenbuterol, but with everything else, this is just going too far. And that camp, Canelo's camp, they're just riddled with that stuff. And if I would pay Caleb Plant, I know the money's there, but I'd be very skeptical about fighting that dude.
Do you not feel like that makes him look like a hypocrite though, because he deals with Slack, which is run by Victor Conte, a guy that's got past us drowned in ped dealing.
But the fact is, Canelo has been caught before, and members of his team been caught before. It's not just. Why did he
sign the contract to fight him then?
Huh?
Why did he sign the contract to fight him then if he thinks he's dealing drugs?
But there's money involved, and maybe give him a chance. I don't know, but I'm just saying, as in Caleb Plant. I mean, what are you trying to say? Are you trying to say that it is what it is? because that's what
It is what it is. But you got to stand on your ground in it. You can't have it both ways. You can't preach morality and then be okay with taking a check.
Well, maybe try and preach him out of it. It's boxing, so maybe that's his job. So maybe he's gonna have to take that chance.
No, but I'm saying if Caleb Plant is so serious about anti-drugs and this and that, why is he working with Victor Conte with Snack, a guy that has got a history with, dealing drugs, peddling drugs, and boxing and stuff? I mean, do you not feel like that makes him look like a hypocrite?
I hear with the Snack thing. Yeah, a number of people work with Snack. So do Devin Haney. So do a lot of other people. Yeah. But I mean, Victor Conte got he did his time in prison and stuff like that for fucking up. So I'm not sure if he's gonna take that chance again. He might, but what I'm saying is,
the same thing about Canelo, though. You can say the same thing about Canelo.
No, Canelo. Canelo did fuck up, but I'm just saying with his team, it's continually happening with the people that work with him in his camp. It's not just one time; it's just continuously happening.
Yeah, but there's about 10 fighters in that camp, and this is what the second guy. I don't think it's fair to throw a blanket over.
It's the third. I'm just saying it's the third time. It's the third guy, and doesn't look.
Let me jump in here real quick, and I appreciate you, Jimmy. Jumping in here, you want to offer a different perspective. My question for you, Jimmy, is
thanks for letting me on, bro.
Yeah, no problem. There's nothing wrong with bouncing off different ideas, and everybody looks at this situation a little bit differently. For example, people were asking me a couple of days ago when I brought up the Oscar Valdez popping or failing his test. People said, "Oh, he should be banned from the sport for life," and people have very harsh views on it, and everybody's a little bit different. And for me, there's a line drawn in the sand between popping on a PED, EPO / diuretic, whatever the case may be. If it's illegal, it's illegal. Right, according to VADA, whoever's running the test, compared to tampering with gloves, altering gloves, putting, that type of stuff. That's like directly trying to harm a fighter. When you look at drugs being used, there's just so many different excuses that can be used, and you never know the truth. Because fighters always come out and say, "Oh, I didn't know it was being put in my body. My trainer was making a shake with my cook and they put something in my drink and I didn't know, and that's why I popped." And you just never know the truth. And that may be true, or it could be blatant lies. So my stance has always been, if you fail a drug test, in Oscar Valdez's case, I think that the fight should be canceled. He should lose his purse. And they need to put a stern warning to him saying, if you do this again, you're going to be suspended for a certain amount of time and you'll lose your title. But there has to be some disciplinary action. You can't just slap a fighter on the wrist, because then you set the standard for everybody else. So then fighters like Canelo, who's under suspicion, he's been under suspicion of possibly taking drugs as well. Right. So if you have him and other people who then think, "Oh, well, they're not that harsh, actually. Maybe I can get away with it." So you have to put your foot down, and that's something that the WBC is not doing. So to Big Dog Willie's point here, is I think that's one of the biggest issues. Now, to your point, Jimmy, where you brought up the fact that Caleb Plant's, working with Conte and all that, I get what you're saying, but I guess it's a situation of, do two wrongs make a right? It's like Caleb Plant has never been under suspicion of taking anything. He's never popped on anything. And so if he feels that there's suspicion in the camp, in the camp with Reynoso, then he's entitled to bring that to the forefront. Now, do I think he's being a little bit over the top with his 50 tweets in one day? Yeah, probably. He needs to just take his foot off the gas a little bit. I think you make a couple tweets about it, people get the point. But still, you know what I mean? So what is your thoughts on that then? Because if you say, "Oh, well, doesn't that make him a hypocrite?" But he's not the guy that's under the spotlight here. Canelo is.
Yeah, you're right. Canelo did fail the drug test, so that's always going to be with him generally. But my thing is, if you guys signed the contract, if you guys have signed the contract, and Canelo so far has cleared all the drug tests, and you've agreed to everything, so I don't see why he's kicking a fuss and a storm about all of this, because between him working with Conte and looking like a hypocrite, and Canelo agreeing to VADA testing for this fight, I don't see the point of all this. Like, what's he trying to get out of all this?
Jimmy, I think what it is this recent fighter that come from Reynoso's camp got busted, and it always go back to Canelo. Canelo's underneath the same camp, so it's a bad look, and it's a couple weeks or 3 weeks before the fight.
Do you know what I find confusing though? I think the WBC, Mauricio Solomon recently did an interview where they cleared Valdez. He's still got his belt. He's still going to fight. And
he did, and that was ridiculous. That was ridiculous.
Yeah,
and WBC should not be a sanctioned body. Okay, if you agree with VADA, you're going to have VADA testing, and then don't agree with their findings. What's the point of doing it?
Yeah, I think they said that they did an investigation. They found out that the effects of the green tea that he took is probably the equivalent of having 3 energy drinks. So I mean,
who did the investigation?
The WBC.
Okay, exactly. Not VADA. The WBC did. Not the drug company. Not the people. The WBC did. There's a difference.
I'm not sure who did the testing, but he said that when he got he spoke to a panel.
No, it was WBC who did the testing, and they said, well, it's only this, and the VADA's like, well, in our guidelines, we're the scientists. We're the one who figure out who were illegal for drugs. We're the one that have the data on this stuff.
Yeah, they don't do anything about that. What VADA do is they give you they just give you the information, and what WBC do with it is their business in it.
No. If you're underneath VADA testing, VADA testing, if you're taking an illegal, that's under banned substance, they know more than WBC do about
that's exactly
banned
substances. No, bro. Yeah, we're saying the same thing. What I'm trying to say is, as far as Valdez being stripped or being banned, that's the decision for the commission and the sanctioning body.
I know.
That's something Valdez can't do.
I know, but that's a decision of the commission. But what I'm saying is that's just flat out wrong. That's just not even cool.
I mean, look, he does have a history of failing drug tests, so maybe he did drink some tea that he didn't know because.
Oh, come on, man! Come on.
Yeah. No, let me make my point. Let me make my point. What I'm trying to say is, you fail a test based on if you take something that is on a banned list. That doesn't necessarily mean that you're bending over and shooting steroids up your ass. That could be anything. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, but he knows. Like I said, he has too much money. You're a professional fighter. He knows what should go in his body. What's not should be on the ban test, on the ban. It doesn't make any sense.
Do you know what? I have more of a reserve.
I made a mistake. You can't just sit
there.
I have a more.
Yeah, but the WBC has always been like this, bro. Like when Floyd Mayweather was shooting up illegal IVs in his living room, and VADA gave him an exemption. I mean, this stuff happens all the time. Like when the Klitschko's, they've had issues with this as well.
VADA. We're talking about the WBC.
No, the WBC, VADA, the Nevada Commission, it's all the same, bro. It's all boxing. I'm talking about in an umbrella term. I'm talking about in a sort of general umbrella term. Like a lot of top fighters, they probably do drugs.
I'm sure a lot of them do drugs. But if you get caught.
Yeah. I'm more reserved on this because I don't really see the sport as a clean sport. I think a lot of the athletes do take them. So,
Jimmy, let me get a clear understanding here. So, are you saying that Oscar Valdez's drug test isn't necessarily, it shouldn't be a big deal, and you're saying that the WBC made the right decision by essentially giving him a slap on the wrist? Is that what you're saying?
Not all, bro. Not all. I think drug testing.
So what do you think the WBC? What would you say that the right action should be? How should they punish Valdez, in your opinion?
Well, I mean, it depends. If he was taking something illegal, like let's say a steroid or a PED, then yeah, you should face some consequences. But if it really was something like a green tea, which is a stimulant that is banned, like there's certain energy drinks that you can't take under VADA because they're banned. So I mean, It's one of them, innit? If it really was like a herbal tea, which he shouldn't have taken, then I mean, it's just, I don't think it's a big deal necessarily. But if he was shooting up steroids or hormone growth or sort of the really really like messed up
But
stuff,
that's what
definitely he
he
should be
said.
fined.
That's what he said.
He should be fined.
You know what I mean? That's what he said. He
Really?
said he drank a green tea. That's what he
Yeah.
said. Nobody knows for sure.
Yeah, but that's my point, though, innit? I don't know, innit?
Yeah. So so how can we know if he's really telling the truth?
Well, we can't, innit? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. According to the test, he did
Right.
something wrong. So
Right.
the test is telling the truth. We don't know if he's telling the truth.
Yeah, that's my point, though. He did something wrong, but what wrong did he do? Because there's different levels of wrongness in it.
No, there's not different levels of wrong when you have that's what's the point going to VADA testing. If he get a negative or he get a positive on the one the banned substances, and they say, well, that level is that's not good, so he still can fight. What's the point of doing it? What's the point of the test?
Let me ask you a question. If you get caught drinking an energy drink that's on the banned list, should you get fined the same amount for shooting up steroids? Do you think they're both equal in wrongness?
Okay, well, you're not understanding. You're not understanding what I'm saying. If it's on the ban test,
yeah,
it's still the same thing.
No, I agree with you. If it's banned, he shouldn't have taken it.
Yeah,
and he should.
That's it. That should be in the story.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying that this fight should go ahead. I mean, I don't think. I'm just to keep it real. Like, I'm a person that likes getting entertained, and Oscar Valdez is an action fighter. So I do want to see him fight in it because I like being entertained.
But at the cost of a boxer's safety?
Yeah, but bro, the boxing itself is so dirty that
but
it's completely awash with drugs.
But that's not an excuse. You just, I mean, that's
okay. Then the fighter should pull out, then, isn't it? But bro, the fighter then should pull out. That's not for me to decide. Like, the boxer, his opponent, he should pull out on the basis that look, Valdez is dirty. And I feel like I should make my person, take legal action against him.
But what does that teach us? What does that teach us? What does that teach anybody? WBC they're really bad. This is getting bad with them.
Yeah. It's a fucked up sport. Like, boxing is a very, very dirty sport. But I don't really hold it to any sort of moral standard. So, because I kind of see the sport as like a sport full of like, I mean, I've referred to it as
people who love the sport. There are people who love sport and people respect the sport. They've been around longer than pretty much any sport that we can think of, and we don't want cheaters in the sport. I don't care if it's Mike Tyson, whoever. We don't want cheaters in the sport, and because it's not fair. I want to see your natural ability. I want to see how good you really are.
Yeah, but boxing cared what the fans wanted. Would we not be getting all the big fights? Boxing rarely cares what the fans want. So, with me, I've just got more, I guess, a reserved approach. Look, if he's cheating, he should get punished 100%. He should be fined. I don't think his opponent should go through the fight if his opponent feels he's got an unfair advantage. But if it really is like the effect of an energy drink, then I mean, it's just one of them, innit?
But we don't know.
Well, I don't know. Like, he said that he drank some herbal tea. I don't know what tea it was exactly, but I mean, while you guys are talking, I'm just doing some research behind the scenes here. And green tea, for example, doesn't have any natural phetamine in it. So I don't know what tea he drank, because usually phetamine is a separate ingredient. Now, people take green tea and use phetamine together to help increase their ability to lose weight, but it's separate. So I don't know what tea he said he drank, or the energy drinks having natural phetamine in it. That's also something that strikes me as a bit odd, because it's a very specific drug that we're talking about, and to put that in any drink that you can buy from 7-Eleven, for example, is a bit strange to me. So I don't know. I could be wrong, but I would say, out of fair confidence here, that there's not a drink that you can buy in the public that will have phetamine in it.
Yeah.
So
I think he probably was taking something that he shouldn't have been taking, but
so I feel like, to Big Dog Willie's point here, is that I totally understand where you're coming from, Jimmy. But let me hone in on this. Every fighter, and let's keep the fighters out of it. Let's pretend that fighters don't know what they can and cannot take. Let's say they have a loose idea, but they don't know every single drug that's illegal. Let's just say that their job is to train and fight. They don't know. So then you have the trainers, you have the managers, you have your coach who's responsible for your diet, right? When you're a prize fighter, you have all of that, right? You usually have your main trainer, your assistant trainers, and then you have a chef and a strength and conditioning coach who's more involved in what you eat, how you train, and all that stuff. Those are the guys that are supposed to be extremely cautious on what a fighter puts in their body. So either Valdez knew what he was taking and thought he can get away with it, or somebody in his camp is sabotaging him.
Yeah.
That's the way I look at it. And you can choose which one you think is more credible. Now, as much as we'd like to see fighters fight, and I don't have any problem with Oscar Valdez as a fighter, I think he brings excitement. He's a good fighter and what have you. But soon as you cross that line, right, you got that big question mark above your head. And it's not just Oscar Valdez. It's also Canelo. It's Ryan Garcia. It's Andy Ruiz, who are all in the same camp, who happens to all be of the same ethnicity.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it makes you rub your chin a little bit and be like, maybe there's something deeper behind that. So that's why I said
you could say that about Devin Haney though, because he works with Snack. And how many fighters from Snack have been busted for PEDs? You got Jean Pascal, he was flagged for using steroids. There was also J.D. Love. So but he was pointing to Ryan Garcia, saying Ryan Garcia by default is on drugs. Well, by that same logic, Devin Haney is using PEDs.
I didn't say that. He didn't say that.
No. I'm saying Devin Haney.
Snack is not. And think about it. Snack is not. Pascal and Devin Haney don't work out together underneath the same coaching.
No, they do. They work.
Canelo and Valdez do.
Supplements.
No. Listen,
you're not listening though to what I'm saying. They use the Snack supplements. They use the Snack training center. They do train under the same umbrella.
No, you're not. No, they don't train underneath the same trainer. That's the difference.
Big dog, pause for a moment and keep that thought. So we got a guy. I want to address this. I got a guy in the chat that says, "Who uses phetamine to get stronger or get endurance?" That's not what we're saying. There's two reasons why you would take a diuretic. One, using as a masking agent to hide other possible PEDs that you're taking to, yes, enhance your endurance or strength. Or you're simply taking it for what it is, which is a diuretic, a stimulant to help you lose weight more rapidly because you're struggling to maintain your weight. So either way you look at it, you're trying to get a one-up on your opponent.
It's still cheating.
And if you are, let's say, oh, he's not trying to use it as a PED by using it as a masking agent. Let's say he's truly and honestly and genuinely just trying to lose weight because he's struggling to make weight. Then I guess it's time to move up in weight, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can't make the weight. So you're using this drug to get a one-up on your opponent because you're naturally bigger. So you take this drug to make weight on weigh-in day, and then you go in on the fight night and be 15 pounds heavier than your opponent. So that's another issue. So I want to make that clear to everyone who's wondering. This phentamine, nobody's making the case, or at least I'm not, saying that, oh, he was using phentamine, which is a diuretic, to be stronger or have more endurance. It's a masking agent, or you're using for what it is, and that is to lose weight rapidly. It's a stimulant because if you take phetamine, it curbs your appetite. So you don't eat as much, but you still maintain energy to train. You see? It's not like just trying to not eat and then try to train because you burn yourself out, right? There's a reason why it's called a stimulant. You're getting a one-up on your opponent. That's the problem here. So to readdress real quickly about what I mentioned about Ryan Garcia and everyone else in that camp, I'm not suggesting that any of these guys are on drugs per se. I'm saying that Canelo has been under the radar, who has tested for who has popped for certain drugs as well. Then that stands out. Now you got Oscar Valdez. Then when I look at Ryan Garcia, I'm not saying that he's like them, because everybody's their own fighter. That's fine. They're their own self. But the dude hasn't fought in almost a year. What is he doing? So this may not even be about a drug situation, but so David Haney comes out on Twitter and having a battle with Ryan Garcia, and like the fact that David Haney's number 2 and Ryan Garcia's number 3, and they're not fighting each other, and then you have these suspicions popping up in the same camp. So then it's like, well, what's going on here? It's just questions being asked. Nobody's accusing Ryan for being, but people are asking questions. And when
would you not say it makes Devin Haney look? Would you not say it makes Devin Haney look bad though? Because he works with that organization and Snack. He uses their supplements. He trains with their strength and conditioners that have a history of fighters failing drug tests. John Pascal, so many others. So you could, whatever Devin Haney is saying about Ryan could say the exact same thing about Devin Haney. So I never got that what he was trying to go after on Twitter. I thought it made him look silly, like to bring that up.
I mean, honestly, I understand where you're coming from, but you're trying so hard to try all these people up with the snack and thing. What it is, and I keep on telling you this, it's the training camp itself. Is that necessarily the snack?
No, I'm not trying hard at all. These are facts. This is where you got to document.
What I'm saying is that Devin Haney doesn't train with Pascal.
Yes, he does. He trains with the Snack organization.
Oh my God! Do you not know what I'm trying to say?
No, I know what you're trying to say. They don't do push-ups together. Look, you don't have to do
Reynoso, all those guys are in the same camp.
Yeah,
Pascal and Devin Haney's not in the same camp.
No, they are. They're under the Victor Conte training program.
Oh, never mind. Devon, you hear what I'm saying?
What I'm saying is true. Yeah. You might not want to admit it, but it's true though. Bro, it's true. They're under the Snack organization. They train, they get supplements from Victor Conte. I'm not saying they do, they run together. No, they don't. They probably don't do, squats together or sit-ups together. They probably don't. I agree with you. They don't. But they still, take the same supplements. They get advice from the same guy. He works with all of them. So, look, I think boxing, again, it's back to my original point. I think probably 90% of boxers are probably on some kind of PEDs. So that's why I don't take it.
But
so
you make it sound like it's okay.
You're saying you
No, I'm not saying it's okay. I think it's disgusting and
horrible.
You
make it sound it's okay.
So
no, I'm just saying that's just the way the world is.
So let me ask you, Jimmy. Let me ask you this then. Okay, because obviously, as it stands right now, whether you agree with it or disagree with it, as it stands right now, there are testing that is done on fighters to make sure that everybody's on a level playing field, right? Agree or disagree?
I agree. I think certain star fighters get special treatment. Yeah.
Okay, that might be possible, but I'm saying the general consensus is that there's drug testing for fighters to essentially try to make everybody be on the even playing field, to make sure there's no cheating, there's no one-up, because we are talking about a sport that is violent and people die in it, right? So we're not talking about basketball, baseball, football. Yeah, we're talking about a sport, just like MMA, combat sports, you can die. So that 10% edge that you have on somebody because you've been doping is essentially putting somebody else's life at risk. So that's why we have testing. Now, rather that's that's transparent and everybody gets tested equally. Well, yeah, there are discrepancies that needs to be addressed, and that's what we're trying to do, and that's why we call out the WBC, for example. And on that note, you mentioned Mayweather earlier. I kind of caught that.
Yeah.
You know, leaving the fact that he using IVs and stuff, and he was having hand problems and all that. I've heard all the arguments, and you know, I've been around YouTube for over a decade, so I've
They were saying,
I've cut it and sliced it about this topic many times. But let me just say this real quick. A lot of people criticized and were extremely irate at the idea that Mayweather demanded random blood testing against Pacquiao, right? We all remember that. And ultimately, it postponed the fight for 5 years because Manny Pacquiao literally refused to accept that one term. It wasn't money issues. They're both going to get paid. It's the biggest fight of our era, of our time. So it was simply because.
No, but do you remember his excuse though? Remember his excuse why he couldn't get
his excuse was he said that he was afraid, he didn't like needles.
No, you're right. In 2007, 2008, drug testing, this had never been done before, which is ironic that Floyd got busted using IVs, a masking agent. No. Usyk was saying at that time it'd never been done before. But yeah, you're right. That was one of the reasons why it never got done. But then after that, it was percentages, 60-40, and then it was, I'm never going to work with Bob Arum. So there were many reasons why Mayweather never fought Pacquiao. But
that's one of the reasons. That's a big reason.
But I would say all the purse splits and the promotion side of it, you're always going to have problems with that anyways, Jimmy, because we're talking about Mayweather Pacquiao here. We're talking about a guy who promotes himself against a guy who promotes Pacquiao, which at the time was Bob Arum, and we already know the bad blood between those two, and the fact that Floyd left Top Rank to be his own promoter because Top Rank were screwing Floyd over. Yeah. They were screwing Floyd over for years. So you know that there's going to be beef there. But the main reason why is because there was suspicion that Pacquiao could possibly be on PEDs because of his work rate and flattening dudes the way he was flattening them, moving up in weight classes and doing the things that he was doing in the sport.
Yeah.
Some people took it as far as accusing him. Some people actually accused him and said, yeah, he is on PEDs. And some people said, no, it's simply a suspicion. And whatever angle you choose to line yourself up on, the fact of the matter is Floyd said, okay, well, the fact that there's suspicion here, I ain't going to take that risk. And I noticed what Pacquiao's doing.
Had he ever asked anyone else for drug testing? Before the Pacquiao negotiations, he had never asked anyone for additional drug testing.
Because they weren't under suspicion. That's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Pacquiao was under suspicion by several fighters, not just Mayweather. Several fighters, and not just fighters that Pacquiao beats. Because if it's only fighters that Pacquiao beat, you can say, oh, they're just upset because they lost the fight. But fighters who had never fought Pacquiao, different weight classes, were pointing this out, that it seemed odd, it seemed strange.
To be fair, I think they were probably both on something, Mayweather and Pacquiao. If I'm 100% honest, I think
okay, but pause here. That's fine. Let's say they were, but the fact that Mayweather was saying, "Let's do random and blood and urine," then that way there's no suspicion, period, by any of us. Nobody's going to accuse me of taking some random drugs to numb up my hands, and nobody's going to accuse you of taking PEDs to help your performance to beat me. We're both on an even playing field. And the fact of the matter is Pacquiao refused to accept it.
Yeah, but Divine, would you not say that's almost irrelevant though? Because if you get exemptions for flushing your system out with IVs, so the drug testing, would that not almost become non and void? Because if Mayweather could shoot up steroids,
that's not exactly how it really worked. You have to see. This is where I think where you're going. I mean, you obviously biased towards one side or another. And
no, I think you are.
But I'm being real with you. You bring up Mayweather, and it seemed like you're still you have so many excuses. The excuses that come out your mouth are consistent.
Did you not catch it when I said they were both on something, Mayweather and Pacquiao?
No. You said that. You said no, but it's not just you saying that. It's with the Canelo things, with Valdez. It's we're using snack as this reason. You were using it. It's what we have now is the proof. We have the proof as what's the name, Valdez getting caught with something and getting away with it. That's the proof right there.
Okay.
Okay, you understand what I'm saying?
I guess getting caught. Yeah, but what does getting caught mean though? If you get away with it though, because they cleared him. So getting caught is kind of there's no point though.
Never mind. Hey, Divine, I'm gonna have to get off. We'll take a shower. But yeah, I'm done. I can't do it no more.
Yeah. Get freshened up, man. I appreciate you dropping by. Look, this is a sensitive topic, man, and people come from different angles and whatever.
Yeah, no, I'm very easy about it. This guy's getting too worked up, and yeah. You see, I'm mad. I thought I had to go take a cold shower. Like, bro, don't break anything, man, in the shower. And it's so good. It's just boxing.
Yeah, look, the reason why I bring up Mayweather is the fact that, you know, he definitely brought something that was unorthodox to the forefront, right? He's like, you know, if we're going to make this fight, we got to have random blood and urine testing, and that's what it is. And if he doesn't accept, then the fight's not going to happen. And a lot of people were offended by that. You know, they were offended that he would suggest that Manny Pacquiao's onto something. But what people have to understand is that it wasn't just Floyd pointing a finger at Pacquiao. It was several other people. And if you're going to have, in Floyd's mind, it was like, if we're going to have this fight at this magnitude where there's a lot on the line, and, you know, if I'm going to lose, I want to know that I'm losing fair and square to a guy that's on the same level playing field that I'm on. So people criticize Mayweather. Now, years later, after the Pacquiao-Floyd fight is done and dusted, then we go back to the normal testing, and so now fighters are starting to pop on test again.
Yep.
Now fighters, and it's not just Valdez or Canelo, there are other fighters too. Big Baby Miller popped on a drug test. Luis Ortiz popped on a drug test. We have several other examples. So we have fighters now failing drug tests after Floyd has left the game with this idea of random blood and urine testing, which is what they do for the Olympics, right? So my question for Jimmy and anyone else that's in the chat now is, okay, this is the way I see it. Instead of butting heads on this topic, well, diuretics isn't really a big deal. Maybe that should be exempt. Or, oh, it should only be steroids. Or, oh, it should only be certain types of drugs. Instead of, you know, going crazy about the ins and outs and what should and shouldn't be banned, let's just say this. For me, it's a two-way street. Either one, the sanctioning bodies and the VADA testing and everybody involved come together and say, this is what is allowed and this is not what's allowed. And if fighters fail a test, it doesn't matter. Rather, they took herbal tea or their trainer slipped the drug, whatever. If you pop on a test, you have to be responsible for yourself and what you put into your body at the end of the day. So if you fail the test, these are the disciplinary actions that will be taken. Every fighter then going forward will understand and agree to that. If they don't fight. They don't get paid.
Yep.
So that's option A. Option B, you say, you know what, this is getting ridiculous. It's too much of a hassle. It's too much of a headache. People are getting upset. Sanctioning bodies don't want to agree on disciplining fighters a certain way. So let's just say everybody can take what they want. Just take what you want. It doesn't matter. Everybody's on the same playing field. It's up to you if you want to take performance-enhancing drugs. And if people get seriously injured or killed, it is what it is, and we'll leave it at that. That's the way I see it.
I think the second option, even though it sounds more draconian, is probably the less complicated one, because with the first option, again, it's like, you know, if you're the superstar fighters, they can do certain things. They've got nutritionists and dietitians and even scientists and working for them that could give them advice on how to. I think it was Memo Heredia, the one that was training Juan Manuel Marquez, saying that a lot of these VADA tests are sort of almost ancient. Like, I know how to mess with the algorithms or the formulas of certain steroids to make them untraceable and things like that. So I think the first option, even though it sounds nicer, I think it's a bit of a black hole, because people are always going to find a way how to beat the test in it, how to work. Or the other option, even though it sounds a lot more draconian, it's kind of like everyone can do whatever they want. So
yeah, well, I mean, I mean, I guess you you make it clear on where you stand, and that's fine. Everybody's entitled to their opinion.
No, in a just world, in a fair world, I would 100% agree with you that in a fair world that they should have clean drug Olympic style testing for everyone, that everyone's clean, so it's a safe and fair sport. But I mean, in this current world, I don't think that's even possible.
Yeah, and
so, like in my heart, obviously, I want there to be fair safety for everyone because I mean, everyone's got families, they've got lives. I mean, it's just a sport, so I don't want anyone dying in there over a bit of entertainment. But I mean, just how dirty and corrupt boxing is. I refer to it as the whore of the sports world. So I don't think it's ever gonna I don't think that'll ever happen in my lifetime, at least. The first option, but the second option, as far as look, the stars are gonna do whatever they want and still get juiced up. So the journeyman can kind of do whatever they want as well, just to make it fair. I think Paulie Malignaggi was saying in today's boxing, if you're not juicing, then basically you're not competing because by default you have to juice and shoot up just to compete with the top guys. So it's really complicated, to be honest. It's really complicated.
Well, look, man, I appreciate you jumping in. It does take a certain amount of courage to jump in here and leave your thoughts on something that's very controversial and very, very sensitive topic. For me, my stance is pretty clear. I think that when we talk about combat sports, when fighters are putting their lives on the line, like not figuratively but literally, I think that fighters should be as natural as possible. This isn't bodybuilding. This isn't weightlifting. This isn't any other sport. And a 5% difference of strength, stamina, and endurance makes a massive difference in a combat sport, especially at the highest level. When you're a prize fighter and you're fighting for championship belts, you're talking about you are the 1% of the sport. 1% best of the sport when you get up to that level. So I feel like it's very important, and there needs to be something done. If the testing is difficult to manage and keep it consistent, then we need to transfer the spotlight to the sanctioning bodies, and in this case, the WBC. And the fact that the fight is going to continue on, and he keeps his belt, and he doesn't lose any money, and it's essentially they said, oh, we warned him. Like it's just like, okay, you're not setting a standard then going forward for other fighters, and so then it becomes.
Are you surprised that they're letting the fight? I'm a little bit surprised they're letting the fight continue.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm extremely surprised.
Because even though that I think the sport is dirty and awash with drugs, the fact that the WBC are almost laughing this off in it, like, oh, it's nothing. He just had a couple of energy drinks. It's all right. You can keep the belt and the fight's going on. I was a little bit taken aback. I was like, well, I guess what was the point of even having the testing then? Like, it was just a waste of time, innit?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a slippery slope no matter which way you look at it. I'm a very forgiving person, and when it comes to certain drugs, like a diuretic, for example, I think for me it's one and the same. Diuretic, PED doesn't matter to me, but I think that, like I said, you don't have to necessarily go as harsh as banning them from the sport, and ridiculing them and tearing them down, and exposing them to be some type of like ruthless cheater who's going out and trying to kill people. But there has to be a very stern line of discipline that has to be administered across the board. It doesn't matter what your status is, a champion, non-champion, cash cow, face of box. It doesn't matter. Everybody's held accountable to the same standard, because then it sends the message that there's a zero tolerance for drugs in the sport, period. And the line that's drawn, as I mentioned earlier, is if you try to tamper with gloves and things like that. That's a different subject. That's, in my mind, you're banned, period. There's no question. So like a Margarito situation, you're banned. Bye. Because you're directly trying to injure somebody and you don't care about their well-being. Whereas when you have diuretics and PEDs, it's always up in the air. You meant to take it. You didn't mean to take it. You drank some tea. You know, something was put. We don't know. So you have to give people the benefit of the doubt at least the first time. So you discipline and then you give a warning and say if it happens again, then you are banned because you're basically saying, I don't care and I'm going to try to get away with it. So that's my general kind of my general idea about how it should be displayed and it's not, that's not what's happening here. And I think that's where people have a problem with it. It's not that people are getting so upset that he tested positive for amphetamine. It's because there's inconsistencies in the sanctioning bodies, and in this case, the WBC, and essentially giving a fighter a slap on the wrist when you clearly failed the drug test. I mean, there's no way around it. You failed the drug test, period. And the fact that there's literally zero disciplinary action taken is why people are upset. If they came out and said, hey, you know, you tested positive, so we're going to do X, Y, and Z to discipline you, there would be a lot less outcry. And it sends out a message to the rest of the fighters, the rest of the camps out there, and to the boxing fans that there is zero tolerance for it. So yeah, man, I appreciate you dropping by. We got another guy that's backstage. Chavo TV. Chavo, do you hear me?
Yes, sir. You hear me?
What's going on with you?
I was just saying about the options you gave. I believe obviously the second one is just I bet you're being facetious, but I think the only way this can stop is if the money stops, obviously, which is the fans, us, which people don't think of enough of how much power we actually have. No one watches the fight, nothing happens, you know. And the fighters themselves, I believe they have all the power. Who's Valdez supposed to be fighting to? This is some bullshit. Who's he supposed to be fighting now?
Yeah, I don't remember it actually, to be honest with you.
Yeah, whoever that guy is, it won't even do nothing for, like, he shouldn't fight. That would do more for his career. We would know his name actually if he stood up and said, "I'm not gonna fight or do what the dude did to F.A. If he just, that would be nice. If he just walked out of the ring as soon as they hit the bell. Yeah, and I don't understand the racism and the bias is just shows so much to the point where they don't care no more. Like, they did this in our face. They don't care at all anymore. Like, it's not let's hide this. The scorecards. It was a close. No, look what happened to Maestre and Fox. Like, it doesn't matter no more. Like, they don't care. So it's very disrespectful.
Yeah, very blatant. And the guy he's going to fight is Robson Conquiao or whatever, a Brazilian dude. I'm not sure. I definitely just slaughtered his last name, but yeah, Brazilian cat. But the fight's still on. So, you know, September 10th, it's still on. And
that's wild. Yeah.
So that's the thing.
And then his trainer, what's his Reynoso's? How many of his fighters are dirty? Shouldn't there be a criminal investigation at this point? Because people can die in that ring. And for Wilder, didn't they open up? Didn't they say they were going to investigate him for saying he wanted to catch a body legally? If y'all go in there together and no one's on PEDs and someone kills the other one, it's legal. But you got motherfuckers out here taking PEDs and they can kill somebody in there. There's no investigation. No. How many of his fighters are on this? It's not even his fighters. It's this motherfucker.
Well, as of right now, it's Valdez, and Canelo has popped before in the past, and it was played off, and the WBC came up with some type of explanation for it, just like they did for Valdez. Crazy. Now you got Ryan Garcia that's in the camp, and people are starting to, you know, wonder if what's going on with this guy. You know, he hasn't fought in almost a year. He refuses to fight Devin Haney. There's some weird stuff going on there. And then you have Andy Ruiz as well. Now, I don't know. I haven't heard anything about
Andy's Randy. The real suspect one. I never really felt like Ryan, like, no one really wants to fight Devin. Like, that's not a big deal. Like, no one wants to fight. But Andy, yeah, you brought up a good point. I forgot about his weight loss. He looks crazy good.
Yeah. So it's very interesting and compelling. And I feel like to your point, first, let me address your first point when it comes to boxing fans paying for fights. Obviously, yeah. I mean, there's no boxing if people don't buy the pay-per-view and don't attend the fights, right? That's the most obvious point. But here's the thing, though. It's a blood sport, man. And as much as there has always been corruption in boxing, if there's a certain fighter that they like, they're willing to turn a blind eye to it because they want to see it.
Yeah, when I was listening to you thinking of that point too, that's exactly what I thought of to counter it. I was like, well, it's so many people are it's even harder than an artist or anything. Countries are attached to these people. Like you see how the Philippines do with Pac-Man? Like they was talking all that shit. Now I can't find a Pac-Tart anywhere. But people are just attached. People are just attached to these people. So I understand it in that way, but I couldn't be attached to some bullshit. That's just me. But most people aren't like that. So yeah, it's gonna have to be the fighters. It's gonna have to be the big fighters. Like they're gonna really have to make it saying they're gonna have to talk shit about it. And then the people that's fighting again, well, I don't think nobody really. I'm not sure if he's gonna fight him. I don't know. I hope he don't.
And let me ask a question for people in the chat too, because there's a fair amount of people in here that are basically saying that that the WBC shouldn't be held accountable. They respect this guy Joe. He must be trolling up in here, saying the WBC is respected.
Yeah, I seen him earlier.
That's obviously a matter of opinion, because obviously there's a clear amount of people that do not respect the WBC. But so here's the thing. I want to switch another question up to people is, what if the table? I'm curious. This is a genuine question here, and I'm not trying to make this about ethnicity or nothing like that. But it's a genuine question, and I'm going to explain why I bring it up. What if the tables were turned? What if Terrence Crawford, Earl Spence, Porter, Deontay Wilder? What happens if they tested positive for phetamine, for a diuretic? Leave PEDs to the side, but just this very specific drug that Valdez has tested positive for. What would the voice be in the boxing media? What would the WBC and all these other sanctioning bodies do to these fighters? Now, before anybody gets upset and says, "Oh, Divine, you're making it about race," okay,
it's already
case in point.
I think it's ever been about race. I think it's been about money. Yeah,
case in point, though. Real quick, let me finish my point. I don't know how long you guys been watching boxing. I've been watching it for a long time. And one thing that stands out to me is when Shane Mosley was caught taking PEDs, or maybe it was EPOs, right? They dismantled this man so badly that he had to go to court and defend himself. In court, he had to explain to a judge why he did what he did and how it happened and everything. The media crushed Shane Mosley. They wanted to take away the victory that he had over Oscar De La Hoya. The one victory that you can argue salvages Shane Mosley's resume, because a lot of times when he stepped up in competition, he took some L's. But the one fight where he beat Oscar at a time where Oscar was still in his prime, right? They said, nah, that should be a no contest. That fight doesn't count. He tested for EPOs, and he had to go to court. It was all over the media, and people were ripping him to shreds. And this is before, YouTube was a big thing. But even years after that, people always brought this up. Oh, remember that one time when Shane Mosley tested positive? He's a fucking cheater.
Yeah.
Right? So that's why I bring it up. Valdez tests positive, and it's a slap on the wrist. Literally a slap on the wrist.
Next week like crazy, fighting a couple days from now.
So, and then to put the cherry on the top to this point here, so people don't assume that I'm trying to make it about race. Well, okay, let's say this then. What happens if Caleb Plant tests positive for a diuretic. We're talking about a white fighter now. So what would be the reception? Canelo Alvarez himself, who has been accused for drugs, he'll be the first one to do an about face and say, "Oh, y'all accusing me, but look at this dude. He's out here testing positive." They will probably strip Caleb Plant.
Yep, that's the first thing they're doing.
And they'll strip him, and Canelo and his team will come out and say, "You see, he was trying to cheat to beat me."
They almost tried to strip Devin Haney for having surgery. I don't know if you know that. Recess immediately, like bad.
So that's the question that I will, gladly spin to people who bring up this idea that, oh wow, but why are you guys just singling out this camp? Why are you guys just singling out Reynoso in this camp? No, well, we're simply stating the obvious. That's all we're doing. And so then on top of that, we have to look at the history of the sport and who has popped, who hasn't popped. When Ortiz popped for a diuretic, I believe it was for a diuretic before he fought Wilder, there were a lot of people who were ripping Ortiz to shreds.
Yeah.
So
I remember that.
Yeah, I mean, we are. I guess there are people. It's not like nobody's ripping Valdez to shreds, because there are people, to be fair, that are ripping him to shreds. But there's no disciplinary action being taken here. There has to be something done to set the standard, so every fighter knows that if I take the risk of taking whatever supplement it may be, then I am taking the risk of being fined, having my title stripped away from me, losing out of a big fight, possibly being suspended, banned, whatever they choose to make the disciplinary action. Right now, there's no standard set. There's literally no standard at all.
Now, there's been a standard set. They just keep bending the rules. They'll bend the rules for who they want. Like, didn't they? To your point, didn't they? With AJ, who was he supposed to fight that popped? Baby Miller.
Baby Miller.
Yeah. He popped. They didn't let that fight go on.
Yeah.
But he's fighting. But Valdez is fighting still.
I think it's back to my original point about star power, because like when Floyd Mayweather broke VADA protocol and started shooting up IVs in his living room, they sort of just let that slide. No one really. I mean,
but that goes to his point too. We're talking about an IV rather than PEDs. We're talking about an IV years later. Yeah, but trying to put a stain on the name.
No, listen, mate. This is what I'm trying to say, though. The IVs are used to mask and flush out your system with drugs. That's why it was banned in there. That's why VADA wouldn't let you use excessive IV, because
I
a lot of people would
USADA.
flush the system out. Whichever it is, VADA, USADA, whatever the drug testing agency, or you broke protocol. Because I remember it being really big news back in the day. So I think it's mostly about star power. I don't think it's even about race, because with Oscar Valdez, the reason why people care so much is because he's a champion. Because
if that was the case, why did they? No, keep going.
Because he's a champion in it. He's got a bit of a name in the featherweight division. If this was some random Mexican journeyman, no one would care.
Okay, so why did they do that for my straight against Fox? Who was that? Nobody. No one knew his name before this. My straight. You probably still don't know who it is.
No, I'm not going to comment on that.
Yeah. The dude basically lost every round in the fight, and they gave it to him. Like, he blew him out.
So he's robbed, yeah? I mean, that happens so much in boxing. I mean,
but not this blatantly. I haven't seen. When was the last time you seen something this bad?
Yeah, Jimmy, did you see the fight that he's talking about?
No, I haven't seen it, but he's talking about a robbery. But yeah, I mean.
Well, but what I'm saying is we're humbly inviting you to go watch that fight, because it is important. Okay. We're not talking about a close fight where this guy had some moments and then maybe you favor the pressure fighter. No, this was like a fight that was like 10-2, and that's being nice. 10-2. I mean, it was a complete and blatant robbery, to the point where even the crowd was just like stunned. They're like, what are we in the Matrix? Like, what's going on
Yeah,
here? What?
everybody was stunned. Like no one was even mad. Like people were genuinely confused.
Okay.
Even the guy that
so-
won was confused.
So, was that a situation of race? Maybe not, but still, you got, what was it, that they were fighting for the WBA belt, I think it was, or something?
I don't know.
Was
The
there-
judge came out that she was basically racist with her tweets.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
But that doesn't often happen that you can catch someone red-handed, because you see how far we have to go. We have to catch you with a tweet. We have to catch you doing this, and then we have to catch you doing that with a whole bunch of evidence, so people could be like, "Oh, okay, well, I guess so."
No, have they suspended it? They should definitely suspend it, because obviously that's not acceptable. And you can't come out as a
Well, but
We're
the
racist.
thing
telling
is,
you, it is
the-
acceptable.
The thing is,
these-
Jimmy, is what happened is so the decision was made, right? There was a massive outcry about the robbery, and it took a few days. But of course, you have your investigators, man, online, bro, and they're searching Twitter. They're like, there's got to be an explanation to this. And what happens? You get people that find tweets that this one female judge made about, what was it, like Michelle Obama or something like that?
Yeah, and Trump, and then just some other racist shit
yeah.
too. She had like 4 or 5 racist tweets.
So they had a bunch of, or she had some tweets that were clearly racist.
Oh, don't forget about her husband, who her husband is.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. And so basically that's what happened. And then people were like, oh, we've got to do something. So I believe that I don't know if she was suspended or she stepped down. She's like, okay, well, I've been caught, so I won't be involved in boxing anymore, because she lost face and she was ashamed. But
I mean, she's been humiliated forever now, because her image has been destroyed forever now. Yeah.
Of course. But then the question is, Jimmy, if now you know that there was at least one that we know of, that because we caught her, that was a racist sitting ringside judging a fight, right? Why isn't the fight then declared a no contest?
Mm-hmm.
And let them run it back. Okay, we run it back. We got a whole fresh new set of judges. Run it back.
Or just give him his win. Like he already won.
Instead, Michael Fox, now up-and-coming prospect who can be a contender in the next couple of years because he's that talented, is now he has a loss on his record. Now you gotta carry that L. Now a lot of people say, "Oh, a loss is not a big deal. Even the great fighters have losses." Yeah,
Would you not say the saving grace? Would you not say the saving grace of this situation is because it's become so public, especially in America, the racist situation, the fact that he was robbed. In a way, this actually might benefit star power because a lot of awareness is being brought to this young fighter.
I believe.
Yeah, so I think obviously it's a horrible, horrible situation, but it's not all bad though, because the only saving grace I would say is that it's been shown on him that there's something good.
You really just said it's not all bad? No, that's like saying, man, black people had to deal with slavery, but it wasn't all bad. We came out with chitlins and shit. Like,
no, brother, listen, I'm not saying that. I mean, no, that's not.
That's what you literally just said.
The opposite of what, no, I said it's not all bad because the fact is it's been exposed in it. Like this was this horrible thing that happened to this young fighter, but the judge has been proven to be a racist. The whole world agrees that he was badly robbed. So,
but we been knew race had a part to play in boxing. Just naive people don't. Look what happened to Floyd in the Olympics. What the fuck was that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like, it's something.
I'm definitely.
I'm not a historian myself, but I know enough.
Yeah, I'm saying it's good that the judge got exposed for being racist, because if this went under the radar, then everyone would just not care. But
it's all three of those judges. It's still the bad thing.
Jimmy, I think there seems to be like a disconnect with your logic, and I'm not having a go at you. I'm just being honest. There seems to be a disconnect when it comes to action and consequences, right? Because you continue to say like, "Oh yeah, this is bad," but if there's nothing done about it, that's okay. I mean, it happened for a reason, but
right.
You got to understand, like, if a racist judge has been sought out after and discovered, then there has to be an action. Not just because the fighters are the ones who take the blunt end of this, not the judge. Mm-hmm. The judge has been exposed for a racist. She's got to live her life in humility now. She's banned, right? So she's dealt with. She brought it upon herself. But you got Michael Fox, who has essentially been robbed. You can't just say, "Oh well, they discovered a racist and now it's good for the sport because they know it exists." We always know it existed, bro.
Yeah, I'm saying
that's not the point. The point is that Michael Fox was robbed.
Still.
So
yeah, I mean, that's
you have to.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you guys 100%.
Okay, so I'm glad we agree on that, because it seems like I said, there's a bit of a disconnect where you're like masquerading your idea of like, oh well, this happened, but perhaps it happened for a good reason, so it's okay.
You don't want to call a spade a spade.
No. Do you know what it is, guys? I meant the fact that she can't do any more damage in the sport. She got exposed, so she can't ever rob another.
Okay, this is the thing about that though. Her husband is the president of that body though. I think. What the fuck? I mean, in that state, I believe it's that. Am I right?
Yeah.
Am I right, Devon? Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I'm not sure if he was. I'm not sure if he was currently, but he's either currently or in the past.
So they have a lot of power. Like that power goes back. And then all three of those judges put that bullshit ass card out. She just had the worst score of them all, like the most egregious. So even the other two judges still are judging, and then her husband still holds that power. Not shit really happened.
I'm surprised he hasn't stepped down yet.
Because no one really cares like that. Like no one, a lot of people don't even know. I think Straight was nobody. Michael Fox he just started. Like I think he was on that was going to be his 4th win in a row. He was just coming back, like starting to really get good again, and so it's not over with now. I think he got more exposure, but still, like hearing him talk, he kept saying like he just rather have had that L be an actual L, like him earn it. He said he don't even want to fight him again. He don't want to do none of that. And
can't you petition it though? Because if she has been exposed as a racist, I don't understand why this hasn't been overturned though. Because why can't you petition it legally?
They never overturn anything. Then he's a racist. The boxing is racist. Why would they overturn it? They don't. They rarely overturn anything from the get go. Then you asking to overturn some shit y'all know y'all cheated on. Like that's going to the police and be like, well, can y'all open an investigation on yourselves?
I mean, the only thing they might be willing to do, is obviously a big maybe, is it's a rematch. So they'll say, oh well, if you think that you were you were robbed or whatnot, so you guys can run it back. Well, that's not the point. Obviously I can beat him again because I already beat him. So I don't. What am I got to prove?
Yeah, they just want him to get an opportunity to win, a puncher's chance. He might straight punch hard than a motherfucker. They want him to give him a puncher's chance.
I don't think there's any point though, because I haven't seen the fight, but from what you guys are saying, he schooled the guy. He almost shut him out. I don't see the point of a rematch in him. Because
I'm surprised he actually whooped him that bad, because I think he was a gold medalist.
Yeah, I mean, I think the best thing you can do right now is obviously try and take the legal route. Outside of that, then I guess there's nothing you can do in it, because you're saying the legal route won't work. So, I mean, there's not really a third option.
No, we know there's nothing that he can do for sure. We were just talking about the point of there being racism, because he was like, well, how is it racism? It might be star power. Like, to be honest, in boxing, most of the people that are stars are blacks and Mexicans.
Listen, don't misquote me. I never once said, how is it racist if it's star power? I said the saving grace.
No, you said it could be star power.
No, I said the saving grace means it could have uplifted his profile. Because if he's been exposed that this guy...
No, I'm not talking about him. I'm saying, I'm not talking about nobody in particular. I'm saying the statement you made when you was like, well, I don't know if it's necessarily racism. It can be star power. Like Floyd had a lot of star power. It could just be star power.
My original point. Yeah. I mean, if you're a big star, you're more. I mean, it's just one of them. If you're a star,
that plays into it also, though.
You can get away with
for sure. I think that also plays into it for sure. But racism also plays into it, like because star power equals money. But what they will do is they will stab themselves for that money if race and money comes in between it, like Floyd.
Yeah, but
they will kill themselves for that money. Like, look how we're trying to give the UK an undisputed match. We trying to hurry up and get a UK undisputed match. But if Deontay win, guess who he's gonna have to fight? Dillian White.
Or if that
he's not.
Or if Usyk wins.
Yeah.
I mean,
Hey, and
yeah.
that's very possible. Both of these are very possible. I can't wait to
Yeah.
see that shit.
Yeah, I mean the heavyweight division is
The Joshua
kind of
Usyk
like
fight is
a
interesting, but the Fury Wilder
of
fight, I
course,
want
yeah.
to see
We
a
we
chance.
talked about
Yeah.
that fight at the beginning of this live stream, but and I got a prediction video for those of you who are curious and haven't seen it yet. It's on my channel. I've already broke down this fight and gave my
Which
prediction,
fight?
but
The Usyk fight?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so make sure you pop by and check that out. But you know, the heavyweight division is very interesting because there's just so many variables involved here. The fact that we got we got four fighters in the heavyweight division, even though Usyk is a cruiserweight moving up to heavyweight, but essentially you got four fighters facing off, and any outcome can throw a monkey wrench into the heavyweight division. Obviously, to Chavo TV's point here is the UK especially, they want the Joshua Fury fight really bad.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Yeah, we
like,
do.
obviously almost desperately bad because even though Wilder and Fury were under contract for a third fight,
They start lying.
Fury was willing to pay. He was willing to pay his way out of it. He was willing to pay Wilder to get out of the contract to go and fight Joshua in Saudi Arabia. So that's how much they wanted that fight. Now, I don't have anything essentially against the fight. It's a good fight to make. You got two British champions, great.
Yeah.
But
It's a much more interesting fight than
Deontay-
Fury Wilder
but-
for the third time. That's kind of like
but
reheating an
Deontay
old
Wilder, but Deontay Wilder is owed his third fight, and so that's the thing that irritates. Yeah, that's the
I
thing
don't
that
know why they
irritates
stretched
me
it out
is
so
that
long. It should have been over by now, isn't it? The Wilder Fury.
well,
Fury,
because
should
they
have
were
done
trying to make Fury Joshua. Look,
No,
here's the
before
thing. Let me say this. Most boxing fans get duped very easily. The majority of boxing are casual boxing fans. They read a couple articles, they watch a couple YouTube channels, and they keep it moving. There is an extremely small percentage of boxing fans like myself and those who make content on here that really know the ins and outs. They know the history of the sport and et cetera, et cetera. So when they came, so the general idea is that Fury won the second fight so convincingly that the third fight doesn't matter. That's what they told people in the media. The Fury camp, Eddie Hearn, everybody, even Bob Arum, everybody was saying, everybody ignored the fact that there was a third fight already guaranteed in the contract as a trilogy. But they were saying, well, never mind that. The second fight was so bad that even if there is a third fight in the contract, we can get around that because the second fight was so convincing, right? Then on top of that, you have Joshua, who was available at that time, so they try to make that fight. And everybody was like, yeah, that's the fight we want to see. We don't want to see Wilder Fury anymore because it was so one-sided.
Yep. Then you got a whole country wanting to see them fight.
Exactly.
Yeah, but to be fair though, it's been 20 months. I don't know why Wilder and Fury haven't fought by now because the Joshua negotiations lasted about 6 weeks. They lasted about 6 weeks.
Fury.
So we're 1 month in and they still haven't fought yet. I mean, they should have been done by now.
So they should have been, yes. Well, they should have fought on July 24th, but they didn't.
Yeah.
But let me rewind it back even.
Yeah, they should have fought last year.
Let me rewind it back even further. You have to understand, Jimmy, that after the second Wilder Tyson Fury fight, right away, within weeks, everybody started clamoring for the Joshua Fury fight. Like that's the next fight. We've got to unify the titles, British champions, et cetera, et cetera. Even Dillian White was put on pause. Wilder was put on pause. Andy Ruiz was put on pause. Everybody was put on pause in the heavyweight division.
Dillian White life is on pause.
Everybody wanted Joshua Fury. So during that whole negotiation process, which took several months, because Fury can't fight in the UK, if people didn't know that.
Yep.
That's why
they open the investigation up on his ass if he do.
Exactly.
No,
so
it's been cleared.
That's why it was trying to be made in Saudi Arabia. So that took time. Then out of the woodwork, here comes Wilder knocking on the door and said, "Excuse me, we got a contract here, big boy. You owe me a third fight." And then more time went by because it had to go to an arbitration
because he was running.
Because Fury didn't. He was like, "Well, I don't want to fight this guy." He tried to make it seem like the second fight was so convincing, so there's no point. And I got Joshua lined up, and that's what I want to do.
Then they lied to the fans. He kept lying. To your point, they did. Like most of the fans can be like swayed and don't know what they're talking about. But I think it was really him while they took it from out his own mouth, because he said, "I'm fighting Joshua such and such." Then Eddie Hearn lying to people. Then old media lying to everybody, saying no one wants to watch this fight, but they tickets will sell down.
No, but to be fair though, come on though, you're really saying Wilder Fury 3 is more interesting than Joshua Fury, something fresh and new for Undisputed, than watching them fight for the third time.
I'm not saying one is more interesting than the other. I'm saying they're both pretty interesting. I know who's going to win Joshua. I know who's going to win Joshua versus Fury. I who Fury's going to win. Easy.
Well, we've already
that's
seen
not
Fury
even a thing.
beat Wilder twice, though, isn't it? So how interesting is that?
He didn't beat him twice, though.
Beat the third time. Okay,
he didn't get beat twice.
Most of the world thought Fury won the first fight, right? Most of the world.
No, who's most of the world? You got these motherfuckers with you, so?
Listen, if you go online and check out any online poll,
that's not true.
That's not accurate. No.
All right, and I don't know about no online poll. I'm not sure about that one. But
no, I'm saying most fans that I know, I've spoken to, whatever reviews I've seen online, most people thought that.
But then, regardless, whether, because that's an anecdotal point. Regardless about that,
Deontay Wilder's own TV network scored it for Fury. So most people did. I mean, I'm being honest. Most people did think Fury won the first fight.
Okay, but besides that, if you sign a contract and you have to fight somebody, you have to fight regardless if I want to see the shit or not.
Okay, I know, but that's not my concern though. My concern is seeing the fights I want to see though.
Jimmy,
but it got to be your concern because you want to see the fight you want to see.
Let me.
You just said they were equal in value though. No, you just said they were equal in value, which is a lie though. They're not equal in value. Okay, a fresh undisputed fight is the same as seeing Wilder get beat up for the third time. Really, does that make any sense to you?
How did he get? So you thought he got beat up the first time?
Unless you're a Wilder fanboy, which you kind of sound like you are. In the rematch, it was so one-sided. Why would I want to watch that again? If I could watch something.
I didn't ask you about the rematch, my brother.
Whoa.
You're telling me what you think will happen.
Time out. Jimmy. So let's rewind to the first fight, okay? We got to take it back now because we're hopscotching through this real quick for the people in the back and people that are watching, because this is important. Okay. First off, the first fight. You had 2 knockdowns in the fight, yes?
Yeah.
So that automatically gives 4 points to Wilder.
Yep.
Now, all you got to do is look at the first 3 rounds of that fight. And the first 3 rounds of that fight, it was very close rounds. Okay? But it's not crazy to say that Wilder won those first 3 rounds. Yeah. Flicking out a jab and wagging your tongue out at Wilder doesn't win you a round. And sure. Wilder wasn't doing very much either. I'm not saying he was, but I'm saying you can easily say that Wilder did a little bit more. And if you were to give
especially
just
when
2,
you leave somebody on their back.
And so let me say this: even if you only give 2 out of the first 3 rounds to Wilder, that's a draw right there, because then it's 6-6. If you give all 3 of those rounds to Wilder, Wilder wins the fight. And I'll add this to it. Wilder is the champion. You got to take the belt from the champ, and the champ knocked him down twice. And if you give 1 or 2 rounds of the early fight, then you ain't you boxing okay. Yeah, okay, that's fine. You boxing all right. You're being slippery, whatever. You're making it difficult for Wilder to land his big shot. Okay, that's fine. But are you really doing enough to beat the champ after you have to get off the canvas 2 times?
I've never heard of somebody getting dropped twice and winning a fight.
Yeah, but 2 points don't win you the fight, though, do they? 2 knockdowns.
4 points.
Because Andre Ward got knocked down once and he still beat Sergey Kovalev, and I scored it for Ward as well. So you can still get dropped a couple of times and still win the fight, because a lot of people didn't give Wilder.
But he didn't do that.
Jimmy, you got to do it convincingly though. We're not talking. You got to take you got to take the belt from the champ. You can't say out there, "Oh, I think he landed. I think he landed a couple more flicking."
Right. If he had more power,
Jimmy, how many times in boxing history, and I don't know how much you know about the sport, but how many times in boxing history where the champion who normally gets the nod over a close fight because they're the champion, you got to take it. You got to win rounds convincingly, not because you threw a couple more flicking jabs out there, not because you maybe landed a couple more right hands. I understand what you're saying. You score the fight based off of punches landed, but still, when a round is that close, and you're the champ, you always get the benefit of the doubt. You get the benefit of the doubt.
That's actually how they scored, not just by punches landed.
Would you not say whatever questions were on the table in the first fight were very much answered in the second fight, which was a pure beatdown? So, I mean, okay, I don't mind the fight, but to say it's worth more than AJ Fury, I mean, how's that even possible?
Say that. Why are you sitting here lying on me?
No, you said you can rewind it. You said they were the same. Yeah.
Then why you just say 2 seconds ago that one was more than the other? If you're gonna repeat,
let me take that back. Okay, let me take that back. I mean, how can you say they're equivalent? Because you can't. Two things can't be the same if something is fresh and new.
Look. I'll concede this point. They're not the same as far as I think it will sell more pay-per-views as far as it's a whole country behind them. That's why I said before they are desperately trying to give them this undisputed match. But if you're asking, someone that not a casual, hold on. If you're asking not a casual, which one would they want to see? We want to see both of them, of course. But I really want to see what happens in Wilder 3 because of one, all the questions that was raised in 2, Okay. Anyway, all the questions that was raised in 2. Where did he get this one punch knockout power all of a sudden? Because I ain't never heard of nobody punching with pillows, then all of a sudden come knocking motherfuckers off their equilibrium. I've never seen that. Like, especially Fury.
Do you want to see the fourth fight as well? If Wilder wins the third fight, do you want to see the fourth fight as well in a row? These guys just fight each other until the end of time?
Fucking hilarious.
Well, let's
laugh. No,
Jimmy, let's change that question though real quick. Yeah. You can keep the same question, but let's change it up the way you worded it. If Wilder knocks out Tyson Fury, do you want to see the fourth fight?
Do I want to see the fourth fight?
No, in general. The question's for anybody. So instead of saying, if Wilder wins, do you want to see the fourth fight? No, if Wilder knocks out Fury, I don't think anybody wants to see the fight again. I mean, it's pretty clear.
Yeah.
Because check this. If Wilder knocks out Fury, that means that at a minimum, Wilder knocked Fury down 3 times out of 3 fights.
Okay, and
one of which the grace of God himself brought him off the canvas in the 12th round of the first fight. I think we can all agree on that. It was a miracle that he got up after that shot.
Like the Undertaker.
So in the third fight, if he knocks him down once, and let's say he knocks him down once and ends it, or he knocks him down several times, he could potentially knock him down out of 3 fights several times before it's all said and done. So the thing is, everyone's so focused on the second fight. All of the allegations put to the side and all the stuff that, Fury fans say,
I ain't even brought up no allegations.
Put all that to the side.
Matter of fact, after you get done talking, I want to ask him about his Fury's history of cheating. Let's see if he keeps the same energy.
Okay, so
you can see whatever you want. Yeah,
so putting all that to the side, because I feel like as we go along with this conversation here, it's going to be brought up eventually. So put all that to the side for a moment. Everybody's so focused on the outcome of the second fight, as if Fury. I'm not here to say that Fury didn't beat up Wilder. He did, but here's the difference. Wilder's towel was thrown in.
Yeah,
it was stopped. Okay, Fury didn't knock out Wilder, and as a matter of fact, the one knockdown he did get against Wilder
Was off balance.
behind the ear.
I thought
You
it
have
was
to
clean.
you have to rewind the tape. Now, I'm not saying it's not a legitimate knockdown. I'm saying that Kenny Bayless is a shit ref. I am saying that though. Kenny Bayless
it
is
was
a
two
shit ref,
knockdowns.
but I'm saying that he got
Divine,
hit
it was
behind
two
the ear.
knockdowns.
2 knockdowns.
Yeah, wasn't it 2 knockdowns? Because he dropped him with a body shot, and then
Yeah, with that was when he was off balance. That's what I was naming. I don't think the behind the ear wasn't that for AJ.
No, that was
Or did
when
he
he
punch?
knocked when in the second fight he knocked him down when he was against the ropes and he threw a right hand while Wilder was ducking.
Oh yeah. No,
and
he got
hit
dropped
him,
twice.
and he got hit behind the ear, and then after that his ear started bleeding.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is that like the fight, he didn't knock Wilder out. The fight was stopped by his trainer, which then that's a whole nother topic on being a disloyal trainer and all that stuff. But we're not talking about a Fury who went in there and knocked Wilder out. You know, he beat him up, he hurt him, sure.
How many rounds did he win in the second fight?
Who?
Wilder.
He didn't win any rounds.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So what? What they fought? They fought once. They fought once, 12 rounds. Okay, it was a draw. At the end of the day, whether you agree with it or not, it was a draw. And Wilder kept his belt because Fury didn't do enough to take it to the champion and take the belt from the champion. He got knocked down twice in the fight, and all you got to do is give 1 or 2 more rounds to Wilder on top of the knockdowns, and that's either a draw or a victory for Wilder. The thing is, when you get knocked down 2 times in a fight, you dig a massive hole.
Especially against the champion?
You're already down 4 rounds because it's a 10-8 round. So you're down 4 rounds. You got to come out and you got to pull off a miracle. And to me, Fury didn't do that. I mean, he got up after the 12th round, and he fought back, and it was a great 12th round. It was a historic 12th round. Great for boxing. But 11 rounds before that, he wasn't doing anything that made me say, oh, wow, he's really, really dominating Wilder here.
I think
okay, so now everybody's fixated. Nobody wants to talk about the first fight, but everybody wants to be fixated on the second fight and how Fury walked Wilder down. He beat him up. The fight was stopped, et cetera, et cetera. So everybody says, oh, well, because based off of that, there's no point of a third fight. But what we do know...
Because in the first fight, Fury was not at his best. He was coming off a 4-year layoff. He lost 100 pounds in weight. He'd spent the last nearly half a decade being a cokehead and an alcoholic. So in the first fight, that was not the best version of Tyson Fury. If you compare the way his body looked against Wilder to how his body looked against Klitschko, it was night.
Okay.
Who was the white guy that was punching him up that had him bleeding up? Was that the best of Fury before he fought him for the second time?
True.
Was that the best? Bro, obviously something was wrong in that second fight. That's why I haven't even brought up none of the allegations. I'm not going to sit here and filibuster with you back and forth about allegations and shit like that. Everybody see that was not Wilder. You can see it. So he won, like you said, won no rounds. One in there got punched up by a dude with pillow hands.
So two things.
Was it the costume? Was it too heavy?
2 things for you, Jimmy. 2 things. First off, if you want to make the argument that Fury wasn't his best, at his best on the first fight, which, okay, that's fine. But was Wilder at his best in the second fight?
I mean, Wilder
was that the best Wilder you saw in the second fight? Because that, for me, that was the worst I've ever seen Wilder. Before the end of the first round, he looked like dog shit.
He couldn't even move.
This is what happens when you don't fight real fighters, isn't it? When you spend most of your career fighting bombs, when you fight a real elite fighter, you get fucked up.
Whoa.
I don't find that really surprising.
Whoa, did you just say that?
I'm talking about Wilder.
This guy is crazy. I know who you're talking about.
Jimmy.
Okay, what elite heavyweight have you fought?
What are you talking?
So hold on, let me tell you. Do you think the dude that beat up on Fury, do you think he was a bum?
Which one's that?
The one that left him all bloody in the mouth and the nose.
The fight before Wilder.
fight before Wilder.
Yeah, when he was at his best, because you said when he fought Wilder, he wasn't at his best. So now he read
You
up
think
and
he
he got
was?
on his best shit.
You think coming off a 4-year coke binge where he had to lose about what?
Hey, I'm
10
not making an excuse about his dope usage. I'm saying you said he wasn't at his best. I said, cool. Okay, what about when he fought White Boy, punched him up, nose bleeding, mouth bloody?
I mean, that's
Well, he was
embarrassing
at his
on
best
Wilder.
then. So what happened then?
Isn't that embarrassing
Odo
on Wilder,
Wallin.
the journeyman?
Okay, Aldo
Yeah,
Walden. Yeah, I don't want to keep calling him out his name.
Odo Wallin. Okay.
Sure. I mean, he probably did better than Wilder.
Busted up Fury.
I'm
Yeah,
just
that's embarrassing
asking
that
you.
Aldo
You don't
Wilder
have
did
to
better
make
than Wilder.
excuses, brother. Answer the question.
Well, I don't need to make excuses because he stopped Wilder, innit? I mean,
Oh my fucking
I
god.
don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, take the dick out your mouth.
You're the one with the
Just
dick in your
answer the
mouth. I'm
question.
getting emotional.
Just answer
Talking
the
about-
question, bro.
What
Why
question is that?
that question is really tripping you up like that? Because that wasn't even the kicker. Like that's really like
No, he didn't look good
you
against Otto Wallen. So what's your point? I mean, what are you trying to say?
I said, was that his best?
Was he at his best in that fight? Yeah, that was the best version of Tyson Fury. He's got a history of looking pretty poor in some fights. I mean, did you see the Steve Cunningham fight? Did you see that fight?
Shit. No, I
He looked
didn't.
that shit in that fight. Yeah, he looked shit in the Steve Cunningham fight as well. I don't get what's your point. Unlike you, I can be honest, innit? I'm not a fanboy like you. I'm not
Well,
getting
I just
emotional
had to
over
dig that
fights.
shit out of you. Everybody watching can see you. Forget you on YouTube, motherfucker. You're crazy. Now let's talk about Fury's cheating allegations. Not allegations. He actually did the shit. So let's get that out the way. What was the substance he tested positive for?
When he was caught in the UK. Yeah, he got banned by UCAD, didn't it? I think they cleared it now. But yeah, he was banned for I think,
Hell no, he would have been up there fighting Joshua ass.
No,
They
he tried to
cleared
fight in the UK, but the fight fell apart because of
when did he pick his boxing license up back over there? Because last I heard, as soon as he do, they open an investigation.
No, listen, mate. Do you not remember in December when they tried to fight? Who's the guy that beat Derek Chisora, the European guy?
I don't know. It's like everybody been on a European tour.
Yeah, is it Abek Habial? Divine, do you not remember he was trying to fight in the UK again under Frank Warren? But then they took it apart at the end and he started negotiating with Joshua.
But that I don't. When did this happen? Because last time I checked, and that was like 3 months ago, they was still on his ass about this shit.
No, it was Abek Habial, bro. The story was quite common. He was trying to.
You said they just dropped it out of nowhere? Like they said, fuck it, we're not looking for you no more.
No, they started negotiating with Joshua, innit, for the Joshua fight instead.
No, I'm talking about him and his criminal acts, his criminal investigation. They just
no
stopped
one's banned
it for what
forever,
reason?
are they? Like, come on, like you come on, don't be dumb now. No one's banned forever. You're either banned, like no one's banned indefinitely.
When did they stop the ban? Since you know, when did they stop the ban? We slow.
When they stopped the ban?
Yeah,
it's probably been a while. He has been cleared by UCAD. He has been cleared by UCAD.
Okay,
he wasn't.
Look,
he obviously
Fury,
wasn't.
Like, I'm not the biggest fan of Tyson Fury. Like, bro, I'm not the biggest fan of Tyson Fury at all. Like, Joshua's my favorite heavyweight.
So do you think he was guilty of cheating?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Tyson Fury was definitely taking drugs.
Okay, and do you think he's been caught cheating, tampering with his gloves?
Oh, come on, man. Let's not go into like Disney delusions now. Deontay Wilder's own trainer signed off on the gloves.
I'm not talking about Deontay. I'm not talking about Deontay, sir. I'm not talking about Deontay. He did it against someone else and was caught in the ring, sir. Sir, he was caught in the ring. You never seen the video of him of the ref coming up to him, and then they doxed him points for that. So he's been caught tampering with his glove, and then his sparring partners have showed the gloves that they were being used on, which had no padding. His whole family comes from bare knuckle boxing, them gypsy guys. Yes, the journeyman gypsies. Yeah, they come from that shit. So why is this so far-fetched for you to believe that he tampered with his gloves, which we can clearly see? I've never seen no type of ounces gloves. I've seen all 5 of my knuckles. I've never seen that.
Deontay Wilder's own
But you telling me he has this history, but fuck Deontay, and there's no racism in boxing at all.
I mean, you're the one who brings screaming gypsies, this and that, so you need to calm down.
He calls himself the fucking Gypsy King. I don't even know what the fuck that is. I don't know what that is.
Can I answer your question? Because you're hitting me with question after question. You don't even let me answer, so you're having a conversation with yourself. Okay, what I was trying to say to you, look, it's very simple. It's really basic. The Vegas Commission, Deontay Wilder's own trainer, they both signed off on the gloves. The conversation starts and ends there. When he was having his hands taped, Deontay Wilder's own people were in the room. Everything got signed off. I mean, what delusions are you on about, bro?
You're not. You see, this is why I don't let you. Wait, that's not what I was talking about. I kept telling you, we're not talking about Deontay. I kept telling you, we're not talking about Deontay. Let's talk about his sparring partner. Let's talk about his sparring partner that recorded his gloves that had no pad in it. Let's talk about him being caught.
Okay.
Documented. They had an investigation. He had to leave his whole license. This is caught by him. Deontay has never lied to us. When does he lie?
Yes.
But we have a liar and a cheater here. And you still say, oh, no, stick his dick back in my ass. I'm going to say whatever he wants.
Okay, cool. You're done with the sound effects. Anyway, back to boxing, yeah? What I was saying, yeah, is you're saying he loaded what he messed about with his gloves in the fight. That's not possible. Okay, you're talking about sparring partners and this
it's
and that.
It's not possible.
Look, Deontay Wilder's own people were in the dressing room. The commission was in the dressing room. They all inspected the gloves.
So you telling me the commission is always to be trusted?
No, but Deontay Wilder's own trainer signed off. His own people signed off on the gloves.
I know. And do you see his trainer still around? The only dude that's still around, I forget the dude's name. But he's not checking gloves no more. That was his first time ever seeing gloves.
No, it wasn't, bro. Don't talk rubbish. She'd been in like 12 championship fights.
Oh my God, Lord Jesus! Why do you think he's still there? You think if he was messing with the gloves and he cut off Mark Breland, he would just leave him?
No, Mark Breland.
This came out of his own mouth, so I don't know if it's true or not. This came out of his own mouth, though. So
listen. Mark Breland wasn't the one in the locker room. That was JD's, and he still got JD's in the locker room.
That's exactly what I said.
You're talking about race, innit? Ironically, the white guy's still there, but Wilder kicked out the black guy, innit? So that's ironic.
What the fuck does that have to do with anything? Yo,
you're the one harping on about race. I'm just saying, isn't it ironic?
That don't mean you could throw race on everything, bro.
Let me read an article real quick about the drug usage by Tyson Fury.
Yeah.
So it says here, did Fury test positive for drugs? Yes. In 2016, just a month before Fury's proposed rematch with Klitschko in Manchester, UK, anti-doping suspended him due to an adverse finding. The suspension was not revealed until later in the year by Fury had already pulled out of the rematch due to an ankle injury. And they said that he tested positive for nandrolone. And nandrolone is a substance sometimes used by bodybuilders, although it is banned as an anabolic steroid. It promotes protein uptake and makes it easier for the body to build up muscle. So
definitely, I mean, he was definitely.
Then he tried to say he got it out of somebody's meat, right? And tried to get the farmer to lie with him. And then the farmer came out and said, "No, he didn't," because they didn't even pay him. How you not pay the motherfucker off? You asking a lot for you. He came back out because they didn't pay him and said, "No."
What I don't get is how is this relevant to him knocking out Deontay Wilder though? How are the two things relevant?
Him out.
He didn't even knock him out. You just be making shit up, bro, as you go. You just we need to give you a name. We need to give you MacGyver. You just make shit up as you go.
What does TKO stand for? Technical knockout.
Technical looking ass. You love technicalities when they favor you, don't you?
It's a technical knockout officially, but if the fight is finished and you're still on your feet, it's not a knockout. Obviously, the towel was thrown in. But look, let me ask you a question, Jimmy. So you said Joshua is your favorite fighter, yeah?
In the heavyweight division, yeah, currently.
Okay, in your heavyweight division, Joshua. Who do you got? Do you think Joshua beats both Fury and Wilder?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
Whoa, he's on drugs, bro. He's on drugs.
Okay.
Wilder's
I knew it.
Fury's a tough fight. Well, no, I think Fury's. I actually think Usyk's actually tougher.
Another question for you. Do you believe the general idea from most boxing media that Wilder is a one-trick pony and all he has is the right hand?
Yeah, Wilder's definitely a hype job. He's overrated, yeah.
Okay. So we've established that, and so
now
how
did he punch him up and beat him up again then? Like, why wait this long? You even said it yourself.
Listen, I agree with you, man.
They trying to give him millions of dollars and shit. I ain't giving the motherfucker nothing.
No, I mean, they said they didn't offer him anything. Bob Arum and Tyson Fury.
After he
They said
didn't take that
wanted
shit.
20 million. No, they said he asked for 20 million and they said no. So, I mean, both camps are saying different things. I don't know who's telling the truth.
Obviously, the one that been telling the truth the whole time, and the other one been lying.
No,
They
Deontay Wilder
told you
doesn't
he
have
was fighting AJ in Saudi Arabia. Like, you just keep eating the bullshit they feed you. I don't understand that.
So the thing is that
what did I say that was a lie, man? You're just getting emotional because your boy got beat down.
You
And he's
lied
gonna get beat
45
down again.
times on this motherfucker, bro. Okay.
no, look
never
at
mind.
look at the end of the day, Chavo. Like if he thinks that Wilder ain't shit, then that's fine, and he thinks that that Fury's gonna crush him again in the third fight, and the third fight is unwarranted because it's not appealing, and they should have done if they should have had Joshua Fury. That's his opinion. That's fine. But here's the thing, though, Chavo, is that people like Jimmy, and this is not an attack at Jimmy per se, but anyone that has that same general idea that Jimmy holds currently, and there's a lot of them.
Yeah,
Okay, I have a comment section on videos full of similar comments that Jimmy's been making all night.
Okay.
On October 9th, October 9th, Jimmy,
Yep.
the truth will be revealed.
Sure.
And so, channels like myself and other channels out here who have been advocating and supporting Deontay Wilder, not necessarily because, I'm a Wilder fan. I don't have any problem admitting that. But I am a boxing fan first and foremost.
Yep.
So when I look at Wilder and when people say, you only got a right hand, this and that and whatever, which is kind of strange to me. I gotta admit, because
stupid.
how do you win a bronze medal in the Olympics as a heavyweight?
Just gonna say that.
Which American heavyweights already struggle to win medals in the Olympics. So how do you win a bronze medal in the Olympics if you only have a right hand? When amateur boxing is scored by punches landing, it's a whole different scoring system. So you got to do much better than just throwing a right hand.
Even beating
that's neither
Stubborn.
here or there. I just wanted to throw that out there.
Even so,
channels like myself.
Yeah, but when you get outboxed by guys like Gerald Washington, who's a football player.
So channels like myself. But then he knocked him out. So look. So here's the thing. Yeah. Channels like myself and others who've been advocating Deontay, not necessarily. Are there Wilder fanboys out there? Sure. Just like any other fighter. There are channels out here who talk about Joshua like he's the greatest thing since sliced bread and he's untouchable. So every channel has their fan favorites, and that's what they build their channel off of. But there are several channels out here who simply thinks that Wilder is going to win the fight, not based off of the fact that, I'm going to support Wilder no matter what, even if I think he's going to lose. I'm going to try to lie to myself and tell people that Wilder is going to win. No, we actually look at training footage. We look at previous fights. We break down the sweet science. We look at it from a very stylistic point of view. And there are many things, and I invite you, Jimmy, and I don't know if you have, because I would imagine that when you see any type of training footage of Wilder, you briefly just brush over it and take it for face value, then you probably keep it moving. But what I would encourage you to do is look at let me finish. If you claim to be a boxing fan, and I'll give you that credit because I don't want to sit up here and accuse someone pretending to be a boxing fan, but they're actually not until you prove it otherwise. So if you claim to be a boxing fan, I invite you and encourage you to go and watch Deontay Wilder's training footage with Malik Scott. And watch it with a very open mind, no bias, and look at the skills that he is now portraying, which he has never portrayed before. Now, after you do that, then you got two choices. Either you say to yourself, wow, he does look different. Maybe this third fight will be more compelling than I thought. Or you'll say what Tyson Fury has been saying, which is, it doesn't matter how he trains or what he does for the past 6 months. And let's be honest, Deontay's been training for this fight for 6 months. Fury he's basically just started training. Okay, because he got COVID Then his daughter was sick.
Supposedly.
Yeah, I
Right?
don't think
He
the
got-
fight's gonna happen. If I'm honest, you
So-
guys, I'm actually gonna be honest. I don't think it's gonna happen. I think Tyson Fury's gonna pull out. Even his dad was saying, Johnny Fury, that they can pull Tyson
Yeah.
Fury out. on
Okay,
synthetic
okay,
ground.
so
But
Jimmy,
that was
so
for his
Jimmy.
daughter.
So Jimmy,
Yeah.
but his daughter's back home now.
Facts.
So his daughter's home, and nobody. I know I can speak for myself that I came out here and I gave my condolences to his daughter because I don't judge an innocent child for the sins of their father. Okay,
Yep.
and I hope the best, and I'm glad. I truly am genuinely glad that his daughter's okay. So, but now that she is okay and she's back at home, there's no more room for
Yeah.
excuses at this point, right?
I thought the same thing too.
if the fight doesn't happen because you deadlifted too much and you snapped your back in half, and I'm just saying that because he did deadlift and he looked terrible at doing it. But what I'm saying is, if there's some type of situation like that, and then the fight is canceled again, my question for you, Jimmy, and all the other Fury supporters, or even if you don't claim to be a Fury supporter but you think Fury's going to win, will you call Fury out for his bullshit? Will you say that what would you say? Okay, not only have you ducked the fight twice, but now 3 times, or at least postponed it. You postponed it COVID. You postponed it because your daughter, or you made it seem like you might cancel it. Okay, now you actually have canceled it. Now we're not getting the October 9th fight. Will you call Fury out?
100%,
Never defended a title either.
Yeah, I'll call him out because Tyson Fury has a history of doing this. He did the same with Klitschko. Tyson Fury, I don't think he'll fight Wilder the 3rd time. I'm very confident this fight will never happen.
Okay, so if he doesn't fight Wilder the 3rd time,
It's been 2 years.
after
It's been 2
all
years.
of everything that you just said, Jimmy, that you think that it doesn't matter what Wilder is going to do, it doesn't matter, the result is the same, and Fury himself and his father has been saying Wilder ain't shit, he's nothing, we're going to beat him down worse than we did the 2nd fight. That's what they've been saying. They said, as a matter of fact, Fury recently just came out, Tyson Fury just came out and said, I'm going to beat him within 4 rounds. So you're up on your soapbox saying all this shit and talking all this shit while Wilder's essentially being silent. He's been silent since basically the 3rd fight has been signed. He hasn't said virtually anything. But Fury is actually the one hyping himself up, gassing himself up, and telling everybody how he's going to destroy Wilder. So after all that shit you talk, and then you don't show up on October 9th, what does that tell you about Fury? I'm sorry, but that shows me personally that he's scared.
Could be. I mean, it could be. He does have a history
He's
of doing
scared.
this. He did the same with Klitschko. The Klitschko rematch, he avoided that. And he could do the same to Wilder, definitely. I mean, I'm pretty sure it won't happen because I know I've been following Tyson Fury's career. And everything from what I've seen, I find it hard to believe that he's not actually show up for the 3rd fight. I don't think he'll go through with it.
But the thing is, though, Jimmy, doesn't it show a very kind of like strange light on Fury besides the fact that he ducks the 3rd fight and after all that shit that he talked and then he ducks, he doesn't show up.
I would say that.
But doesn't it show a strange light on the 2nd fight, though? No, but a real question, though.
Yeah.
Doesn't that show shine a strange light on the 2nd fight? Because you beat Wilder so convincingly in the 2nd fight. It wasn't even a challenge. You beat him up to the point where the corner had to stop it.
Yeah.
So you should have no problem and no worry to even think about avoiding the 3rd fight.
Yeah. That's what most.
So if you don't,
it's free money.
If you don't show up on October 9th, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But that makes you extremely suspect.
Yeah.
And that tells me that you got away with some shit. You got away with some shit on the 2nd fight.
That you don't want him to see again.
And so let's
done. Fury's got everything. Like, you know, Tyson Fury, he wanted to beat up Wilder and get the win. He's got that win. And I don't think he really wants to fight him again because he's got what he's wanted to get. The only, fighting for the 3rd time only benefits Wilder. Because Fury's already beat him in it, so fighting Wilder again doesn't really do anything for Fury. He's already a favorite. He's already knocked him out. He's already got his belts.
But you're building a straw man argument here.
Yeah, I was just about to say that doesn't have anything to do with nothing.
But what I'm
No, no, I'm
saying
saying
here
he had.
is that we're having a conversation and a debate on rather who's the better fighter. That's what the real conversation is. And you've been up here
Yeah, but then
saying
we
that,
see
well,
that in the
Fury
second
is
fight.
clearly the better fighter because he dismantled Wilder in the second fight, and in the first fight you thought he won. So
What it is?
why
Okay, would
wouldn't Fury be the first man up and say, okay, you want to fight a third time? That you're biting off more than you can chew, Wilder. I'm going to destroy you even worse. And he would be the first one in the gym training just to make sure that he finishes this once and for all. But in fact, that's not the case. That's not the case at all. Jimmy,
Yeah,
he
that's why he's not
just
training.
started training.
Just
last week.
like 2.5 weeks ago. Yeah, like two weeks ago.
He just started training.
Like
and what does that tell? And then his dad said, I don't like the way he's training with Sugar Hill and Crunk's gym because he's training to knock out Wilder. But the thing is, Wilder is planning, he's preparing for that. He wanted his son to go back to the UK and go back to his roots and go back to boxing. Because let's be honest, Jimmy, the only way that you're going to beat Wilder, because now the tables are turned. Remember how I mentioned about Wilder being the champion? You got to take the belt from the champ. Well, guess what? Now that favors Fury because now Fury's the champ. And the only way that you can beat Wilder, in my opinion, is if you outbox him for 12 rounds. Because Wilder has to take it to you. You the champ.
Yeah,
Wilder's got to knock you out.
Okay, in the first fight, Fury used long-range back foot slick boxing to, in most people's view, beat him on points, right? And then the rematch used pressure tactics. So Fury's shown two different ways to beat Wilder. Wilder is still the same. He's still who he is. So even though I think he'd win the third fight, just because of his character, I don't think it's ever going to happen. That's why you guys aren't seeing a lot of training footage for Fury, because I don't think he's going to show up.
I think he was training for the first one, but he was it was going bad. It wasn't going good. I think his dad even said that. And to speak on things that Camp said, they say all type of shit. 1 minute they're scared, next minute they're gonna dismantle him. John Fury's scared for his life, his son's life 1 minute, next minute he's saying they're gonna beat their ass. I don't know if you've heard this, Divine, but John Fury has been the only one that sounds a little honest sometimes when he speaks on what Wilder will do to him and how Tyson Fury can and probably will get his ass beat. John Fury's been the only one really saying anything.
Well, I like to see it to believe it, because the only thing I've seen so far is Fury, Wilder getting beat down. So I know what you're saying, what might happen, but based on what has happened.
This came from his daddy, so.
And Jimmy, you can't say that Wilder can't change or he hasn't shown anything different. You can't honestly say that until after the third fight.
Yeah. So the second one had all that stuff. He said he was drugged and Tyson Fury's gloves. So
yes.
Let's just give it the third one.
Yeah, that's just gonna be a sore loser, isn't
it? But because Wilder has changed trainers, and that is important because he's with Mark Breland and JD's essentially for an extremely long time. And during that period of time, you're right, he didn't change much because he didn't need to, because he was knocking people out. So why would you try to fix something that's not broken? Now he faced off against Fury the second fight. And sure, did it surprise him that Fury decided to walk him down? It probably did. But my point is that now you have realized your mistakes. You realize what went wrong. So now you go with Malik Scott. And that's why I told you and invited you to go watch his training videos. Because all you got to do is look at pad work with Mark Breland and then compare that to Malik Scott pad work. It's not that hard. And it's night and day difference. Night and day. Yeah.
So and even their relationship is night and day.
Exactly. So to my point, you cannot accurately say that Wilder can't change or he hasn't shown that he can change, because he's always had the same camp. He's never needed to change ever. Now he does need to change, and we're going to find out October 9th if indeed he does change. So if Fury comes in October 9th and beats Wilder up again or knocks him out, then you can say, you know what? Yeah, I guess you're right. Wilder can't change. He is who he is.
No, he can change. No, I agree with you. He can change, but he's never going to change enough to beat someone. Tyson Fury is always going to be a better fighter than him. That's what I'm trying to say. He can change. He can improve and he can change, but he'll never be better than Tyson Fury.
Deontay
What makes-
Wilder doesn't need to train to be a better boxer than Fury. He needs to train to tune boxing fundamentals,
Facts.
and then the power is the ultimate eraser, like Teddy Atlas likes to say.
He's just working on hiding it right hand. That's it. He already had a lot of, you don't, like he said, like Devon said, you don't win bronze by being ass. There's no way you can knock out this many people by being ass. There's no way. None. If you give somebody just a magical power, just hit this guy once, you'll knock him out. As a non-boxer, it would be hard if you were to go in the ring and just try to do some shit. He has talent and boxing talent. When he beat Stavern, he showed that.
And people keep bringing that up, that, it doesn't matter. He'll never be able to outbox Fury. Well, he doesn't need to outbox him. You think his goal on October 9th is, I'm going to go in there and I'm going to try to outbox Fury? His goal is, I'm going to knock Fury. I'm going to knock Fury the hell out.
No, but in the rematch, he couldn't even outfight him, though. You're saying he couldn't outbox him. He can't do that. He can't outfight him.
He couldn't even throw a punch correctly in the second fight. So I don't know what was wrong with him. He was off balance, stumbling and shit. I don't know what was wrong with him. But I would like to see him in the third fight.
He's always had poor balance. Deontay Wilder's never had the best balance. I mean,
when he swings, he doesn't have the best balance.
Jimmy, we're talking about the first round, bro. We're talking about the first. As soon as the bell rang, he didn't look.
Yeah, right. Not when he gets somebody drunk off a punch and try to finish.
The thing is that I don't want to pinpoint one particular allegation. Fuck the allegations.
Yeah.
If you're looking from a boxing perspective, right? Forget about the allegation. I spoke about the second fight numerous of times without mentioning the allegations once. It wasn't until later where people were essentially like, hey, Divine, like, you really seriously need to look into this. Where I was like, okay.
That's the thing I respect about Joshua.
But
that's why
what
I
I'm
respect
saying
Joshua more than Wilder. Because when he lost, he took it like a man. He went to the drawing board, no excuses. He didn't bitch about him being concussed in sparring, him having family problems, him putting out too much muscle. He never complained, never cried, never bitched. Joshua. He took it like a real man. He went back.
But that actually made me like AJ.
But Jimmy, wait.
Wilder just became a little girl in it, crying like a little girl.
Wait. Jimmy. So with Joshua, he didn't. First off, he didn't get the towel thrown in on him. He got stopped.
He got his ass beat.
He got stopped by a dude that is not even on the same level as him as an athletic specimen.
He won't even beat Dillian White out.
Okay, so
at least he put some resistance, though. He put up some resistance. He dropped Ruiz. He won some rounds.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. But what I'm saying is that the you're comparing apples and oranges in the sense that Joshua came in and he looked like Joshua, like he's always looked. He didn't look any different.
No, he didn't.
He was Joshua. He was surprised. Yes. Just like Wilder was surprised by Fury walking him down, he was surprised by Ruiz's hand speed.
Yes, sir. That's all.
And two-pieced his ass. So here's the thing. What we're trying to point out here is that Wilder didn't look like Wilder from the first round. Joshua was Joshua up until the point he got dropped on his ass.
Yeah, until he got hit behind the ear, like behind the head, he was Joshua.
Listen, this is my point though. Tyson Fury put it on Deontay Wilder. Like all these allegations of my water was spiked. First of all, you passed the post-fight drug test, so you didn't have any drugs in your system as far as you being spiked. Secondly, his brother came out and said there was an autopsy done on him. You can only do autopsies on dead bodies. So honestly, and then Mark Breland, it was embarrassing.
Yeah, I don't know about none of that, honestly. Now I've been listening. I've never heard. I didn't know his. Are you sure about that?
No, his brother. No. Do you remember his brother came out talking about the autopsy reports and for Wilder and this and that? He's been detonated with the metal object or whatever.
Oh, the egg weight.
Oh, you talking about the? I don't know if he called it an autopsy, but I do remember them talking about that.
No, he did definitely.
Yeah.
Need to watch it again. You can only do an autopsy on the dead body. So from the get-go, you're embarrassing yourself using false logic. So it was just they were just crying like little girls because
So I'm gonna ask you this:
they've got
do
a
you
lot of
think they're
bitch in them, innit?
excuses, or do you think there's any weight to what he's saying of any of the things he said against? And remember, he's saying this about a known cheater from your mouth. You said he's a cheater, also.
Yeah, he's a cheater, bro. Look, I could cheat
I know
at a game
cheating
of
doesn't
poker,
mean
yeah.
anything to you,
That
but
doesn't
to
mean
people
that
that like
doesn't
really
that
like
doesn't mean
watching boxing,
yeah, but at the end of the day, you have to go by facts, innit? He was caught using an illegal drug. So that's okay. You got caught and you got banned. Okay, that's facts. You're going off fantasy, though. This is the problem. You want to sit here and have a debate based off fantasy. This is the problem why we pull up on
I'm just asking a question.
all you're
I didn't
using, yeah,
say
you're
say
asking
one or the
questions.
other. But what I will
Not
not
me.
do is what I won't do is throw what he said in the trash about a
No,
known
because
cheater.
you're based on fantasy. Listen,
I
bro,
couldn't do that.
he is a cheater, but you have to use facts, though. When he was caught cheating, yeah, okay, if someone robs a bank tomorrow, am I going to say it was Tyson Fury because he's a known liar? Like, you have to present evidence. You can't
What?
go off
Yo, that
fantasy.
analogy was shit.
No, it's the same. Well, okay.
What the fuck
Egg
did
when
that
it-
mean? What did
You know what I'm
that mean,
saying?
bro?
No, this is what I'm saying. This is how silly your argument is. You're talking about fantasy. What he's been drugged, even though he passed the post-fight drug test.
Okay, well let's not even talk about it. See, this is Devon. This is why I don't even be bringing this shit up, because I'm not defending it. I'm telling you, I'm not throwing it away because of the history boxing has had and boxers, and especially him, dirty ass boxer.
But that's what I'm saying. You're not using facts, though. You're using imagination.
So I'm like, they're gonna fight a third time. That's a fact. So
what hasn't happened yet? So we don't know.
Huh?
That's not a fact, because it hasn't happened yet. It's not a
Well,
fact.
he's gonna have to fight him, or he's gonna have to retire.
So
His dad know what's good for him. He said, "Man, I told him to stop the belt in the trash."
Jimmy, you sidestepped the point that I was trying to make earlier. We keep getting back into this, the allegations. Is it real? Is it not? The spike water, man. I said already, like, fuck all that.
Yeah.
The point that we're trying to say is because that horse has been dead. It's been beat dead by this point.
Yeah, like I have nothing to tell you about that.
So what I'm simply saying, and it was sidestepped, is that you've already admitted that Fury's dirty because he's popped dirty on a drug test. So we know that he has the capability to be a dirty fighter.
Yeah.
So what I'm asking you and anyone else that is here agreeing with what you're saying, Jimmy, there might be a few people in the chat here. Yeah. If Fury, because you also said that you think the third fight's not going to happen. So if the third fight doesn't happen, and that won't be because of Wilder, that will be because of Fury. So if Fury doesn't show up on October 9th, doesn't that put a microscope on the second fight?
I mean, it depends in it. I mean, for me, I'm not really that interested in the third fight because I don't really care about it at all. But for someone that would care, the little few people that are out there, yeah, it could do. I mean, for me personally, I wouldn't really give it too much thought because, I mean, at the end of the day, it's done, innit? He won the fight. And if there was any dodgy, like if he did anything wrong, then Wilder would have taken legal action, taken him to court, given evidence, and we would have, it would have been the no contest, or he would have been sued. Because Wilder had no problem taking Tyson Fury to an arbitration. So why wouldn't he take him to? Because he won the arbitration, right? Wilder's team won the arbitration, so they got the third fight. So if there was foul play, why not use the same legal route to get some kind of rewards off of it? So I don't believe the whole thing about. Yeah, it's just all fantasy.
And real quickly, if the allegations were so disrespectful and out of this world. And this goes for Mark Breland and all the allegations against Tyson Fury. If they were so outlandish and blatantly disrespectful, why didn't Mark Breland or Tyson Fury file a lawsuit for defamation of character? Because I'll tell you this. I'm a strength and conditioning coach. It's what I do for a living. And I've worked with fighters to help improve their conditioning and stuff like that. I've worked in corners. And I'll tell you this, if a fighter comes to me or a fighter goes out later in the public because he lost a fight and he said, I think this guy, in my corner, Devon, like he spiked my fucking water. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go to that fighter personally and I'm going to say, hey, bro, you can't be throwing my name under the bus like that. Like, I understand you took a loss. And that's hard for you to deal with, but I'm going to give you the opportunity to clear my name. And if you don't, I'm taking your ass to court. Period.
He did that.
And
He
if
said,
that
And I
if
know
that
Mark
fighter
Breland need a check. I know Mark Breland need a check.
and you know, if that fighter says, well, I don't care, man. Shit, I think you spiked my water, man, and this, that, or whatever. And I said, okay, bet. I'll see you in court.
You're definitely winning that.
So yeah, I mean, yeah, because you don't have evidence. So
Exactly.
people keep bringing up the fact that, oh, Wilder didn't have evidence. He didn't have evidence. He didn't have evidence. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, okay, maybe there's not enough convincing
You have to keep
evidence
it
out
in
there.
the like Zab.
But
If you listen to his, go ahead.
But it seems like Tyson Fury, he seems okay with having his name thrown under the bus. He just brush it off like, he's crazy, this, that, or whatever. Which that's his choice. That's his choice. But what I'm saying is that if the fans, not so much Tyson Fury, because Tyson Fury is full of shit with half the stuff that he says anyway. I think we can both agree on that. The dude's a clown, right? We put his boxing ability to the side. Him as a person, like he was caught out. He tested positive for COVID, and then a week later he was out in Vegas with his shirt off. With
I don't even think it was a week later. He was out there,
fist bumping and chest bumping people, taking pictures with fans. And then he was caught in the UK at a local carnival or fair or something like that. The dude was wearing camouflage cargo pants with a Louis Vuitton belt on and a baseball cap, looking like a complete nerd. Okay,
yeah, that's why I don't think the third fight is going to happen. This is why I don't think something else is going to happen.
So put all to that, that's just irritation and whatever. Put all that to the side. But what I'm saying is the man is constantly displayed just odd, weird behavior, where it's like,
he's very
you're okay,
you're okay,
you're a fighter, and somebody said, hey, I think you tampered with your gloves. I think you knocked me upside the head and put a dent in my head because you had an egg weight in your hand. As crazy as that sounds, as a fighter, you got to have a little bit of integrity and be like, hey, you can't be saying that shit about me. You lost fair and square. And if you continue to do this, I got a legal team, just like Deontay Wilder has a legal team to take it to arbitration to win the case. Fury's got a legal team too. Yeah. So if you continue this, I'm gonna put up a case against your ass.
His legal team's so good, he thought he could win in arbitration with a loophole.
And here's the thing, though, Jimmy, too, just to finish this little point off, is that as much as Fury didn't want to fight Wilder the third fight for various of reasons, we can call it whatever. We can say he didn't want to fight him because he's taking a risk. He don't want to fight him because he wants to fight with Joshua, whatever it may be, or a combination of everything. But if he would have said, you know what, I'm gonna go against Wilder. I'm gonna play him at his own game because he's accusing me of all these outlandish things, and he's trying to take me to court as for an arbitration for not fighting the third fight. I'm gonna counter his arbitration with a lawsuit, and if Wilder is found guilty for defamation of character, he could have got out of that third fight against Wilder.
And let me tell you about the laws in boxing with like Zab Judah. He tried to sue Divine, help me out. The dude he fought and he was in a coma after having brain surgery. He ends up suing this guy. He's been suing this guy for almost, I think, 6 years, maybe even 10. But he's been suing him for so long, and it's hard to win. And you have to have the physical evidence, which is nothing except for like maybe hand grab. And you have to get that in the ring. He said he had to tell them to give it to him in the ring, and they was trying not to. Like boxing is.
The thing is, Tyson Fury promised Deontay Wilder he'd never fight him again. It's been nearly 2 years, and the fight hasn't happened. So I don't think it'll ever happen.
Yeah, that just speaks to his character because he gave him a shot coming straight out of losing off his crack.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. He could have fought Anthony Joshua in the undisputed fight. He chose not to, and he cherry-picked an overweight crackhead in Tyson Fury. That was a cherry pick gone wrong. Don't overgloss it like, oh, he was Tyson Fury. Even so, he didn't also give
the boogeyman and Luis Ortiz a chance too.
Luis Ortiz was a nobody, bro. Luis is toys.
Oh my god, yo, get this guy.
What's he done?
Yo, you're crazy. Tell. Okay, if Luis Ortiz is a bum, why don't AJ fight him?
Let's use. Okay, you're trying to compare AJ's resume to Deontay Wilder's. Really?
I'm not. I said, why don't AJ fight him? That's all I said. All I
fought a
said
lot
was, why
better
don't
fighters than
AJ
Luis
fight him then?
Ortiz. He's fought better fighters than Luis Ortiz. Guys that were actually champions. The guys who were actually ranked much higher than Luis Ortiz. Luis Ortiz has done nothing in boxing. He's about 50. The New York Commission almost stopped the fight with Wilder because his blood pressure was out of control. This guy's a granddad that's done nothing in boxing. Stop overhyping him. It was a shit win.
So which one? Never mind.
So put Ortiz to the side. I mean, it doesn't matter what you say, Jimmy. Yeah, but at the end of the day, people were saying not me, not Chavo, not anybody else, but in the media, they were building Ortiz, King Kong Ortiz, as being a true threat in the heavyweight boxing division. So we're not making this shit up. That's what they were saying,
and he is. He's a good boxer,
and nobody wanted to fight him.
This is a guy that
nobody wanted to fight him. Fury didn't want to fight him. Dillian White didn't want to fight him. Joshua didn't want to fight him.
And Dillian White need to fight anybody.
Nobody in the top 5 wanted to fight him.
Dillian White's got a better resume. Listen, Dillian White's got a better resume than Deontay Wilder. Just put the two resumes side to side.
Crazy. This guy is crazy.
Why do you keep doing that, though, Jay? You keep shifting narratives and you keep shifting gears too quickly.
Straw man points that don't make sense.
I'm telling you. You basically just dismantled Ortiz as being nothing but an old bum. But I just told you nobody wanted to fight him. If he's a bum, then Wilder knocks him out, Joshua knocks him out, Fury knocks him out, and then he's a bum.
It's like when people talk about Devin Haney. Oh, he's a bum. Why don't nobody want to fight the man? So, Ryan Garcia, Rolly, he's a bum. Fight him, beat his ass, get his belt.
He's obviously not Ortiz. Yeah, he was knocking dudes out. See, here's the thing about the heavyweight division that's very unique. It's very unique about the heavyweight division. You can have 10 fights, but if you're 10-0 with 10 KOs, you can get a title fight.
Facts.
That's the crazy thing about the heavyweight division, unlike any other division. So it's no different than Wilder. Everyone says, "Oh, Wilder fought a bunch of bums," but let's ride with that sentiment just for a moment, just for the sake of Jimmy here. Let's say Wilder fought a bunch of bums. At the end of the day, at one point he was like 35-0 with like 35 knockouts before he fought Bermane Sterving the first time. So that's the thing about heavyweight boxing. You can fight a bunch of bums or whatever, but if you're knocking everybody out, you can propel yourself and get a title fight. And then he did get a title fight. He beat Bermane Sterving, who I'm guessing you think is a bum. And not only did he beat him, he outboxed him for 12 rounds. And then people said, before that fight, right? Everyone said he's a one-trick pony, this, that, and the third, but he can't box. Wilder took that personally, went in there and outboxed Bermane behind the jab and beat him for 12 rounds, right? And then people said, oh, man, like Wilder used to knock guys out. Now he's not going to knock people out anymore. And then they criticized him for the same thing that they said that he wouldn't do. He did do. And then they criticized him again. And then he goes back in the rematch and straight up dismantled Bermane Sterving. It was like a different league.
Yeah, but he hadn't fought in 3 years, though. And like Bermane Sterving hadn't fought in 2 years, I think. You're
shifting gears again. It doesn't matter.
The quality of win, though.
It does
matter though, because Bermane Sterving he wasn't an active heavyweight, bro. If you're not active,
okay. If we want to shift gears, then why do so many Joshua fans hang their hat on the Klitschko victory? When Klitschko was clearly not the same man he was even 5 years ago.
Yeah, he wasn't even close.
He wasn't close.
And you're sitting here, and the only credit
Klitschko had looked in several years. He fought Fury 16 months ago, and in between that, he had 2 training camps. So he was very sharp, very fit, very strong. And this is the same Klitschko that Deontay Wilder never had the ball to fight. He never fought the Klitschkos. He's waited until Vitali retired. When Vitali threw his belt in the bin, Wilder fought Sterving for it. And after that, he never unified. He never fought any of the champions.
Do you think? Hold on. Do you think Klitschko wanted to fight Wilder?
Deontay Wilder is a champion. Shelly Finkel came out and said that they do not want the Klitschko fight. No, I'm telling you what actually went down. You're asking me a question. I don't know if Klitschko want to fight him, but what I do know is Deontay Wilder's team came out in public and said they do not want the Klitschko fight. It's very well known that Klitschko used to knock Deontay Wilder out cold in sparring. The witnesses, Johnny Nelson, Andy Lee, Emmanuel Stewart, they all saw the sparring, but on at least I think 3 separate occasions, Vladimir Klitschko.
I wouldn't listen to nobody's promoter.
Okay, they're not promoters. Okay, they're analysts. All right.
Okay, but that same logic is like saying Tyson Fury was knocked down in sparring leading up to the July 24th date, and that's why they wanted to. That's why they put out COVID, because Tyson Fury was looking like dog shit. So they put out COVID to postpone the fight. Joshua, there's been rumors. There's been rumors of Joshua being knocked down in sparring, which doesn't matter because he's not been knocked down and knocked out in fights.
Yeah.
And Wilder hasn't.
You know who Shelly Finkel is?
Of course I do.
Shelly Finkel, Shelly Finkel is Deontay Wilder's manager. He came up publicly and said, in his words, Deontay Wilder's a baby and he's not ready for Klitschko, and that's a fight we'll make in the future. He never took the fight. Tyson Fury fought Klitschko, AJ fought Klitschko, and at that time, Klitschko was the top heavyweight of that era, the last era. He was a unified long-reigning champion, and Deontay Wilder never took the chance. So,
why would you want to see him fight an old-ass Klitschko?
He wasn't an old-ass Klitschko, was it 3 years ago? He was the #1 heavyweight in the world. He fought an older-ass Luis Ortiz who's doing fuck all in boxing. Are you saying Luis Ortiz is the
I'm asking you what you wanted to see.
No, I'm asking you, who's the more boxing, Klitschko or Luis Ortiz?
Klitschko.
Okay, then the conversation's over, innit? And Luis Ortiz is probably older than Klitschko.
What the fuck?
You were big in the Luis Ortiz win-up, saying he was a killer, he could have done.
But I didn't. But Jimmy, I think you're talking yourself drunk. I didn't say.
Jimmy.
No, you said the Luis Ortiz win was a great win.
Hold on. First off, I said that Joshua fans hang their hat on the Klitschko victory. Wilder fans don't hang their hat on an Ortiz victory. We say that it would have been nice. It would have been nice if Joshua would have fought Ortiz or if Fury would have fought Ortiz, but nobody wanted to fight him, but Wilder did. That's what Wilder fans say. But Joshua fans literally say, oh, he fought and stopped Klitschko, which we want to hang our hat on, and Wilder refused to fight because he's scared of Klitschko. So you literally, as a Joshua fan, hang your hat on the Klitschko victory when he's clearly and utterly out of his prime, and Fury beat him before Joshua.
He did beat him.
So you can make the argument that Klitschko wasn't the same after the Fury fight.
Sure, you could do. I mean, you can discredit everyone's wins if you want to, but as far as overall depth and weight of resume, I'd say Joshua's is much deeper and heavier than Deontay Wilder's, easily. So, I mean, I know what you're saying about the Luis Ortiz win, but even a faded Klitschko is still, on paper, a much better win than anything Luis Ortiz ever won.
I don't care about on paper, though. Especially when it's that close, like, especially when it's somebody that's already out the door. Like, I don't know.
But Luis Ortiz was never in the door, bro. Like, well, what are you talking about? Luis Ortiz, like, bro, the New York State Athletic
So they gave him the nickname of Boogeyman for no reason?
No one gave him that nickname. The New York Commission almost canceled the fight, because blood pressure was too high. Like, this is a granddad you're talking about. This is a guy that's probably older than Klitschko.
That's fine. I'm done talking about Ortiz. Look, you know who Rocky Marciano is, right?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that Rocky Marciano, and there's no wrong answer here, okay, it's just an opinion, but do you think Rocky Marciano should be a top 10 heavyweight of all time?
It's tough to say. It's really tough to say.
I'm gonna say no.
Okay, so let me just say this then, and that's fine. If you don't have an answer, it's a tough question on the spot to answer. If you're not privy to the extent of boxing history, which is fine. That's not a knock. That's just, not everybody has that knowledge. But what I will say is the biggest knock, and this is going to refer back to what we're talking about, Ortiz, Klitschko, and everything. I bring up Rocky Marciano for a reason.
Yeah.
The biggest knock on Rocky Marciano's record, his 49-0 record, is that he beat aging out of their prime champions,
Yeah.
like Joe Louis, Archie Moore, and others, Ezra Charles, or he either beat up on old aging
Cab
fighters,
driver.
or he beat up on guys like Ezra Charles, who was never really a great heavyweight. He came from a smaller weight class and has been in like an immense amount of wars by the time he faced Marciano. So that's his biggest knock, right? When people look at Marciano and they say, man, I'm struggling to put him in the top 10, even sometimes the top 20, because his resume is a bit tainted because he fought a guy like Archie Moore, who was like 45 years old. He fought a Joe Louis who was in his 40s or late 30s as well, who was clearly out of his prime and had several wars. So when we look at a resume like Joshua and Fury, who beats an aging Klitschko, when the history books are written, it doesn't matter what your opinion is or what my opinion is, but when the history books are written, that's going to be a victory where boxing historians and experts will say, well, I don't know. It wasn't, the Klitschko that we remember, Dr. Steelhammer.
Yeah.
So that's that. Now, I understand the sentiment that you can only fight who's put in front of you. And that's the argument people make for Rocky Marciano, is that, it's not his fault. There were no true champions in the heavyweight division when he was a champion. So he had no choice to fight these older champions. But Rocky Marciano, he also retired 49-0, and he was still only 32 years old, and he decided to sail off into the sunset with his 49-0 record. He could have stuck around for a while, and there were up and coming champions that were on the way up that he could have fought, and he didn't. He never fought them. That were young, hungry heavyweight champs that he didn't fight. So that's why I bring that up.
I would give Rocky a pass for one reason. If you don't duck anyone and you fight the best available competition, then that's all you can ever do as a champion or a fighter. But if you do the opposite of that, if you cherry pick and you avoid certain fights, then you should be criticized for fighting older fighters. If you're a champion that fights, let's say an older fighter, he's older, but he's still the best heavyweight available, then that's a good win because he's still the best of whatever was available. And if you don't duck your young rivals and you fight your young rivals,
sure,
if there are any available.
I don't
hold it against people,
But you think he ducked AJ and fought Tyson? Like, you think AJ? Well, you do think AJ will beat Tyson, so never mind.
But that's the general argument for Rocky Marciano, is that he can only fight who's put in front of him and whatever. I'm accepting that. But what I'm also saying is he retired in his early 30s, sailed off into the sunset when there were a plentiful amount of young, strong heavyweights on the rise, and he could have defended his title, which if you would have done that, then there would be no argument on rather he's a top 10 heavyweight of all time. But because he didn't do that, it's questionable. But what I want to do real quickly is let's look at Joshua's resume real quick. Yeah. And I'm probably only going to go on here for about another 10 minutes or so because I feel like I've been going on forever. But look, here we've got Joshua's resume here, okay? And I'm going to give you my opinion on the fights that I give him credit for. Okay? I give him full credit for beating Charles Martin. Okay. That's when he won the IBF, and I expected more from Charles Martin in that fight. And Joshua, I mean, he was in control of the fight from the first bell.
Yeah,
I give him full credit for the Joseph Parker fight, even though I felt to me I didn't like the way that fight was reffed. I feel like the referee didn't allow Parker to work on the inside. They were broken apart all the time, which gives Joshua the advantage because Joshua's big, tall, long range, and he can work behind his jab. And Joshua doesn't like fighting on the inside. He's not an inside fighter.
It's too big.
So, but based off the resume, let's say I never saw the fight, and I can't remember all the details of the fight, I would give him credit for the Joshua Parker when considering that Joshua was in his prime and he held the strap and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Then I give him credit for the Povetkin fight. It's fine. I don't want to discredit that fight. And then he got knocked out, or he got stopped by Andy Ruiz.
He beat Dillian White. He beat Dillian White as well.
Yeah, Dillian White before. But the thing is,
no.
But the thing is about Dillian White, and there was a reason why I skipped his name, is because because Dillian White, since losing to Joshua, has improved immensely.
Yeah,
and you can make the argument that Dillian White wasn't really ready to fight Joshua yet at that point in his career.
Yeah,
I think both of them.
They use him as a stepping stone.
Both of them are green, though. To be fair, both of them were, I think, 10 fights in. So both of them are very green.
No, it was
Joshua was better than him.
Anthony
Joshua was better than him. Way better.
Anthony Joshua was, when he faced Dillian White, he was 14-0.
Yeah.
When Dillian White came and fought, Dillian was 16-0.
Yeah. Not only that, bro. Not only had Dillian had more fights, he actually beat up AJ in the amateurs. They fought in the amateurs. That's why it was so big in the UK. That's why it was such a big fight in the UK, because they had fought once in the amateurs. And Dillian White actually did beat up AJ quite badly, from what I heard.
Yeah,
so
but listen. Here's the thing, though. Like, you got to point this out too. I understand that he beat Anthony Joshua in the amateurs, but he only had a total of 6 amateur fights.
Yeah,
Dillian White in total.
Damn.
And Joshua is an Olympic gold medalist.
Yeah.
So by the time they faced off
in
the professional ranks, Joshua was far more experienced.
Yeah.
When it comes to the amount of fights that he's had in both, maybe not professional ranks, because they're similar, but definitely in the amateur ranks, because Joshua went on to win a gold medal. They fought in 2009. Joshua won the Olympic gold medal in 2012.
Yeah.
3 years more of amateur experience and won a gold medal. So Joshua catapulted himself much quicker and was more. He was a more advanced fighter. Simple as that. Now Dillian has made up for that in recent years, and he's making a case. And I feel like if Dillian fought Joshua again, it'd be a different fight.
Okay.
So that's why I skipped him. If he beat Dillian White, because they fought in 2015, if he beat Dillian White with the resume that Dillian White has now in 2017 or 18, then I'd be like, okay, maybe.
And I wouldn't even want to see that fight now, because he's light years ahead of Dillian White. Like, his own team don't even believe him. When is he supposed to get a real title shot? Because we've been waiting on his ass. Oh God!
He's won the interim bout twice. He's had the WBC silver for 3 years. He's been the number one contender for 1,000 years.
And let's hone in on this point a little bit more. He loses to Joshua, then he goes on a 10-win winning streak after losing to Joshua, and not only that, he beats Derek Chisora, and he beats Joseph Parker as well. He beats Derek Chiroza twice.
Did he just beat Joseph Parker? That was his last fight, right?
And he also beat Joseph Parker.
Yeah, he also beat Hellenius as well, the one that knocked out Adam Kalnecki. He beat Lucas Brown, who was undefeated. He beat Oscar Rivas, who knocked out Brian Jennings. He beat Povetkin as well in his last fight. So yeah, Dillian White's got a really good resume. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. But what I'm saying is that after he's clearly improved since losing to Joshua, and he went on a 10-fight winning streak, and he's beat similar guys that Joshua beat. He beat Joseph Parker as well, and it wasn't until he faced off against Alexander Povetkin where he lost, but then he avenged that loss, a few months later, and knocked Povetkin out.
Who else you give him credit for?
So I give credit for Charles Martin, Joseph Parker, and Povetkin. That's it.
You don't give him credit.
I don't
for
give him
Klitschko
credit for
either.
Klitschko because I already said why. I don't give him credit for Dillian White because I already said why. I don't give him very much credit for what it's worth with Dominic Breazeale because he stopped Breazeale in the 7th round, and guess what? It took Wilder round.
Like 30
Wilder
seconds.
knocked
I
out
don't think it's
Breazeale
30 seconds.
in the 1st round. I don't give him
but
credit
AJ
for Eric.
undefeated. He fought an undefeated Dominic Breazeale, a much fresher Dominic Breazeale. And AJ blasted out Eric Molina in 2 rounds. And they took Deontay Wilder had a war with him, bro. They didn't have like an 8 or 9 round war where he rocked Wilder. Did he drop Wilder in that fight, Eric Molina?
No.
What?
I remember
I'm about to say he's never been dropped except for by dude.
No, he got dropped once. Eric Molina made Deontay Wilder look terrible. They didn't have like a 7 or 8 round war, and then AJ blasted him out in 2 rounds.
Deontay beat.
Who did he get dropped by?
Deontay beat
early on by some Russian fighter.
Oh,
yeah,
Deontay beat Molina in the 9th round, KO in the 9th.
Yep. How many rounds?
But I mean, this is the thing. You get fighters like Molina, Breazeale. These guys are not. These guys are not top 10 heavyweights.
No, Breazeale was undefeated.
Well, we'll say they're not. They're not top 5. They're not top 5. They're not top 5. Okay, you can say at one point maybe Breazeale was edging the top 10. Maybe at one point some of these guys were edging the top 10. But what we're really looking at here is top 5 heavyweights.
Yeah,
right?
And they all not really fighting each other. That's the sad part. The top 5 heavyweights.
Okay. How many?
Do you consider Andy in top 5?
They're all beating guys who.
In the rematch, yeah, he was, because Andy Ruiz was arguably undefeated. A lot of people felt like he won the Joseph Parker fight. In the rematch, in the rematch, he went into the AJ rematch as the unified heavyweight champion. So yeah, that was a good win.
He lost to Joseph Parker by. Yeah. He lost to Joseph Parker by majority decision.
Yeah, Andy Ruiz lost my respect after that show he put on. He lost all of it.
Then he went on a 4-win streak after the majority decision loss to Joseph. And then he most recently beat Chris Arreola, but Chris Arreola's been basically beat by everybody.
But Chris Arreola was punching his ass up too. No disrespect.
I mean, I like Chris, but I mean,
he looked funny.
It was a fight. It was definitely a fight.
Yeah,
he's just too chinny for me. He's too chinny for me. I think he's going.
And Jimmy, do you know what's crazy? Is that Andy Ruiz? I'm just looking at the tail of the tape. It just popped out at me. Andy Ruiz is barely 6'2".
Yep.
And he's got a 74-inch reach. Do you know why that's crazy? Because everybody's saying that Usyk is too small, but Usyk is 6'4". Usyk is 6'4". With like a 78-inch reach. So
that's why I
wanted to put it out there and to put this in perspective, Andrew Ruiz is a heavyweight, 6'2", 74-inch reach. I'm 5'11", and I'm like 180 pounds, and I've got a 75-inch reach.
Yeah, I'm about to say his reach is small as shit.
So I gotta say, if a Ruiz can get up on the inside and land some combos, what do you think Usyk's gonna do?
Can. Yeah.
No, I agree with you. I think Alexander Usyk stylistically is more difficult than Tyson Fury because Usyk is fast, he's mobile. Historically, if you look at AJ's career as an amateur and pro, he struggles against short fighters, that are fast and mobile. Guys like, again, Andy Ruiz, especially on the inside, Joseph Parker. As an amateur, he struggled against styles of that nature. A guy like Tyson Fury, who, let's be honest, is kind of flat-footed these days. He's a big target, and he's not as slick or technically as sound as Alexander Usyk. I don't think he's even as awkward. He's not like a southpaw, an Olympian. He doesn't have the ring IQ. I think this is actually a more difficult fight for Joshua than Tyson Fury.
No, But okay, Divine, did you what do you think Usyk should do coming up in that fight, like for him to win?
Dude, wait, but before you go that, we just tore apart AJ's resume. Let's look at Wilder's resume. Does he have any wins that you give him credit for?
Okay,
Because you're saying Klitschko was old. You're saying Klitschko was old, but Luis Ortiz was arguably even older. This is a guy that was very
about that.
inactive.
No one still wanted to fight him though.
But I already
addressed
that. No,
look, we can't give fighters credit for things they haven't done.
Jimmy, I will be, transparent, and I'll go through his resume here in a moment. But I've already addressed that Klitschko Ortiz comparison. Joshua fans hang their hat on the Klitschko win. That's the difference. Wilder fans say, "Oh, it's a pretty good victory," but it's not what defines Wilder. It's a notable win.
The second time.
Yeah, but Divine, then what defines Wilder? Then nothing, because he didn't beat Fury, and the Luis Ortiz win wasn't that great. And Bermane Stiverne, let's be honest, is a journeyman. So what's Wilder ever done in boxing?
How was he a journeyman when he was holding the WBC heavyweight title?
I've never heard somebody call a title holder a journeyman.
I'd say Charles Martin's a better fighter than Bermane Stiverne. At least he was undefeated. He was young. He was a southpaw.
Bro, undefeated don't mean shit.
Okay. Anyway, like I was saying, he was a young undefeated champion who was a southpaw. No one gives Joshua credit for beating Charles Martin. No one cares about that fight. So why do people give Wilder credit for beating Stiverne? Because Stiverne's never done anything in boxing apart from beating Areola, someone who you just said everyone beats up.
So let's look at Stiverne here. So he beats Kurtzon Manswell from Trinidad. He won the vacant WBA and the international WBC. He beat Ray Austin to win the vacant WBC silver heavyweight title. He beat Chris Areola for the vacant WBC title. And then, of course, he lost to Wilder. He beat Derek Rossi, then lost to Wilder again, lost to Joe Royce, lost to Trevor Bryan. The thing is, though, is that I get what you're saying about Stiverne. Like, his resume is not that impressive. I will admit that. Yeah. But by the time he faced Wilder, he only had one loss on his record. Had a draw against some guy named Charles Davis, who I don't even know who the hell that is. And he had to beat Chris Areola twice in order to get that vacant title. And the thing is about Areola is that, he can be a punching bag sometimes, but for whatever reason, he's always been kind of a threat in the heavyweight division. He's fought everybody, literally.
Yeah. He's the stepping stone, like what Luke Campbell is.
Yeah, Luke
Campbell's way better than Areola, bro.
He's fought almost every heavyweight possible. And at one point in time, Chris Areola was 27-0.
Yep.
And he got his first title shot against Vitaly Klitschko for the WBC, and he took his first loss. So it wasn't until probably about 2014 where he started going downhill and started taking a lot of losses. But before that, he had a credible resume, had a story behind him, and whatever have you, being a Mexican heavyweight. That was before Andy Ruiz. But I'll go ahead and look at Wilder's resume here. So what do I give him credit for? Let's take a look.
Knocking everybody out first and foremost.
Well, he is, and I don't think everybody. I'll be honest with you, Jimmy. It's hard to be transparent with Wilder, and I'm not trying to make excuses because I'll be honest with you and give you an honest breakdown here. But I have to say, as a side note, that I truly believe that a lot of heavyweights that were in even close to the top 5, they didn't want to fight Wilder. I truly do believe that.
So Dylan White's
I
been
truly
chasing him
do.
for 3 years.
Do we criticize
You really
Mike?
think that?
What happened?
He said
No, I said
Dillian
Dylan
White.
White's
He
been
been
chasing
running
him
from
for
Dillian
years.
White for 3 years, basically. Like,
No,
why?
I didn't say that. No, I didn't
Nah,
say
I don't
that.
think
No,
so.
I'm on YouTube. So I said he'd been chasing Deontay Wilder for 3 years. He never fought him. I mean, AJ
Then
sent
that
him
means he
several
had to be
career high
running from
payday.
him.
Okay, well, I guess he can keep fighting, Luis Ortiz over and over again. Anyway, like I was saying before you interrupted me, AJ sent him several offers, several career high payday offers for undisputed fights, including $100 million contract with the Zone. Deontay Wilder went on Twitter and told Tyson Fury, "I turned down more money for the AJ fight. I fought you instead." So I feel like he has turned down a lot of fights he could have taken. Even Derek Chisora, he could have fought Derek Chisora. He didn't take that fight.
I just for me, I've heard this argument so many times. He could have fought this guy and he didn't, and this. But this is why I have a hard time
even here with
digesting that
Floyd.
and accepting that. This is why, because if you are knocking everybody out and you believe in your power,
Yeah.
and not only are you knocking dudes out, you're knocking them out in the first, second round. Like 60% of his knockouts were in the within the first 3 rounds. Why would you be afraid to fight anybody? Anybody. If I'm knocking dudes out like that, I'm walking around here like the Incredible Hulk. Ain't nobody. I ain't worried about nobody.
Yeah, but he didn't fight the guys though. That's my point, isn't it? Like he could mentally feel that way, but he never did it though. So he clearly there was a big problem going on because he would have done it then. He didn't try and unify against any of the champions, whether it was the Klitschko's, Joshua, Parker.
I'm asking you, why do you think though? Like, why do you think he wouldn't want to fight these guys? Because he's scared?
I mean, I don't think he's personally scared of it. I think his team just pretty much know that he's probably a very limited fighter, and I think he's pretty much happy, sort of cherry picking and fighting bombs. I don't think.
So obviously, you think he's not top 5.
Who?
Wilder,
He's not top 5. What?
boxer, heavyweight boxer, his profession. Shit, not even top 10, right?
No, you can put him in the top 5 if you want. Yeah, sure, you can.
I'm not saying. I'm talking about your top 5.
I mean, what do you want me to do? Sit here and say he's got an amazing resume? You want me to sit here and lie to you?
I didn't say that. I'm not telling you to say something. I'm asking you about your top 5. You said, well, if you want to do that, like, bro, just answer the question.
Yeah, but you're being pedantic with your question, innit? You're saying you don't think Deontay Wilder is a top heavyweight. Yes, he is. But his resume is probably one of the poorest out of the top 5. I said
that's why I pointed out that. But that's why I pointed out that, like, you're saying that, his resume is poor because he didn't fight so and so. Which
what
is
they
fine.
say about Devin Haney.
But
bro, Devin Haney's
true.
a 21.
That's also very true.
But if you have
Wilder's 35 years old. Yeah, Devin Haney's a 21-year-old kid. There's a very, very big difference.
No, but hold on. We're getting a bit.
Do you not know? When do you think he started fighting? When do you think Deontay started fighting?
I don't know, man. You tell me, and you've got all the answers.
He was older than him.
Yep.
So your whole age thing doesn't compute to this.
Yeah, but no. You're not listening though. This is the problem. Devin Haney is a 21-year-old kid who could go on to do many things.
Yo, this dude really started.
Years old. Listen, Deontay Wilder's 35 years old.
You gonna repeat the same thing again?
His career is pretty much done at this point. Like, he's done pretty much whatever he was gonna do. So.
No, but do you understand Chavo's point that Deontay Wilder entered boxing at 21 years old, and so the whole.
So did Joshua.
Okay, yeah, but
he got half the fights.
No, but you're bringing up age as if you're saying David Haney isn't ducked, and he's young, so it doesn't matter. That's what you just said.
No,
of course he's ducked. Yeah, and so the point, the problem is that when we talk about Deontay Wilder and people try to dismantle his resume,
Deontay Wilder's own manager came out and said, "We do not want to fight Klitschko."
You shouldn't listen to managers. I don't listen to Eddie Hearn.
Wilder was real happy. Wilder co-signed it. I don't remember him getting out. Did he try and make the fight though? When Wilder never spoke up, he co-signed it.
If he been running, why would you run right into Fury? The one that's the best of the best. I'm curious.
A 4-year layoff when he was a crackhead.
He fought him again, and he's gonna fight him a third time. So let's stop with the layoff shit.
Because where else is he gonna listen? He went on Twitter.
Why would he
and
fight
said,
him a second time then?
Well,
After his
why did he
layoff?
go on Twitter and admit?
Why
hey,
did he beat his ass the first time? You said he whooped him the first time. Why didn't he fight him? Why did he fight him again if he's a runner? He's a track star. He runs away when they get home.
I had to mute Jimmy for a moment because I want to get this point in. I'll unmute you in a second, Jimmy. So look, this whole layoff conversation, right? Of Fury came back from a long layoff and he was addicted to drugs and contemplating suicide, this, that, and whatever. And he came back and put on an excellent display and almost beat Wilder, right? That's what's being put out there. Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing, Jimmy. You call it a cherry pick. You say that it was a cherry pick gone wrong. That's what you said earlier. But this is my issue with that. If it wasn't for Deontay Wilder, Fury would still be a coke addict, spending all of his money, okay, and be a has-been champion, a wasted talent champion, living somewhere in the UK, rotting away. Okay,
no, I don't think so,
it was Deontay Wilder. It was Deontay Wilder himself who brought him out of the gutter and gave him an opportunity to rescue not only himself but his family.
Remember, they were friends.
Because
no,
Fury
that's not true,
was
bro,
not. How is that not
was
true?
The biggest fight. No, because that was the first Fury Wilder fight was the biggest fight Wilder had ever had in his career. That was the first time Wilder ever made any real money in his professional career. Tyson Fury had come back and had 2 big fights in the UK, right? And he was talking. He even said, "I've gone after Deontay Wilder because he's the easier fight out of him and Joshua." He said, "This is what Tyson Fury even said." He said, "I went after the Deontay Wilder because when I got that belt, I could come back to the table with Joshua and negotiate 50-50 split."
Jimmy, I don't understand what you're saying. I understand he came back to the UK, had to comeback fights, and I get that.
Yeah.
But I mean, let's not mention he didn't look that great in those comeback fights, by the way. But that's another topic. But so you're trying to say that Fury had already started to make a comeback before he fought Wilder?
No, he had 2 fights before he signed to fight Wilder. No?
Yeah, I know that, but I'm saying, but if you're going to say Wilder never had a big fight before this, that, and whatever, and Fury was his first real big payday and his first real big opportunity, which is partially true. It's partially true, yeah. But what I'm saying is that these 2 comeback fights that he had with these tomato cans and taxi drivers, that don't mean shit. And then in one of them busted him up. So in a way, Tyson Fury knew himself that he wasn't who he was before he fought Klitschko and beat Klitschko and became the heavyweight champion of the world. And by the way, he wasn't the champion anymore because he vacated the titles that he just won against Klitschko. So he knows deep down he ain't shit either. And that's why, to your point, he thought that he can go in there against Wilder and get an easy victory and reclaim his heavyweight glory. But that's only if Wilder is willing to fight him. Joshua doesn't want to fight Fury at that point because he looks like shit. And Joshua knew, and any other top 5 heavyweight, they knew if they fought Fury and knocked him out, the media would say, "Oh, but he wasn't the same because he just came back from addiction and had 2 tune-up fights, and he didn't look that great." And he's possibly not even off the fucking coke yet or whatever have you. So Joshua and everyone else in the top 5, including Wilder, knew that if they fight Fury and beat Fury, they take the risk of being criticized for being an ex-coke addict.
Yeah, sure.
So Wilder said, "I don't care." So Wilder said, "I don't care about all that noise. I want the opportunity."
Yeah, because
so you have to give Wilder credit because Fury couldn't get a top 5 heavyweight fight without Wilder.
No, he could have. He could have
fought Joshua.
No, he couldn't. Tell me one fighter who would have fought him.
Okay, listen.
Who?
Eddie Hearn offered him a contract. Eddie Hearn offered Tyson Fury a contract, yeah, a 3-fight deal. Tony Bellew was going to be the first fight. Dylan White was going to be the second fight, and Anthony Joshua was going to be the third fight. He turned that down and signed with Frank Warren instead because he wanted to go the Deontay Wilder path because he saw it as an easier fight. And he said this many times that Deontay Wilder is the most basic top-level heavyweight he's ever seen.
Well, son of a
Then
bitch.
why he say can't nobody else beat him? He said AJ can't beat him. You agree with that shit too?
Well, he said a lot of things, but the reason why
he said a lot of shit.
Hey, that's great. Hey, you want to talk about a cherry pick and go wrong? You cherry pick and go wrong. But guess what? Tyson Fury thought, oh, this Deontay Wilder fight, this is going to be easy work, and the dude got laid out on his backside. I never saw anybody in the heavyweight division in many years get hit with the right hand down the pipe, and as he's going down, get hit with the left hook. It was only the grace of Zeus, of the mighty Zeus himself, that struck him with a lightning bolt, and why he got off the canvas.
That's what happens when you spend half a decade doing cocaine, drugs, alcohol.
Oh my fucking god!
140 pounds.
Yo, you know who coke is not as bad as you know who else doing coke and whooping man?
Don't do that, Jimmy. Don't do that. Don't say on one foot you stand on and say, oh, you know, he wanted to take Wilder because he thought it was an easy fight. He was willing to give up these other top 5 heavyweights. But then you say he almost got knocked out because he just came back from fucking rehab because he was a coke addict and alcoholic and it was overweight and he had to lose weight. Don't do that.
That's facts, bro. No, but brother,
don't do that though. But no, you say Fury. You got to put that on Fury though. You got to say the fact that you almost got knocked out, that's on you, Fury, because you thought it was going to be easy. Don't make excuses for Fury.
Making excuses. I'm saying why he did better in the second fight. Because in the second fight, he had shaken off all the ring rust. He'd physically he was in better shape. That's why he did so much better, because that was a better version of Fury. I was contrasting the two versions. In the first fight, he did worse because it takes time to come off a 4-year layoff and all that stuff. I mean, obviously, you said you're a strength coach, so you know body mechanics, muscle memory, all that stuff.
Since his first fight back, how many fights do you think it take?
He had two. He had 2 fights. No. He had 2 tune-up fights before Wilder. Yes. Yeah. He had plenty of time to get in shape. Okay, I understand what you're saying. You when you get off cocaine, that ain't an easy thing. You know, that white powder. Shit, that's no joke.
And he wasn't no crackhead under a bridge. Like he wasn't addicted like that. Like to where his body was deteriorating. Like let's not go there. He did coke a little bit. So did John Bones Jones and whooping motherfuckers ass.
But what I'm saying is that you're
was you right there doing it with him?
No, but you're well documented.
But
right, it was a lot, bro. It was a lot looking at him.
But you're painting the picture that Wilder ain't shit. Wilder is an easy fight.
Right.
So it shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter. I mean, Tyson Fury could have took a fucking line before the fight started. It wouldn't matter. That's how easy the Wilder fight is.
Right, he's rubbish.
But the fact is, Wilder is still a world class. Deontay Wilder, even though he's not a world class fighter, he's a world class athlete. He's very fast. He's explosive. He does a lot going for him. He's big. He's strong. He's in really good shape. Good engine. He does have some positives about him. Look, maybe I was a little harsh on him. He does have some. Obviously, he's doing something right for him to become a champion and have several titles.
I'm glad we got a little bit of clarity.
Thank you. You see how long this took?
After an hour and a half, god damn, Jimmy.
What can I say, bro? I'm a Joshua fan. It
took you an hour and a half to give this man a little bit of credit?
No, I mean, he's a tremendous athlete, very fast, explosive, really good shape physically. And he does have some boxing skills. I mean, he's got a very powerful right hand. But I think out of the 2 fights, Fury definitely saw it as an easier fight. Because you'd have to say that AJ overall is a much more skilled boxer, wouldn't you say, than Joshua? Overall, he can punch with both hands. He can find the inside at range. He's better at counter punching, better at combination punching.
About Fury?
No, AJ. He's a more complete.
Sorry. AJ's better than who? Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Joshua is a better technical boxer than Deontay Wilder.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's fine.
I thought you was Fury.
No,
Yeah.
both guys can punch, but overall, I'd say Joshua has better overall boxing skills. So I felt,
go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I felt Fury picked the easier fight out of the two. Deontay Wilder is not an easy fight for anyone because, again, he's such a tremendous athlete with his speed, agility, explosiveness, and he does have a very destructive right hand.
Well,
I want to ask you, where did you hear him say that was so I could look that up? Because I've only heard him say he's the only one that can beat him. So where did he say he was like, what did you say, trash, or he couldn't fight?
No.
Or it was the easier one of the two? Where did he say that specifically? Because I've only heard him say that he's the only person that can beat him. Unless, have you heard it, Divine?
Nah, I don't think I've heard that.
No. He said what he said was.
But I'll tell you what I did hear. I heard John Fury said that Wilder's still the most dangerous man in the heavyweight division.
Yeah.
That comes from Big Daddy John.
Big Daddy.
So they know that's exactly why John was like, we got to get up out of the Crunk's gym, because if he keeps training like that, Deontay Wilder's going to knock my son out. We got to bring him back to the UK.
I mean, yes, I don't know if that's even the
you can use the sleight of hand and get away with it once, where you can charge at Wilder, because we all know that Fury's 50, 60 pounds heavier, bigger, taller. So you know that you can get away with it once. You can just bum rush him and put your weight on him. And he was doing a lot of sneaky headlocks and pushing down on his head and doing a lot of sneaky stuff. Whatever. That's fine. It's not a tickling contest. It's a boxing match. But I'm putting this out there because when you're the bigger man and you're doing these little sneaky tactics, it makes
the
a
dirty
huge
boxing
difference.
goes a long way. Hell yeah.
So you can get away with it once, but you see, Big Daddy John, he knows that you can't get away with it twice. So this idea that I'm gonna go in there like a freight train, and I'm gonna run him over even faster than before, 4 fucking rounds,
Yo, you gotta be from the UK.
And so,
mine's a well-traveled man in it. The man gets around, he travels a lot in it. So
I travel around. I play professional. I play professional football, man. I'm a fucking.
That shit sounds so perfect.
So they I'm an American playing their sport. They give me shit constantly, so I'm used to it. But that's what they were saying. And so now all of a sudden the truth comes out, because the fight it's inching closer now. We're inching closer to showtime. And Big Daddy John, he says, "Hey Tyson, we got to go back to the UK, man, because the way I see Wilder training over there in Alabama in the heat, right? We know that Wilder's coming, because why wouldn't you? See, John's smart enough to know that we can make fun of Wilder all we want. We can call him a pussy and a coward and an excuse maker, crybaby, this and that. At the end of the day, when it's all said and done, and the truth is that they know Wilder is coming for blood, because why wouldn't you? Not only did you lose your title, but you lost it in a fashion that is devastating for any heavyweight champion. And so they know that Wilder ain't going to come. They know Wilder ain't going to come to just bounce on his toes and out try to box Tyson Fury. They know he's going to come full steam ahead, but with more tactic this time. And all that shit that they talked at the press conference, Fury and Malik Scott were having a little go at each other. And Fury was saying, "Oh, Malik Scott, how could you teach him to do something that you couldn't do yourself?"
That didn't make no sense.
He was trying to clown Malik Scott. But this is the thing, man. They know that Malik Scott is a boxer. And they know Malik Scott is going to teach Wilder things and implement fundamentals. And as I told you earlier, Jimmy, you don't need to train Wilder to outbox Fury. There's no point in doing that, because number one,
that won't happen.
It's not your style. Number two, you haven't been in boxing as long enough. Like, Fury does it. You know how people give Wilder shit because they say, yeah, for sure. They say only thing Wilder knows is power. Okay, fine. The only thing Fury knows is boxing, because that's what he's done all of his life.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. If Fury decides to bum rush Wilder the way he did in the second fight, and Wilder makes adjustments, what is Fury going to do? He's going to go back to what he knows best, and that's to try to box. So that's why I find it funny when they say, "Oh, when it gets difficult, you know, and Wilder can't do what he wants to do, he's just going to go and try to land the right hand." Well, the same you can say about Fury. Fury's not a pressure fighter.
Yeah,
He's not
when it got rough for him,
he's not a
go back to
knockout
boxing?
artist.
Yeah.
So
there's an interesting point. I actually want to ask you guys a question. What do you think about the press conference? Because Wilder, obviously, throughout the build-up, had so much to say about the allegations and what he thought about the arbitration. But when it came face-to-face, he put headphones on. Do you think that was a sign of mental weakness, though? That he couldn't look the man in the eyes and say what he wanted
I'm gonna answer that straight to the point. First off, you probably don't know behind the scenes what his legal team advised him to do. I guarantee you they advised him to not say anything about the allegations that were brought up because they just went through an arbitration. They won the case. And a part of that case, it was probably pointed out by the judge that you know, hey, you know, there's a fight, make the fight, all this other stuff, you know, don't speak about it. So not only the judge, but his legal team probably advised him to not get involved in speaking about it.
They was already threatening to pull out anyway of the fight because of that.
So that's point number one. So point number two is that I think for him, Deontay Wilder is a very passionate person. He has very deep beliefs in certain things, you know, and he lets his emotions get the best of him sometimes. I'm the first one to admit that. I'm a Wilder fan. And he can come off sometimes as a guy who's just loud and you know, tries to impose his will and about his beliefs and things like that. So I think for Wilder, he thought to himself, if I'm tempted to answer these questions, I might slip up and say something I'll regret or whatever. So it was easier for him to just put on some headphones, put on some sunglasses, and get through that press conference because he knew he had to physically be there, but there's nothing in the book that says you have to speak. You don't got to speak. There's nobody said that you got to speak. So that's how I looked at it. He just didn't want to get because he knew what Tyson Fury was going to try to do. He knew that Tyson Fury was going to try to get into his head and say, hey, Wilder, speak about the gloves. Hey, Wilder, you know, tell all the people here, they're waiting for your answer. So he
doesn't that make him mentally weak though? Because that's what Tyson Fury said. He said, "Look at Wilder. He had all this to say."
No, it doesn't make him. It doesn't make him mentally weak because
he was mentally weak. He would have liked them throwing that damn towel in.
Because that's very true. But because I believe that his legal team advised him to not get caught up. Now, you may say, well, if you're mentally tough, you can just ignore it. Okay, that's fine. But isn't it easier to just, you know, put on some headphones and just be in the zone and look, at the end of the day too, you got to come from Wilder's perspective as well. It's easy for Fury to come in there with his shirt off, acting like a clown, right? Who goes to a press conference with their shirt off? I mean, what a jackass. But
right, you got cottage cheese on your stomach.
It's easy for you to do that because you just won the last fight. And you won it in convincing fashion. So it's easy for you to prance around and hoot and holler and make a mockery out of Wilder because you're the victor, right? So you got to understand coming from Wilder's perspective where not only did you lose, but allegations were brought forth. There's been a lot of talk. There's been a lot of tug of war. You went to court. There was an arbitration. I bet you Wilder is completely exhausted with words. He's done.
Yeah, and then on top of that, old media has been treating them terrible. Like they wouldn't even listen to him.
Fury said that, look, this guy's been making all these allegations. He said this in an interview because Wilder wasn't giving the interviews. He said that he feels that Deontay Wilder kind of took the coward's way out because if he honestly felt that I cheated him, why not look me in the eyes like a man and tell me?
Why would he need to tell him he cheated on him? That's like me going to somebody that robbed me and say, "Hey, you robbed me."
No, but that's what I'm saying. But why tell the world then? Why not tell the guy? Like, why not look? Because he's been saying this on Twitter, on the interviews, on podcast, things like that. Why not look?
You got to remember, he was still trying to figure out what happened to himself. He didn't know.
If you believe, no, this is what Tyson Fury said. If he truly believed the cheating, he would have looked him in the eyes and said it to him, which obviously he didn't. He wore glasses and headphones.
But
that's a weekend.
But Jimmy, this is the problem with that though. This is we're talking about boxing here. We're talking about a professional sport. We're not talking about Deontay Wilder lives down the street from Tyson Fury and Deontay's been talking shit. So Tyson Fury says, "Hey, come on down to the house and say it to my face and we can handle it." Because obviously if that's the case, that's what Deontay Wilder will probably do.
Right.
But the point is that they're professional fighters. They are held accountable for the things that are said and done leading up to a fight. So what's the point of going to Tyson Fury and saying to his face, "I think you cheated me"? What's that going to do? What's that going to prove? All that's going to do is get Fury all wild up, and they'll have a shouting match. They can't start boxing in the middle of the press conference, right? So what's the point? The point is that whatever's been said, you show up on fight night and you handle it. That's it. What's the point of going up to him? Because Tyson Fury is not the kind of guy. And I think he's bipolar, personally. I seriously think he is bipolar.
Yeah, I think he is too, just because they say too many different things.
Yeah, he's the type of guy, if you go up to him, he'll smirk and laugh, and he'll probably say something that will really piss Wilder off. Yeah. And Wilder will probably throw a punch or some crazy shit and knock him out or something. And then all of a sudden, the fight's off, and Wilder's the bad guy. He's the guy who threw the punch, and he's the bully and all this other crazy shit. So Wilder knew, like, there's no point of me engaging with this man who has no real sense of reality and who's bipolar, and he thinks that everything's a joke.
And then honestly, the media was all against him. So, but he did have interviews.
But isn't that to your point? You're saying the media was
with certain channels, though. So, but you say he didn't do any interviews. He did plenty of interviews.
Yeah, but come on, that works both ways. There's a lot of dick riders out there as well. No, but come on, that works both ways. There's a lot of Deontay Wilder dick riders on YouTube. Come on, it does work both ways.
What does that have to do with an interview, though? I said
you said there's a lot of media against them. You said there's a lot of media against them.
Yeah, I'm talking about things like this that want to see.
Majority of media. Majority of media were against Wilder, guaranteed. Yeah, you have a few. And you got to understand who's going to show up to press conferences that have any credibility that come from YouTube. Maybe Deontay's Boxing Nation, maybe Blue Blood Sports. There's not very many.
Ego, that's about it.
Ego, there's a handful of YouTube channels that have enough credibility to show up to a press conference where fighters know, oh, hey, that's ego. You can't like if I went there, a white dude with my camera, I'm like, hey, I'm Devon Sims Boxing, don't get, I probably won't get one interview. So my point is that the majority of media with credibility were anti-Wilder, and when you get guys like Timothy Bradley and Andre Ward, who openly criticized Wilder for allegations as well. So ultimately, you're going to get media to be like, oh, yeah, Tim, he's an honest guy. Yeah, Andre Ward, he's an honest guy. Yeah, fuck this Wilder guy.
Yeah. So Wilder's not above criticism, though. He has, if you can stand on your convictions.
But why would I go there when I can go somewhere else? They're not going to be trying to criticize my allegations.
Isn't that a coward's way out, though? So sit alone in the room behind the camera and
say what you want. It's just smart. You don't have to do it. Why would I go through? Why would I put myself through struggle?
But Jimmy, you're still missing the point. You're missing my point, bro. I'm saying to you, what you're saying, why not just go and face the music and be accountable and be strong to your convictions? Okay, but what I'm trying to say to you is you're talking about what? Over a year of all the back and forth and turmoil and all the shit that's been going on. And so why would you put yourself in a losing situation, Jimmy? Because it doesn't matter how strong your convictions are. It doesn't matter. Because crazy. When everybody's against you and the cameras are in your face, you will be held accountable for everything that you say in a court of law, not just on the media. So, you know, you basically you're from the UK, but in America we have this thing called plead the fifth, right?
Yeah.
Where silence is golden. And so he's smart enough to realize this and see this. And, you know, people like yourself, they say that, oh, that's a sign of weakness. But I call it a sign of awareness.
Yeah.
It's a sign of awareness. And he knows where he's at. And he knows that majority of media are trying to bait him.
Facts.
So why? What's the point? He's already said what he's got to say. He made a video about it. He pointed out all the allegations. He had some interviews.
He even did an interview on PBC on live, and they cut him off. So he's not running from nothing.
Yeah, and you know he did interviews with 78 Sports TV that made. But what I'm saying is that he did interview someone that made a lot of headway, and he said what he wanted to say. It doesn't matter what platform you put it on. Right. Now, the only thing that you can say is, oh, if you go up to 78's a pro Wilder supporter, then you're going to get asked questions that benefit you. That's true. But the result is the same. You're going to get the information out that you're willing to get out. It doesn't matter what platform it is, rather it's a pro Wilder platform, a non-biased platform, or an anti-Wilder platform. Yeah. But you're going to be more comfortable with a guy that you know that's not going to criticize and critique everything that you say and try to bait you. That's why he goes to 78 Sports TV, because he knows that 78 is going to say, hey, bro, let us know what's going on. And it doesn't matter what Deontay says, 78 is going to say, hey, thanks for letting the people know. Now here's the next question. But the other people won't do that. They'll say, hey, tell me what you think. And he'll say, oh, well, I think this.
Yeah, they got to
stir
up drama.
And then they'll say, well, why do you think that, Wilder? Why would you do that, Wilder? And then they bait him. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's why.
That way, though, but isn't that better, though? Because in a way, you can.
No, it's not better.
No, it's better for you to watch at home. Like, that's not better for you.
It's not better.
No, but if you make all these strange, let's be honest, these are strange allegations he's making. Is it not?
Bro, he can't prove. He's not a lawyer. You think he's gonna sit there and prove the allegations to you?
Okay, sure. I mean, I guess so.
He's not the only thing that he can say is just like the video that he put out.
It's repeated.
The video that he put out, he said, hey, guys, I'm just letting you know that I didn't feel right in the fight, and these are the things that came to my attention. I'm addressing these things, and these are the possibilities that I think happened, right? And so it goes from the costume to the egg weights to the gloves bending fucking 90 to 45, 90 degrees or whatever it was, and then it was the spiked water, all of that, right? He put it all in the video. The media saw that. Yeah. They all saw it. They know what he thinks. So what more do you need him to dissect it even more? It's already been said. Fury himself already came out and said, "Oh, it's bullshit" or whatever have you. He can't accept the defeat. He called him mentally ill.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, but we've been beating the same horse now for the past 2 hours, and so I'm saying, like, if Fury felt so strongly, or anybody else involved in it, if they felt so strongly that these allegations were so far-fetched, then why wasn't there a lawsuit filed against Wilder? Because these are very serious allegations.
Yeah, you're right. They should have been.
This is not. Oh, he spit in my face during the weigh-in, or he stepped on my toe, or
because even his doctor said that thing on his ear couldn't have came from a glove with a regular punching hand.
No. His doctor never came out and said that. That was his brother, who also said it was an autopsy in it. The only thing.
Well, he said. It was actually. He said that. Actually, I remember seeing him in the video saying that. So, and then he said he has the doctor paperwork, and then he said it will stand up in any courtroom, and they will win the arbitration.
Yeah, there was medical evidence for it.
No, that's what I'm saying, though, innit? He said a lot of things, but he didn't really show anything. So
why would he dude, stop lying.
Why would he show you that if he wants to go to court?
Yeah, but then why mention it then?
No, these motherfuckers don't even show their COVID test. Fury ain't even show his COVID test, and you want him to show you that?
I want everyone to see here and witness that, you know, and look, man, it gets a bit agitating sometimes. Don't get me wrong, Jimmy, because for me particular, and we've got Crowd 7435. I think he's got a channel as well. Welcome to the panel.
Hey,
when
what's
we
up,
when
Devon?
we
Salute to you.
when we talk about these type of topics, you have to understand from our point of view, we get a bit worn out, man. And I want to let people know, like, this is what we have to deal with. And I hate to use Jimmy, unfortunately, and throw him under the spotlight here. But
so good.
here's
Throw me
the
under the
thing.
bus. So good.
Yeah, but what the point I'm trying to make is that there's a lot of people like you, Jimmy, that think and feel the same way you feel. It's not just you. There's a lot of people that feel this way. So this is why I've continued this conversation over the past 2 hours when I've clearly could have ended this at any point, because I want people to understand, like, this isn't just Jimmy. Jimmy's just on here speaking his mind, but there's a general sentiment from this situation. And there's a lot of people that feel like Wilder's an excuse maker, Wilder's a crybaby, Wilder made up stuff, and he lost fair and square in the second fight. And to be honest with you, there's a lot of people who feel like this third fight's a joke because they wanted Fury Joshua, right? And they laugh and criticize at the arbitration case, and they think it's a bunch of silliness and this, that, or whatever. But I think what irritates me the most, and I'll let Crow jump in here if he's got something to say because he's been waiting for a while. But what irritates me the most is they bash and bash and bash Wilder constantly, and they rip him to shreds, and they call him all kinds of crybabies and this and that. But they act as if Fury's this noble heavyweight champion, the ambassador of championship boxing from the UK, and he can do no wrong. But the dude's a clown, man. Like, do I really have to start from the beginning to the end? I mean, the saga is so extensive with this man and the shit that he's done outside the ring and inside the ring. I mean, who licks blood off of their opponent's neck?
Yeah, that's
this dude is not. This dude, he's not mentally stable.
Yeah, that was
at
disgusting.
all. So that's what I'm trying to understand, is that, like, not only has he not been caught cheating with drugs, not only does he display very strange and inconsistent behavior, not only did he try to get out of the third fight even though he knew it was in the contract, try to buy his way out of it, then he was forced to do it. Then he got COVID, supposedly, even though within a couple of days he's out in Vegas shirtless,
no proof,
prancing around Vegas. No proof.
Can you see this guy, Anthony? Can you see this guy, Anthony Jones, in the chat saying, "I'm a Fury fanboy and I'm a KKK member"? Now, bro, what are you on about? I said Anthony Joshua is my favorite heavyweight. This is what I mean. Wilder fanboy logic, innit? Emotions, fantasy.
Nah, that shit was funny though. Nah, I don't agree with it, man.
Fantasy.
But people in the chat gonna say anything.
You were making a good. But I mean, I've said it a million times. Anthony Joshua is my favorite heavyweight. I want him to win in this particular saga. I think Fury's the better fighter than Wilder.
I think why he jumped the gun and said KKK member is because of the racism in boxing, and it shows sometimes with people's bias. But your bias isn't with Tyson Fury; it's with
I'll come on real quick. You know, because this is my channel, okay? And I don't think that Jimmy is part of the KKK, or I don't think he's racist, whatever. I just want to throw, there's not, because if I did think that, he would have been gone from this channel quick time.
Yeah.
But you have to also kind of understand where I don't justify people accusing people of being racist, but at the same time, there's a lot of animosity out there, man. There's a lot of animosity out there built up through this. And there's a lot of people that take this stuff personally. And you have to understand that, like we've mentioned before, boxing is race driven, no matter if you like it or not. So when a certain ethnic group is continued to be, so when a certain ethnic group gets continued to be chastised and whatnot. And we have like situations like Michael Fox being robbed, and we've already talked about it throughout this whole live stream tonight. You're gonna get people that are gonna be like, yeah, like I feel like this is an attack on a certain group of people. And that's why people, they lose a bit of reason and they come out and they say the things that they say. But I just want to say, hey, like everyone chill out in the chat with all the racist KKK, whatever the case may be. That's really unacceptable. But at the same time, we take notice to why things happen the way they happen. Nothing is created from thin air. Just put it that way. Just like you're not born a racist, you become racist because, that's what you're taught. You know what I mean? So it's the same thing. Now, I wanted to point this out because, like I said, there's a lot of people that feel the same way Jimmy does. So we don't want to just frontal attack on Jimmy. Unfortunately, he's getting the full fledged attack here because he's on the panel and and whatnot. But there's a lot of people, and if people had more courage, like Jimmy does, to come on here and say
Jimmy's standing tall.
Yeah, so he's standing tall. You know what I mean? And that's respect right there, because a lot of people they say a lot of things in the chat, in the comment section of videos, and they criticize and critique, and I get accused all the time for being a self-hating white man because I don't choose Tyson Fury to beat Wilder. I get accused for loving the black man, and I hate my own kind, and all this other craziness. So it happens to me constantly. But these are the people that don't have the courage to come on here and say it to my face, obviously. So I respect your courage to come on here and try to, offer your viewpoint. But at the same time, I hope you take notice, Jimmy, and I hope that you take heed to the things that we've mentioned tonight. Because for myself, and I believe for Chavo TV as well, our objective is not to attack you per se or attack Tyson Fury, but our objective is to basically shed some light on the fact that Wilder is truly being misdisplayed, if that's even a word, in the boxing world. We feel like he's being criticized and chastised unjustifiably,
mischaracterized as well.
Mischaracterized, and we if we're not going to stand up for him, nobody else will. So we've tried to make sure that we're doing our part, and like when it comes to boxing, as I mentioned earlier, I'm a
just
Wilder
boxing
fan.
In a whole, not even just Wilder too, because boxing in a whole is just going down the fucking trash. That's where our conversation started.
And I just want to say that, as I mentioned before, that at the end of the day, I'm a Wilder fan. No problem admitting that. But I'm a boxing fan first. And if I truly thought that, I've pointed out things about Wilder many times, just like back in the day when I had my channel 10 years ago, I was a Mayweather fan, but Mayweather be on some dumb shit sometimes, and I call his ass out.
Yeah, especially in his personal life.
A spade is a spade, So Floyd Mayweather out there, I remember at one point was out there like dancing with strippers and throwing money around, and when he should be in the ring fighting dudes, and he's out there clowning around and making mockery.
Oh yeah, every time he'll retire.
Yeah,
I think that was a money grab, like coming out of retirement, getting a lot of money.
And so people accuse me of being a flomo, whatever. But then as soon as I criticize him and keep it real and authentic, then it's crickets.
Yeah.
So it's the same thing with Wilder. Like, do I think that he's conducted himself in the most greatest way possible? No, he's made mistakes. I think he could have handled the allegation situation much better, for sure. I think he has the right to point out things that don't seem right to him. I think he has a right to say, I didn't feel right, and I'm trying to figure out what happened to me, because I've never had weak legs going into the first round. He has that right, not only as a boxer, but as a person. He has that right.
Well, you know what, Devon? I think that time of like the Andre Ward type of boxers, like the quiet, all business, go in there, get it done, come out. I think that's over and done with in sports, period.
You could be right.
But especially boxing too.
You could be right. But for me, it's like all that said and done, and I've heard pretty much every interview that Wilder's done. I've talked to a lot of people behind the scenes about it, and I've come to the conclusion that he is justified to bring the things to the forefront that he feels that was possibly done against him. But do I think he could have handled it better? Yes, he could have. But we're talking about Deontay Wilder, man. The thing about Deontay Wilder that I wish more people respected about him is that he's an extremely passionate person. And sometimes, that can work against you sometimes. You gotta figure out the right times to be passionate. And sometimes he gets carried away in his emotions, and he's such a passionate person, and he's one of those people like, I feel like you did me dirty, and I gotta come out and speak against it instead of taking a deep breath and getting all your ducks lined up in a row and looking at it more of a more professional manner and being very just being very careful about it. And so, but he's consistent with who he is as a person. This is a guy who people criticized him in the media when he went crazy on what's his name?
I forgot his name.
Radio Raheem.
Interview dude.
Yeah, Radio Raheem when he did the whole thing like till this day and went crazy and all that. And people criticized him for that because they were like, why is he attacking this reporter? Like, why is he being loud? Why is he beating his chest and screaming and whatever? But was it the right thing? Was it the right thing to do? Was it the right thing to do? Maybe not. Maybe, okay, I can see why people thought that was a bit strange and a little bit out of order. But this is who he is, man. This is who Deontay is. He's an extremely passionate person, and most people don't understand who Deontay is as a person. They see a big, strong black man who can knock people out, and he doesn't look. As soon
as he start yelling, get out the way.
Yeah, and so that's what people, most general boxing fans, they don't know nothing about Deontay, man. They don't know where he comes from, what his story is, what he's been through. Nobody knows unless you care enough.
These interviewers, they pick at people. Like even Floyd, you don't know shit about boxing. When people get fed the fuck up, they fed up, man. You can't just keep. Oh, so what about it? Like imagine if somebody stole something from you, you ask them where it's at, they got it, and they playing stupid. It's only so long you finna sit there and keep asking.
Yeah, and this guy Anthony Jones, he put a comment here saying, he black acting like he didn't understand that why he got on that goofy ass radio. So,
that's what happened. But it was a misunderstanding between him and Radio Raheem because
they hashed it out.
They hashed
it out afterwards. They hashed it out. Look,
I think they even had an interview afterwards.
Radio, he's doing his thing out there. I don't want to knock a man's hustle, man, but he comes off.
I want to know because I don't know.
He just comes off a bit goofy, man. I don't know.
Yeah, he did. He does look a little goofy.
I think the reason why a lot of people didn't like that interview is because obviously Radio Raheem's kind of this sort of nerdy boxing reporter, isn't it, compared to Deontay Wilder, who's a sort of massive athlete. So it kind of did look like he was trying to intimidate him a little. That's all when I was watching. But
the thing is, not to cut you off, but not to cut you off, but for me, when I saw the interview, my initial reaction was like that shit shook me to my core. Yeah. I was like, for me, I was like, oh, that's a like he's speaking into the camera. He's directing it at Radio Raheem, but I felt like it was a very, very powerful message. And for me, it was like for me, I'm like, oh, I'm listening now. Shit. Like you forcing people to listen when you raise your voice like that. And so for me, it was almost as awkward and strange that it was, and people had a bad outlook on it. It was almost one of those things that had to be done. And for Radio Raheem, I think he was humbled by that experience, and he's probably not going to go around as goofy anymore and asking dumbass questions.
Yeah. Well, they even tried to, like I said, open that investigation up on him for some words. Like they are scared of this man or something. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
Look, and the thing is, I think it struck a chord as well, like what Chavo just said, where it's during a time, I think during that time there was some like social injustices going on. I think maybe somebody had been killed by police brutality not too long before that. So that's swirling around, the communities and through social media and whatever. And Deontay's the type of guy, I mean, he's really a people's champion. And what I mean by that is he's in tune with the world. He's not a guy who makes a bunch of money and tunes himself out and only pops up when there's big fights. He does interviews with smaller YouTube channels out here. He interacts with the people.
Only other person like that is Earl Spence.
Yeah. And so, there are people on YouTube right now that only got like a couple hundred subscribers, and he'll give them an interview. That's the type of guy that Deontay is. He's very down to earth. So he's aware of what's going on around him. He's very hyper aware. Now, recently, because of COVID and whatever, I mean, he's up in Alabama focused on the fight with Fury. But before that, you would see him out in town. I had a lot of people tell me, "Oh, I saw Deontay, man. He was in his car, then he went to the coffee shop, and he's just like walking around Alabama doing his thing." He's a very down to earth person. Now, because of that, he's aware of what's said and what's done around him. And I think a combination of that and some social injustices that were happening at the time, and then to have a fellow black man say what he said, I think that was like the icing on the cake for him, and he was just like, how are you going to act like you don't know what's going and I don't think Radio Raheem meant any wrong by it. I just think he's just, sometimes when you're a reporter, you got these scripts in your head, and it's a lot of it's just repetition. And you don't think before you talk. You just trying to get
what it was though. He didn't ask it was a dumb thing he said, but it wasn't. I think he was repeating somebody else, or what do you think? It was some type of
he asked him a question.
But I'm saying the question was a mix up. He didn't. I don't think he computed it right or something because they hashed it out, and he was like, "Oh,
he asked
my fault."
He asked him to clarify his stance on the situation. Because to be fair to Radio Raheem, he probably got up and woke up in the morning, caught a bus down to Los Angeles. He's sort of running up the stairs to grab an interview. His mind is all over the place. So when Wilder makes a rough remark, he's like, "Okay, well, what do you mean by that?" And then Wilder just started howling at him. So I kind of felt a bit uncomfortable. Because to be fair to Radio Raheem, he could have. Yeah, you know what I mean? I don't think he was all there either. But with these like boxing media guys, like you don't know, like have they caught the bus, the train? Like he could have ran over in it. Like,
damn, you gonna do the boxing media like that?
Nah, they're all kind of broke in it. They're not that. They don't get paid well in it.
Well,
I guess do this. Some of them, I thought he was famous. So
let's do this. I'm gonna go ahead and play that whole scenario right now before I finally end this live stream. I'm so hungry, I'm about to pass out. But I'm gonna play 5 hours, man.
What are you gonna get?
It's almost 6 hours.
What
I'm the order out as well. What are you gonna get to eat in there? Because I'm the order out as well.
I don't know, man. I got some food around here. I usually cook, so I'll I gotta pull something out of the fridge. But is there anything that you wanted to say, Crowd, before I play this video and end this live stream after the video? Is there any thoughts that you want?
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of say about, I guess, the Deontay Wilder situation. Deontay Wilder doesn't have to explain much of what's happened in his career, because he's always been hated ever since he got into the the sport of boxing, regardless, because prior to the Klitschko days, Deontay Wilder, he was knocking everybody out. He was climbing through the heavyweight division faster than any other heavyweight that has ever walked into the sport. But whenever guys like Klitschko, when he was being criticized for anything that he was trying to do, it wasn't really brought to light as much, because Klitschko, he was just that type of heavyweight that just wanted to just stick around and just wait until, the wheels fall off. But when a guy like Deontay Wilder, when he comes into the scene and exposes, the heavyweight division for what it is, everybody want to say, "Oh no, he's boring," and yet he's knocking everybody out back and forth. But quote unquote, he's fighting bums. But these guys were the top heavyweights at that time. Bermane Stiverne was a top heavyweight at that time. Chris Arreola was a top heavyweight at that time. Luis Ortiz, one of the most depth heavyweights right now, best heavyweight that Deontay Wilder has faced at that time. So when you take a look at what Wilder has done to the heavyweight division, he reanimated the best of the best coming to the heavyweight division. If it wasn't for Deontay Wilder coming into the heavyweight division,
We wouldn't know a top five.
Yes, correct. So, like whatever the hell you want to say about Deontay Wilder, you should thank him for bringing back boxing back to what it should have been.
Yeah, bringing back knockouts to boxing.
Yeah, because that's what got me watching the heavyweights again.
Yes.
Me too, because there was a time, not to cut you off, Crode, but there was a time where, I couldn't even really stomach heavyweights because what were we watching? We were watching Klitschko. We were watching like robot Klitschko.
Pretty much.
And all the European heavyweights, which doesn't excite me. And I'm a little bit biased because I'm an American, obviously, and I want to see some American heavyweights in the mix, but it just wasn't exciting. So of course I'm like watching welterweights and middleweights, and it's crazy because during that time the welterweights were popping off.
Yeah.
When heavyweight boxing was shit, welterweights and lightweights were popping off, and even the middleweight started. So when Deontay came on the scene, and you guys seen that meme, right? With the eyes looking off to the side. You guys all seen that meme, right?
Yeah. Oh,
where it's like he's like 10-0. It's like, okay, 20-0. Oh shit. 30-0, 30 KOs. Then people are like, oh, heavyweight boxing's back, baby.
Yeah.
And so that's a good point by Crode. People should be thankful. And people have forgotten what Wilder has brought to the sport. He brought back knockouts. And not just knockouts, but within 3 rounds and knocking dudes out cold. And it looks nasty. Some of the knockouts.
And one thing also is one punch power. One punch. It wasn't no Tyson, Mike Tyson. You need a couple of them. No, one.
Yep. So good point there by Crode. Like, even for me, I haven't thought about that in a while. And I'm glad you brought that up because that's so true. Because I wasn't watching heavyweight boxing, man, for a minute. I would tune in.
Same with me as well.
Yeah.
Before Joshua came, I wasn't really watching the heavyweight division. But when he came back, he started knocking guys out. He made it exciting. The UK started buzzing again. So whatever Wilder did in America, Joshua did the exact same thing for the UK.
Yeah. So you have to give Wilder his credit, and we've forgotten what he's brought back into heavyweight boxing. I mean, you can argue that Deontay was the next. I don't mean stylistically, but by via knockout, he was the next Mike Tyson. And Mike Tyson was, a guy who shook up the boxing world because he was knocking everybody out, and then it went on a standstill by the time Evander Holyfield and Lennox Lewis got out of the game. It just went on a standstill.
Yeah, that's a fact. As a matter of fact, damn, it's been a minute.
Yeah. Then the Klitschko's
really knocked somebody out. Yeah.
Then the Klitschko's took over. So
why do you
that's
think Deontay Wilder never crossed over? Because before American heavyweights, whenever you guys would have a champion, it'd become really big.
That's right.
Lennox Lewis, Evander Holyfield, Mike Tyson, even Riddick Bowe, George Foreman. But this time, he never crossed over the way the other guys.
I don't think anybody's crossing over anywhere. People don't even want to cross over to the next promoter in America. Like, it's getting bad. Like, people clicking up and they stand there. Like, they don't. A lot of people not even fighting in. Back then, everybody used to fight in the Olympics. America. Muhammad Ali said, "Fuck that." They didn't let him fight in the Olympics. Also, so that ever since then, nobody cares.
Joshua became a superstar in the UK, but Wilder, if you look at it contrastually, he's very similar. He's an Olympian, an American Olympian. He's a knockout artist. He had a belt. He had a good title. Well, time-wise, he had a decent title run, but he never just kind of crossed over and became a star in America the way your other champions of the past in the States would. Because they were all superstars like George Foreman, Mike Tyson.
You mean in the UK, they never crossed over to the UK?
No. In the States, he never became a superstar.
Oh, like you? Okay.
Yeah, like Mike Tyson. Like Mike Tyson.
Well, I think boxing was the shit then. Boxing is trash now, period. Like, the fighters don't fight each other. The sanctioning bodies are shit. Like, look at this long ass conversation we had about how boxing has came to shit.
And
like,
I'm hoping after, we've got a decent lineup here to end 2021, even though it's been a very turbulent year full of a lot of turmoil, right?
Yeah.
But hopefully we can end it on a strong note. We get Usyk and Joshua. We get Canelo Plant. We get Fury Wilder. And
So
so
I'm gonna beat his ass myself.
we've got some big fights coming up, and hopefully that will set
Go for
2022 in the right direction, and we'll start getting some more fights. And hopefully the welterweight division, which is a ridiculous division full of all kinds
Oh
of
my
fights,
God. Yes.
we can. What I think they should do with the welterweight division is make a tournament like they did
make a
back in the day with
mandatory title
the
challenge
middleweights.
tournament.
Whoo, that would get so many buys.
The World Boxing Super Series. The World Boxing Super Series.
So let me go ahead and play this video, man, and just relive the moment. And we'll leave a few little comments. I'm sure we'll have some laughs about it. And then I'll go ahead and leave this long stream tonight. Or now it's early morning for some of you.
Thanks for having me on, bro. Yeah, thanks for having me on, Divine. It's been a cool little chat.
Yeah, I appreciate it, brother. I seen your channel before, but I don't know what made me see it today on live. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah, man. I ever since I did the a few little film studies and stuff like that, YouTube, I think they'd be doing some shenanigans. But you know that's what happens. But yeah, let's go ahead and play this, and then we'll leave some comments here after the video, and then we'll call it a night.
Final press conference for Deontay Wilder versus Tyson Fury. I caught up with the champ, Deontay Wilder, right after the madness that took place on the stage during the face-off. Let's hear what the champ has to say.
Occupy the time, please.
Deontay, what happened on stage over there during the face-off?
I mean, it's just the energy. The energy is building up. All the talk is going to come to a ease. You know, it's over with. It's just the energy. I'm tired of hearing this story about him promoting his mental illness, about turning up the bottle, about putting that sugar daddy and his sugar mama in his nose, or that sweet candy, or that white girl, whatever you want to call that powder. I'm tired of him talking about losing weight. Man, this is America, man. That goes on every day. I don't want no foreigner coming over here selling no story in the American public suck into this because he has a British accent. Get the fuck out of here. Because if I was the one doing that, they'll call me a drug addict. They'll call me somebody that abused my body. They'll call me probably a terrorist. It's just a different. I come from a different world. I ain't hearing that. But it's time. Everything he says, it's gonna be. I'm gonna hold it against him. I can be the judge in the ring. Everybody that comes with him, they can't speak for him. They can talk that shit, but when they come in the ring, it's only me and him. He can have 4 trainers. I don't give a fuck who he got in his corner. He can have the best of the best trainers in the corner. They can't fight for him. They can't teach him nothing that is going to be able to prepare for me because I'm I'm one of a kind. Y'all don't understand, man.
Tyson said that he's got the power to knock you out.
Come on, man. Who the last person you see him knock out?
Been a while.
All right, then. So we don't believe him. What he says, we don't believe. But what I say, you better take it. You better take it to the bank because I don't play around in this sport, man. I say what I say, and I deliver it. And you got to be careful, man. They're going to tell you what he going to do. He actually do it to you. And that's what I do. I'm a man of my word. Many times people have said what I can't do, what I'm not going to do. But you don't have the power to prove that to no one, do you? But I have all the power to prove that. Not only do I can tell you, I'm going to knock you out. But when it's time for it to happen, I show you what I'm all about. I show you. And it don't get no beautiful than that. That a man can tell you what he gonna do and then do it. These fighters always worrying about how bigger they are than whatever. Who give a fuck? Who cares? I know if they know them, they know me. You know, and that's just bottom line. I don't care. You never heard me talk about how big I want to be or what. I give a fuck about that. I don't want to be bigger. I don't care who knows me. I like to be low key, down low. That's the way I roll. That way nobody won't understand or know what I have or possess. That way they won't have to be sitting back lurking and try to rob me because I pity the fool that does that. I have a lot of people around me, positive energy, positive speaking, positive believing, until that energy is broken. And then there's consequences behind their action. See, I don't care about all that. But what I do care about is protecting my family and providing for them. But what I'm gonna do? I got a beautiful life, man. I got a happy life. I'm a happy being.
Only time y'all see me in Rays is when I turn into the Bronze Mama. But this is the week of the fight. This is the time for it to happen, to everything to come out. I feel it, bro. You can't feel the power.
Deontay.
Energy. Oh,
Deontay.
goodness.
Radio right.
Oh shit! Here it comes. Buckle your seatbelt. Buckle your seatbelts. Hey, but you can tell he's already starting to get passionate already.
Right.
Yeah, he's trying to tell people like, you know, this is me, you know. And Radio Raheem, man, bless his soul. He came
as
in
soon
the
as he
wrong
said, "Hey, this is
time.
Radio Raheem," I knew it was going to go there.
That man came in at the wrong moment.
Right.
Hey,
Oh my
listen, man. You said that your people have been fighting for 400 years.
Man, your
We
peoples
know-
too.
So I just want you to explain
Your
what you
peoples
mean
too.
by that.
You know what I'm talking about. Y'all all know
Oh,
what I'm
yeah, that
talking
was
about,
the
man.
dumbest shit
Don't
I
sit
ever
up here and
heard.
try to bait.
Oh my god, it makes me cringe now.
He said, "I didn't even know." Okay, yeah, okay, now I get it.
So I just want you to explain what you
peoples
mean
too.
by that.
You know what I'm
Deontay.
Goodness.
Radio Raheem.
Oh my
Listen, man. You said that your people have been fighting for 400 years.
man. Your
We
peoples
know-
too.
So I just want you to explain
Your
what you
peoples
mean
too.
by that.
You know what I'm talking about. Y'all all know what I'm talking about, man. Don't sit up here and try to bait.
Yo.
I know what I'm talking about. Y'all know what the fuck I talk about when I say these things. Your people too.
Explain it.
That is
Everybody
so-
knows what
What's
you're talking about.
understood, Radio Raheem, I don't have to explain what's understood, man. You know what I mean by that. You know what I said by that. I ain't got to go further. And if anybody don't understand that, then God be with them. Go look up the history. Go look up the history. Shit, don't everybody believe in Google? Go Google that shit. See what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about, man. You know what I dare you to sit up there and say, explain. You know what I'm talking about,
shit.
man. He's fighting people.
Oh, that's what he
You
thought
know
he
we've
was
been
getting his
fighting
ass beat, huh?
What did you say?
I said that must have been when he thought he was getting his ass beat when he took the glasses off.
He started chewing his gum real hard.
Right. I'd have probably been scared too. Oh,
He took his glasses off. I was like, oh.
Don't everybody believe in Google? Go Google that shit. See what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about, man. You know what I dare you to sit up there and say, explain. You know what I'm talking about, man. He's fighting people. You know we've been fighting 400 and still fighting to this day. To this day. To this day. You just sit here, you don't know what I'm talking about? Man, I'm out of here, bro. Let's go. Come on, let's go, man. Let's go.
Yo, one thing I will say is you can definitely chop that up and make him look crazy, bro.
We know what he's talking about.
Oh, now you know what he's talking about.
Shit was gold.
Oh, that shit was so. I ain't seen that shit so long, bro. I'm crying right now.
Oh my
Radio
god.
Raheem, he's a coon, man. I don't like him.
Yeah,
He
probably. So it sound like it because I thought it was a mix up of the question at first. Then he said that I'm like, bro, what? Why are you trying to bait him? Like, what do you want him to say? Like, just ask what you really want him to say. Well, what do you mean by that? Like,
Imagine
what?
what he felt though when Wilder was like, "It's your people too."
Right.
And it's like that must have been like, "Oh shit!" Like
I mean,
I probably
if he
said
was
the wrong
white
thing.
asking that, then that would be like almost like a race baiting question to start like a riot.
Yeah.
Mm. Yeah, for sure.
So it's like,
But
no, I'm sorry.
the ending of it was gold though when he was like, and that was Radio Raheem. Now we
Right.
know what Deontay Wilder feels.
Yeah,
He
just
got
fucking embarrassed
he
himself.
got a lot of clout off that interview though.
Oh, he got 2 million views. Check the views on that
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah, that's a lot of money.
2.8 million, almost 3 million.
So I guess it worked out. You know, like Jimmy be saying, it's not all bad.
No, man, it's all in life. You got to look at the positives, innit? Or else you'll be
You just
miserable.
sit here, you don't know what I'm talking about?
Yo, his faces be killing me.
Let's go, man.
Did you see Joshua's reaction to the video?
Listen to listen again what this dude says at the end here. And he got a smile on his face like, I know you're
Right.
trying to play it off. I know you're trying to play it off, but you know you're shaking in your boots right now.
Right in front of everybody too.
In front of everybody. And
He got the
everybody's
afraid.
looking at him.
I give Radio Raheem credit because he kept it cool under that fire, innit?
He was gonna have to. What was he gonna do? Get hot?
Hey, Chavo, look at his
No, he was
face.
scared, man.
Yeah, he was afraid.
Yeah, you can see the real
He's a
in his
sniper piece of
eyes, bro.
Hey, Chavo, look at his face right
Got his
now.
ass shook.
He's scared as fuck. He tried to smile with that fake ass smile.
And what's this dude over his? I guess that's his right shoulder, standing behind him. He's got a channel too, right? Is that Fight? Who
Fire
is
Hub
that?
TV, yeah. In Fire
Yeah,
Hub.
that's fine.
Yeah.
Marcus.
Yeah.
That's Marcus.
Yeah, so
Vegas.
he's smirking too. Like, damn, this dude just got murdered
Smoked.
You know what he's thinking? Like, fuck, I'm glad that wasn't me in it.
for sure.
Right. I don't think he would have even said no stupid shit like that. Like what?
You wouldn't say jack
Listen,
shit.
listen what he says right here. This is the icing on the cake right here.
Radio Raheem with Deontay Wilder. We know what he's talking about.
To be fair, though,
Of course he's fucking up.
he gets clowned a lot, though. But you remember when Adrian Broner made him like chew some gum before he interviewed him? He gets disrespected quite a lot. You tried interviewing him, and Adrian Broner. Was just like, Adrian Broner was like, "Damn, get this guy some fucking gum," and like, damn. You made him actually chew
I
gum,
must be
innit?
known for asking bullshit ass questions because like people just
I've
don't go
never-
around picking
I've
on
never
you.
seen a man chew gum that fast.
Oh yeah,
He was chomping away.
I'm surprised he didn't cry in it. I actually give him points though, because I thought he was gonna cry. The fact he didn't cry on camera is, yeah.
No,
Check how fast he's chewing though.
Don't have to explain what's understood, man. You know what I mean by that.
I mean, you can see his like jaw muscles like flexing and like stressed, and he's like, I don't know how to end this now. He's deep in the quicksand now. He don't know how to end it. What do I say? What do I say to end this?
Especially when he took his glasses off.
It literally took Wilder to walk away from it to end it, because I don't think Radio Raheem knew what to say after that.
Yeah,
he was looked him in the eyes and smiled in it to let him know, like, okay, man, I've had enough in it.
So that's how we'll end it. End it with some laughs. We've had some heated debates tonight, and we've went back and forth. We butted some heads, but we ended on a good note, man. Have a good laugh, and at the end of the day, we're all boxing fans, and we're just looking forward to the fight. You know what I mean? October 9th. Let it be known who's the best heavyweight. Hopefully Joshua gets past Usyk. And for me personally, Joshua gets past Usyk, Wilder gets past Fury, and then we can settle it once and for all and have an undisputed heavyweight champion of the world.
Hell yeah.
And that's what it's all about. That's what it's all about is getting in there, the best men fighting each other, and let the best man win. So although we have different opinions, we have different backgrounds, but in a way, boxing does unite us. And we all just want to see an undisputed heavyweight champion. So, yeah, thanks for stopping by, guys. Jimmy and Chavo.
Take it easy, bro. Take it easy, bro.
Yep. I'll be on here again soon enough, and this will be uploaded on the channel later on. It's a really, really long one, so if you want to watch it, you might have to skim through. But we did hit on a lot. We talked about Caleb Plant and Canelo. We talked about Usyk, Joshua, and of course here we ended it off with Fury and Tyson. So a lot that was discussed.
Would you be able to mark it? Would you be able to mark them? I don't know how they do that, but I've seen it on like some people's videos, like a longer video.
Yeah, you can.
Oh, okay.
I'll mark it up by chapters, and then you can go through and skim through it. Yo, Chavo, do you have a channel too, or not?
No, I've been actually thinking about doing something, but no, I don't.
Okay. Well, I know Crow does. Crow, if you want to let people know where to find you, go ahead and let them know.
Yeah, just search me up, KRAD7435. I mainly post just like a lot of boxing content whenever I do. I also do games too, but either way, I just do it for hobby and for the love of the sport and to kind of expose what's going on in the boxing world. I've done some interviews with some professional boxers in the past, so if y'all want to check that out, please do. And I will be having more future content coming coming to the channel with other fighters coming on soon. But give my channel a follow if you guys are interested. And thank you, Divine Sense, for everything that you do.
Yeah, man. I think you came over from. I think you were on Ricky Williams' panel. I think one day.
Yeah, on that Taco Shit Tuesday, right?
Yeah. So that was cool, man, and I appreciate you coming from there to here and subscribing to the channel and being part of the conversation. That's what it's all about. So yeah, man, definitely. So yeah, guys, go check out Crowd 77435 if you want another channel to be subscribed to talk about boxing. And at the end of the day, man, this is what we do. Definitely didn't plan on going this long. It was pretty heated, and when I get invested into conversation like this, this is my addiction, and it's hard for me to backpedal out of it, man. It's something that I really love, and I've enjoyed it, even though I'm starving and I need to go eat. So I appreciate you guys' time, energy. I'll be back on here again later on. I think the next live will be Monday morning, possibly. So be on the lookout, and I'll get you guys on the rebound, man. So stay up and peace.
Thank you. Bye.